something. Perhaps, Blanche said, knowing that she must say something, hating herself for the damning words even as she spoke them. She paid the men with her body. No, Blanche scented victory. She must not succumb to pity or regret now. She said calmly, her eyes thoughtful on Kassia's face. And perhaps they did not like the bargain, and thus let you go. You have been such a fool, my girl, such a fool. Kassia gazed at Blanche helplessly. Slowly, the words forced from her mouth, she said, "My lord, I did not try to escape you." "I have heard enough for the moment, my lady," Graelam said calmly. "Go to our bedchamber. I will come to you soon." Guy, who knew his lord much better than did Kassia, felt shuddering alarm at Graelam's passionless voice. He touched his hand to Graelam's sleeve. "I believe her," he said. "Do you indeed, Sir Guy? Do you not question why a man would kidnap a woman only to return her unharmed? It is foolishness." "I believe her," Guy repeated, more firmly this time. "You," Blanche hissed at him, wanting to strike him for his obvious concern for Kassia, "are a besotted fool." Kassia grabbed up her skirts and fled up the stairs to his bedchamber. "I should have begged Edmund to send me to Brittany," she thought. She shook away the thought. No, she would convince Graelam of the truth. After all, she was his wife. Surely that must mean something. 19. Graelam listened to the furor of voices raging around him, but said nothing. Had he been capable of it, he would have smiled to hear Blount, that hard-nosed old goat who never gave an inch, vociferously defend his lady, and Guy. Aye, had she come back because she could not bear to be separated from the young knight? He rose from his chair and said, in an emotionless voice that chilled Rolfe to his bones, "You will go about your duties now." He saw the worry etched in many of the faces, and added shortly, "I have heard all of you. Go now." He did not wait to see if they obeyed him. It was only Kassia who had ever dared to disobey him. He walked up the stairs to his bedchamber. He paused a moment, hearing Cassia's old nurse, Etta, sobbing loudly. "Why, my baby?" the old woman was pleading, her voice hoarse from her crying. "Why did you do it?" "Etta," Kassia said, sighing softly, "I did nothing. You, of all people, should believe me." Graelam pushed open the door. He said nothing, merely motioned to the old nurse to leave. She slithered past him, her eyes puffy with weeping. He stood quietly for a moment, looking at his wife. She was pale, but that little chin of hers was lifted in stubborn defiance. He wanted to wrap his fingers around her slender throat, but instead he asked, "Did the men rape you?" Kassia shook her head. "Nay, I told you that they did not harm me." "I would think that such ruffians as Blanche described to me would not leave such a tempting morsel as yourself with her legs together and her belly empty." She winced at his crudeness, but said firmly, "Their leader, Edmund, was no ruffian. Indeed, his men called him my lord." "I know of no Edmund who is a lord in these parts. I do not believe it was his real name. Tell me, Kassia, what did this Edmund look like?" She took heart at the quiet, interested tone of his voice. "He was not of your size, my lord. When I saw him closely, I was reminded of sand. His hair and eyes and brows were all of that strange hue. He knew of you. Indeed, I believe he feared you." Despite himself, Graelam searched his memory for a man of that description. There was none that he knew of. "And that is why he returned you to me? He feared retribution?" "Nay," she said honestly, "I told you, 'tis my belief that he felt sorry for me." She paused a moment, then blurted out, "He asked me if I would prefer going to Brittany or returning here." "And what was your reason for returning, my lady?" "He told me that even if I returned to Belterre, you would still hold claim. That if you wished it, you could wage war upon my father for your rights. I could not allow that to happen. Ah, behold the sacrificial little lamb." The menacing sneer in his voice made her close her eyes. "Please," she whispered, desperate now, "you must believe me, Graelam." He regarded her thoughtfully, watching her pitiful defiance begin to crumble. He said very softly, "Do you recall, my lady, what I told you I would do to you if you ever again tried to escape me?" She remembered suddenly, and without thought, realizing what a ridiculous fool she was, she dashed frantically toward the door. She felt his powerful arm lock around her waist and heave her up as if she were not but a bag of feathers. If she struggled against him, she would only hurt herself. She knew it well, but could not stop herself. She tried to twist from his grasp, but he only tightened his hold, and for an instant she felt the breath squeezed from her body. Graelam eased her down upon her back on the bed. He sat back and regarded her intently, his fingers lightly touching her throat. "You do not wish me to have you," he said, his voice almost meditative. "Did you enjoy this Edmund's caresses? Did he give you a woman's pleasure?" He saw the look of utter incomprehension in her wide eyes, and knew at least that she had told the truth about not being raped. Kassia gulped. "Why will you not believe me? I have never lied." Her expression flickered, and she quickly amended. "At least, I have not lied since I was a child." He ignored her words. "Kassia, what did you use for payment?" "There was no payment. Why will you not believe me?" He frowned suddenly. "Do not move, my lady." He rose from the bed and strode purposefully to his large chest. He jerked open the lid and riffled through the contents. Beautiful cloth rippled through his impatient fingers. He delved to the bottom and pulled up a large leather case. His fingers trembled as he opened it. The necklace, worth a king's ransom, was gone. All hope dissolved in that moment. The depths of his disappointment startled him. He had wanted to believe her, but she had lied. He slowly replaced the leather case in the bottom of the trunk, slowly straightened all the glittering cloth, and shut the lid. Without a word, he strode back to the bed. "You were a fool to come back," he said. I do not understand. The necklace is gone." "What necklace?" She gazed at him, bewildered. He did not even show that he had hurt her. He leaned over her and ripped away the skirt of her gown. Kassia gasped and tried to jerk away from him, but she was no match for his strength, and he had but to use such a small portion to subdue her. She watched him, wide-eyed, as he tore the wool into strips. He clasped her hands and drew them over her head. "Graelam," she began, "what are you going to do? I told you quite specifically before you left me again." "No," she shrieked, but he tied her wrists securely above her head. He rose and stared down at her for a long moment. He saw the terror in her eyes, the pleading. Her small breasts were heaving violently against the cloth of her tunic. He quickly subdued her thrashing legs and spread them wide, binding each ankle. He drew his dagger and sat down beside her. "Please," she whispered, nearly beyond reason, "do not hurt me." Slowly, he sliced the dagger blade through the material. He cut each layer from her body until she lay naked, sprawled helplessly on her back. He straightened over her and let his eyes rove over each inch of her. "You have filled out a bit," he said dispassionately. He lightly touched a fingertip to her breast and felt her quiver in fear. "I wonder if that tiny little belly of yours will ever fill with my child." Kassia closed her eyes against his words, against what she knew he was going to do to her. "Fool," she screamed at herself, "such a fool." She heard him disrobing, felt the bed sink down as he eased beside her. His hand splayed over her belly, and she moaned softly, helplessly. Graelam gazed at the slender, straight legs drawn so widely apart, followed their woman's shape to the soft curls between her thighs. He touched her lightly, and she whimpered, but not with desire. Never with desire for him. "What do you expect, you stupid whoreson? Damn her. The devil take her, and all women." He lurched up between her legs and grasped her hips. She was bound so securely that she could not struggle against him. He did not mean to take her, merely to frighten her, merely prove to her that he would not allow her to make a fool of him. He drew away his hands and sat back on his haunches, looking at her face. It was bloodless. Tears were streaming from her tightly closed eyes. He jerked away from her, her distress burning deep into him. He picked up a blanket and smoothed it over her trembling body. He turned away from her, wishing he could close out the sound of her choking on her own tears. He cursed loudly and fluently, grabbed a towel and wiped her face with it. "Stop it," he growled at her. "Stop those damned tears." She sniffed and unwittingly brushed her cheek against his hand. He felt her hot, salty tears wet his palm. He could not bear it. He untied her wrists and ankles, cursing himself for a weak bastard, even as he rubbed feeling back into her numbed flesh. She lay passively, her sobs now noisy hiccups. He rose. "At least you did come back," he said, "for whatever reason." "I never left," she said, in a deadened voice. He turned and quickly dressed, cursing his trembling hands. He strode to the chamber door, paused, and said over his shoulder, "You are mistress of Wolffeton, my lady. I expect a decent meal. Rouse yourself and see to it." He heard her quickly indrawn breath, and added harshly, "And bathe yourself. You smell of horse sweat. And fear," he added silently. She smelled of fear. "Did you hurt her?" Guy demanded. Graelam drew a sharp breath. "If I killed her, 'twould be no more than she deserved," he said, eyeing his knight coldly. "My lord, she told the truth. There is naught but honesty in her. If I can see it, you, as her husband, cannot be blind to it." "Guy, you are a fool," Graelam said wearily, forgetting his jealousy of the younger man. "The necklace is gone." "The necklace from Al-Afdal's camp?" "Aye," Graelam said shortly. "Damn her," he added softly. "I would have given it to her." Guy studied his master's face. He is suffering, Guy realized, shocked with his insight. For the first time in his life, he is suffering for a woman. He said no more, wanting to think. If Kassia had not taken the valuable necklace, then who had? The answer was not long in coming to him. The evening meal, if not excellent, was at least more palatable than it would have been had Kassia not been at Wolffeton. But her movements, her instructions, were mechanical. She saw vaguely that there was pity and concern in some of the eyes that looked at her. In others, there was puzzlement. Nan regarded her with contemptuous triumph. And there was Blanche. It had taken her benumbed brain several hours before she had realized the perfidy of the other woman. She didn't know what to do. If she confronted Blanche, she most likely would sneer at her and call her a liar. If she told Graelam what she believed, she shuddered. In his eyes, Blanche was everything Kassia was not. Never would he believe her. She didn't know what to do. Her silence that evening in the great hall was seen by most as the proper response of a chastised wife. She avoided Graelam's eyes, not wanting to see the distrust, even the hatred, he must feel for her. She ate little, unable to stomach the blandest of the vegetables. "So, you will dwindle away with your sulking?" Her head snapped up at her husband's taunting voice. "I do not sulk," she said. "At least I haven't for some 5 years now." "Just as you do not lie. Then eat." He eyed her closely and added on a harsh drawl, "When I told you you had filled out a bit, I did not mean that you had grown presentable. You still scarce have a woman's body." She flinched. So that was why he had not forced her. He found her so repulsive that he could not bring himself to take her, even in his rage. She knew she should be ecstatic, but tears sparkled on the tips of her thick lashes. "If you cry in front of everyone, I shall truly give you cause to do so." "You already have," she said, gulping down the hated tears. "You amaze me, Kassia," he said, leaning back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest. "Do you never tread warily?" She said nothing, merely stared fixedly into her goblet of wine. "Perhaps I should return you to your father. At least your absence would bring me some peace." The response he knew he would gain from his words was swift in coming. "Nay, please do not. Anything to save your father. Anything to save Beltaire. This man who felt so sorry for you, Kassia. You say it was he who told you that to return to Belterre would lose all? Aye, that is what I said to you." She raised weary eyes to his mocking face. "Why do you torment me? I have told you everything." But she was lying, not telling him about Blanche, and he saw the lie in her eyes. A surge of rage swept through him, and he gripped the arms of her chair until his knuckles showed white. "Leave me," he said, finally, his voice harsh. "And know, my lady wife, that I can make your life a hell if you do not admit to your lies." Blanche ate daintily, savoring every bite of the tender pork. "I am safe," she thought. She was so relieved that she could not long sustain her fury at Dienwald de Fortenberry. Graelam would never believe his wife. And of course, Kassia, little fool that she was too proud, too unbending, to convince her husband otherwise. Blanche had looked closely at Kassia, searching for bruises. It had surprised her to see none, for she would have sworn that Graelam was furious enough to kill her. Again, she stilled her guilt. Kassia had returned safely, and Blanche had but to bide her time. "I had not realized that you knew of Lord Graelam's treasure trove." Blanche's heart skipped a beat at Guy's words, but none of it showed on her lovely face. She arched an eyebrow. "You spoke, Sir Guy?" "Aye, Blanche. You took the Saracen necklace, and you hired those men to remove Kassia from Wolffeton. Did you expect them to kill her?" He shook his head thoughtfully. "No, you are not without some pity. But you wanted them to take her back to Brittany, did you not? Were you dismayed to see Kassia returned with nary a scratch? Your imagination rivals the minstrel's, Guy. Pray, Sir Knight, have you other equally interesting tales?" Never, he knew, would he succeed in getting her to tell the truth. He would have to do something else. He stroked his jaw with his shapely hand, realizing that Blanche was single-minded, if nothing else. She had failed this time to rid herself of Kassia. He had no doubt that she would try again, and that frightened him. How could Graelam be so damnably blind? He said very softly, "Blanche, even if Kassia were dead, Graelam would not wed you." She gave a soft, tinkling laugh. "Ah, Guy, is that jealousy I hear in your voice?" He looked at her for a long moment. "Jealousy, Blanche? Mayhap, lovely lady, you are on to something. 'Tis a message from the Duke of Cornwall. He comes within the week." Kassia quickly set aside the ledger of accounts, uncertain of Graelam's reaction to what she was doing, and forced a tentative smile to her lips. Blunt certainly delighted in her skills, but she wasn't at all sure what her husband's reaction would be. "I shall see to his comfort, my lord. You may recall that his retinue is vast." "Aye, I remember." Graelam eyed her with growing irritation. "Must you leap out of your white skin whenever I am about?" She looked at his darkly handsome face and felt a small wrench of pain. "I believed you wished proper submissiveness in your wife. You are about as submissive as my destrier. You cannot even play the role well." She said nothing, her eyes on her hands that lay clasped in her lap. "What are you doing?" He leaned to the table and picked up the ledger, riffling through it. "Ah, yes," he said. "I had forgot that your father taught you to read and write. Does Blunt know that you poach on his preserves?" "Aye," she said softly. He tossed the ledger back onto the table. "Does it please you to make fools of us all? Nay, do not say it again, Kassia. Your lies have filled my craw to overflowing." He strode from the small workroom. He drew away his hands and sat back on his haunches, looking at her face. It was bloodless. Tears were streaming from her tightly closed eyes. He jerked away from her, her distress burning deep into him. He picked up a blanket and smoothed it over her trembling body. He turned away from her, wishing he could close out the sound of her choking on her own tears. He cursed loudly and fluently, grabbed a towel, and wiped her face with it. "Stop it," he growled at her. "Stop those damned tears." She sniffed and unwittingly brushed her cheek against his hand. He felt her hot, salty tears wet his palm. He could not bear it. He untied her wrists and ankles, cursing himself for a weak bastard, even as he rubbed feeling back into her numbed flesh. She lay passively, her sobs now noisy hiccups. He rose. "At least you did come back," he said, "for whatever reason." "I never left," she said in a deadened voice. He turned and quickly dressed, cursing his trembling hands. He strode to the chamber door, paused, and said over his shoulder, "You are mistress of Wolffeton, my lady. I expect a decent meal. Rouse yourself and see to it." He heard her quickly indrawn breath and added harshly, "And bathe yourself. You smell of horse sweat." "And fear," he added silently. She smelled of fear. "Did you hurt her?" Guy demanded. Graelam drew a sharp breath. "If I killed her, 'twould be no more than she deserved," he said, eyeing his knight coldly. "My lord, she told the truth. There is naught but honesty in her. If I can see it, you, as her husband, cannot be blind to it." "Guy, you are a fool," Graelam said wearily, forgetting his jealousy of the younger man. "The necklace is gone." "The necklace from Alafdel's camp?" "Aye," Graelam said shortly. "Damn her," he added softly. "I would have given it to her." Guy studied his master's face. He is suffering, Guy realized, shocked. She returned to her figures, wishing she could tell him that Wolffeton was becoming a rich holding. But hearing her say it would only anger him, for he would doubtless believe that she was angling for new gowns, jewels, or the like. She finished her task and called all the indoor servants together in the great hall. She looked at their faces, some of them dear to her now, others, like Nan's, implacably hostile. Seeing Blanche sitting near the great fireplace, her expression chillingly serene, Kassia felt herself shudder. She told them of the Duke's impending visit. "Marta," she said to an older widow who was now in charge of the spinning and weaving, "we will speak of new clothing for the women. We have enough surplus cloth now to see to our own needs." All but Nan smiled at that. "Aye, my lady," Marta said, beaming at her new importance. "Bount will give up his chamber to the Duke. Nan, Alice, you will see to its thorough cleaning. I hope to have finished new cushions for the Duke's chair." She heard Nan muttering, but ignored her. She gave other orders, then dismissed the servants, all save the cooks. She spent another hour planning meals with them. Kassia rose and rubbed her neck. She wanted to ride, but doubted Graelam would allow it. Indeed, she thought, he would likely humiliate her in front of his men if she even tried. "Kassia!" She jumped, startled, for she had not noticed Guy entering the hall. "I have news, my lady. You shall be the first to congratulate me." She smiled. "What is your good fortune?" "My father has died. His lands and keep near Dover are now mine." He raised his hand, seeing the shock in her eyes. "Nay, do not give me your condolences on his demise. He was a rotten old lecher, mean-spirited and cruel. It is a relief to all his men and servants, and to my poor sister who lived with him." "Then I do congratulate you, Guy. You are now a knight of substance. You will leave us?" "Aye. The keep is nothing to compare to Wolffeton, of course, but it is a beginning." He paused a moment, a smile lighting his blue eyes. "I begin to believe in fate," he said at last. Kassia cocked her head to one side in question, waiting for him to explain his strange words, but he only shook his head and smiled at her. "Aye," he said, "'tis indeed fate." To Kassia's relief, Graelam showed no hesitation in his well wishes to Sir Guy. The ale and wine flowed to the early hours of the morning. Graelam, good-humored in his drunkenness, tried to press Nan on Guy, but the young knight refused, shouting to the company that he doubted his ability to raise either his interest or his member. Kassia quietly left the hall, hopeful that her husband would fall asleep below. She turned on the stairs at the sound of rustling skirts. "How sad for you that the handsome, so malleable Guy leaves us." "'Tis sad for all of us," Kassia said calmly. "I suggest you find your bed, Blanche. You are slurring your words as badly as the men." Kassia could tell that Blanche would have liked to mock her or taunt her, but the wine and ale had dulled her wits. She left her, shaking her head at her own stupidity. Blanche, her friend, Blanche was indeed dull-witted. She glared at Kassia's retreating back, then made her way carefully to her own small bedchamber. It was close and warm, but she was too befuddled to slide the shutters away from the one window. She undressed clumsily and slipped into her bed. Her head was swimming, and her thoughts were warm and wishful. It was almost as if she had willed him to come, she thought, watching the door open slowly. In the darkness, she could only make out the form of a man, a tall man. "Graelam," she whispered, a woman's promise in her husky voice. He quietly closed the door and stood a moment, tall and straight. Then he was coming toward her, shucking off his clothing. "I knew you would come," she said, and held out her arms toward him. "I," he said softly, "I came." 20. Blanche shuddered when he took her into his arms and pulled her onto his lap. He found her willing mouth and kissed her deeply, thoroughly, until she was trembling with her need for him, and her triumph. His flesh beneath her questing fingers was smooth as silk, contrasting with the rock-hard muscle beneath. "It has been so long," she whispered, her hand caressing down his chest to his belly. "No man since your husband died?" he asked softly, his words punctuated with nipping kisses down the side of her neck. "Nay, and he was a beast." "I am not," he said. He pressed her onto her back and lay down beside her. "What a woman you are," he said, his voice husky, as his fingers found the softness between her thighs. "So long," Blanche whimpered, arching up against his hand, wanting him so much she could scarce restrain herself. She found him, hard and ready, and inhaled sharply at the feel of him. "You will have me in your bed every night," he said. "Never will you want for a man again." Her mind reeled with his promise, and she pulled him down over her, opening herself willingly to him. His fingers drove her to the brink of madness before he very gently eased into her. He sucked in his breath at the enveloping heat of her body, and thrust deep. "Now," Blanche managed between gasping breaths. She met his every thrust, drawing him deeper and deeper until he was beyond himself. But he held himself back until her soft cries of pleasure filled the stillness of the chamber. He took his own release and fell heavily over her, his head beside hers on the pillow. Blanche's tumbling thoughts, scattered by her searing pleasure, slowly came back into focus. "He is inside me. His seed is filling me," she thought, and felt a moment of panic. She wanted to shove him away, to cleanse herself, but he would not move. She felt him kissing her lightly on her ear, and smiled into the darkness. "You are mine at last," she whispered. Oddly enough, even though she had found great pleasure with him, she was thinking hazily of another, a knight with golden hair and bright blue eyes. "You are not but a silly fool," she chided herself. "When will you send her back to Brittany?" she asked, stroking her hands over his chest. He said softly, still kissing her, "You will never worry about her again, Blanche. You will be mistress of my keep, and my wife. Very soon now, very soon." She felt him growing hard within her once again, and she was surprised when her body leapt in response. He took her more slowly this time, until she was pleading with him in soft, mewlam cries. He laughed and gave her what she wanted. She fell asleep in the crook of his arm, so sated that she was beyond words, beyond caring that his seed still filled her, beyond the niggling feeling that she wished it had been another to share her bed. "I have won," she thought. "At last I have won. I am safe, my son is safe." Blanche awoke the next morning with no splitting headache from her overindulgence the previous night. Graelam was gone, but that did not surprise her. She bathed herself thoroughly, so pleased that worry of him seeding a child within her was only a minor thought. She dressed herself in her most becoming gown, a russet wool with a golden threaded belt that emphasized her full breasts and narrow waist. She hummed softly as she made her way to the hall. She saw Kassia seated alone, nibbling on a slice of bread. She frowned, wondering how she should act. Had Graelam told Kassia that he was setting her aside? She remembered his words. Very soon, he had told her. Very soon. She decided to hold her peace. Kassia would discover the truth soon enough. Kassia raised tired eyes to Blanche, mentally preparing herself for sarcastic taunts. But Blanche, to her utter surprise, only smiled at her. She noticed Blanche's lovely gown, and frowned, wondering why the woman was thus attired. She herself was wearing an old gown of faded gray, for she planned to oversee the cleaning of the stables herself, and the jakes. They were foul, and needed a river of lime to depress the smell. "You look like a serving wench," Blanche observed. unable to keep the touch of triumph from her voice. After all, she defended herself silently, I have never won anything worthwhile before. Kassia said, raising her chin slightly. But then I am mistress of Wolffeton, Blanche. 'Tis my responsibility to see that all is ready for the Duke. Blanche laughed. She could not help herself. Blind little fool. So Graelam had said nothing to her as yet. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell Kassia that her brief stay was soon to be over, when she heard Graelam's deep voice. He was speaking to Guy about the final repairs on the eastern outer wall. "Will you break your fast, my lord?" Kassia asked, rising from the bench. "Aye," Graelam said, "and a goblet of ale to clear my aching head." Kassia immediately left the hall to do his bidding. Graelam stretched. His eyes fell upon Blanche. There was a gentle smile on her face, and he nodded at her. "You have the look of a cat who has been well fed," Guy said in a bland voice. "Aye," Blanche said, keeping her eyes soft upon Graelam's face. "One should never allow a cat to go hungry for too long a time," Guy remarked, as he sat himself beside Graelam. Blanche looked at him uncertainly, wondering if he knew of his master's visit to her chamber. Somehow, the thought made her cringe with shame. "Is there anything I can do to see to your comfort, my lord?" she asked Graelam. "Nay," Graelam said shortly, turning again to Guy. "Why does he not say something?" Blanche wondered, eyeing him with mounting frustration. "Why does he not ask to speak to me alone?" She looked up to see Kassia, a serving wench, following in her wake, carrying a large tray. Kassia motioned for the girl to set it in front of Graelam. "I have brought enough for you also, Guy," she said. "Thank you, my lady," Guy said. "I need to keep up my strength." "When must you leave us, Guy?" Graelam thought he heard distress in his wife's soft voice, and slewed around to look at her. He saw only weariness in her eyes, and dark smudges beneath them, attesting to the fact that she had not rested well the previous night. What the devil did she want, he wondered, attacking the cold beef with a vengeance? After all, he hadn't bothered her. "I will leave when the Duke does, my lady," Guy said calmly. "I cannot in good conscience remove myself until Graelam has found another warrior to protect Wolffeton. I fear what would happen if I did go." "Conceited fool," Graelam said without heat. "You know I have written to the Duke. 'Tis likely he will have a knight in his train who is a landless lout, just as you were." "How sorry we will be to see you go," Blanche said. "It warms me to hear you say so," Guy said. Kassia heard the soft taunt in Blanche's voice, and something else as well, that she couldn't define. She herself would miss Guy terribly, but of course she could say nothing, especially in front of Graelam, her one protector. She shuddered at the thought of the loneliness she would know. "What ails you?" Graelam asked sharply. She shook her head. "Have you eaten?" "Aye, my lord. If you will excuse me, there is much that needs my attention." He nodded, and watched her walk slowly from the hall, her head bent. "She is thinking of Guy," he thought, his brow puckering into a frown. "She continues to elude me, to treat me as if I were not but a heavy burden to be borne." He turned and bestowed a wide smile upon Blanche. The night was dark and mysterious as the depths of a woman, he thought, but still he waited until he knew she would be asleep. Quietly he eased open the door to her small chamber and peered inside. He could hear her gentle breathing and knew she was deep in sleep. A long candle was close to gutting on the small table beside her bed, so she had waited for him. He undressed quickly and leaned over to blow it out. Blanche lay on her side, one leg drawn up to her chest, her face pillowed by her open hand. She is beautiful, he thought, able at last to make out her outline in the darkness. He eased beside her, lifted her heavy hair, and began kissing her neck, his hands softly caressing down her back. Blanche stirred, stiffened at first, then smiled. "I did not think you would come to me," she murmured softly, parting her lips for his kiss. I told you that you would never sleep without me again, he whispered. Blanche frowned a moment. Her mind was clear of sleep now, and there was no wine to tangle her thoughts. His voice sounded odd. A searing bolt of pleasure spread through her loins, and she sighed and gave herself over to him. "Allow me to rise," she said when he was done. "Nay, love, you will go nowhere." "I must." He nibbled on her breast, a smile forming on his lips as he realized the reason for her urgency. "Nay, Blanche, my seed will spring to life in your beautiful belly. You will give me sons, many sons." She froze at the laughing taunt she heard in his soft voice. "But there is Evian," she began, only to feel him pushing deeper inside her, holding her still. She lay exhausted, and still he moved within her. Something wasn't right, and it nagged at her. He seemed more lean than she remembered. She fell asleep even as her hand roved over his thigh, searching for the long, jagged scar. Blanche eyed Kassia closely the next day, noting her pallor, the pinched look about her mouth. Graelam has told her, she thought, finally. "You do not look well, Kassia," she said, staring down at the wan girl. "I did not sleep well," Kassia said, not looking at her. "What you require is some exercise. Since it no longer matters, why do you not go riding?" "What no longer matters?" Kassia wondered. She shook off Blanche's question and nodded. "Indeed, 'tis what I wish to do. All is ready for the Duke." Still she hesitated, and Blanche said, "Graelam will not mind, I promise you." "Mayhap this time you will not return." Kassia looked at her wearily. "You will never tell him the truth, will you?" "The truth?" Blanche arched a beautifully plucked brow. "What was his name, Blanche? Not Edmund, I think." "You surprise me," Blanche said. "He is not a gentleman, at least by reputation, yet he released you. Certainly it was not because of your womanly endowments." "Nay," Kassia said flatly, "and he was gentle, and quite kind to me." "What is his name, Blanche? I am tempted to tell you, now that it makes no difference. Graelam no longer cares. Mayhap he would even ask him to take you away again." "I am going riding, Blanche." Kassia turned and walked quickly from the hall. She nodded to the men she met in the inner bailey, noted a scattered pile of refuse in a mud puddle from the brief shower the night before, and called to one of the servants to clean it up. She raised her face to the bright morning sun. Even now, she thought, unhappiness searing through her, my father is gazing upward, just as am I. The sun is warming his face. She thought of Blanche's odd words about Graelam and knew them to be true. If she rode out and never returned, he would not care. To her utter surprise, the stable groom, Osbert, a feisty old man with grizzled hair and a hook nose, shook his head at her request. "Forgive me, my lady, but my lord said ye were not to ride out, not without him." "When did he give you this order, Osbert?" "Yesterday, my lady, again. He told me he'd stretch my neck if I bowed to your pretty face." "Pretty face?" She wanted to laugh. "Where is Lord Graelam?" "Here, my lady." She spun about, paling as she saw him leaning against the open doorway, his arms crossed over his massive chest. She ran her tongue over her suddenly dry lips, her eyes falling to the strewed hay at her feet. "You wish to ride out?" She wanted suddenly to demand where he had spent the past 2 nights. But when she raised her face, she saw that he was frowning at her, his dark eyes narrowed. "Aye," she said. "If it pleases you, my lord," she added, hating the pleading in her voice. He straightened and nodded toward Osbert. "Ready her mare. You may come with me, Kassia." She forced herself to stand quietly as he approached her.
"Guy will ride with us," he said. "That is certain to please you. Guy." She blinked, thinking absurdly that she was a bone and 2 dogs were fighting over her. "I?" she said, tilting her chin upward. "That would please me." He made a growling sound deep in his throat and wheeled away from her. "I will await you," he said, and left her. There were 6 men in their party. Rolf told her they were to visit the merchant Drew in the newly chartered village of Wolffeton. To Kassia's surprise, Graelam said nothing when Guy reined his destrier beside her. Guy smiled at her gently. "I was telling my master," he said, leaning toward her in the saddle, "that the jakes are no longer offensive to the nose." "Lime," she said shortly. "The Duke will be pleasantly surprised," Graelam said, looking back toward Wolffeton. "Have you finished cushions for him?" She nodded. "His old butt will be well content," Guy said, laughing. "You have done well, my lady," Graelam said. She felt herself flushing with pleasure at his unexpected praise. "Gallop with me, Kassia," he said, and slapped the flat of his gloved hand to Bluebell's rump. She laughed aloud with pleasure, feeling the soft summer breeze tangling through her hair. She breathed the salty sea air deeply. When they slowed to a walk, Graelam turned to her. "I had intended that you come with me this morning. Now that your cheeks are red and your eyes bright, you do not look so ill." "I am not ill," she said. "Tell me his name, Kassia." She felt a deadening pain in her chest. "I asked Blanche," she said, "but she would not tell me." "Blanche?" His hands tightened on the reins, and Demon snorted, dancing sideways. She saw his face darken with anger and drew in her breath. But he said nothing, merely dug his heels into his destrier sides and galloped away from her. The village of Wolffeton lay nestled in a valley not 2 leagues from the castle. A dozen men were building the defensive wall that would rise some 18 feet into the air, shielding them from sea attacks. The ground was deeply rutted and muddy, and piles of refuse were stacked around at least a dozen tents. The only completed structure was the merchant's house. Drew stood in the doorway waiting for them. He was an ascetic-looking man, his face thin, his pale eyes deeply set, and nearly the age of her father. He had been exquisitely polite to Kassia when he had met her some weeks before at the castle. "My lord, my lady," he said, bowing deeply from the waist. Graelam nodded, gracefully dismounting. "All goes well, I see," he said, gazing about the growing village. "You do need more men," he added, pointing toward the wall. "A dozen more families will be arriving within the week," Drew said. "By the end of the year, we will be self-sufficient." Graelam turned to Guy, and Kassia watched him and the men ride toward the wall. "I have brought my wife to see the goods we settled upon," Graelam said. "Goods? What goods?" Kassia felt Graelam's hands close about her waist as he lifted her gently off her mare's back and set her on the ground. "Come, Kassia." Graelam had to bow his head as they entered Drew's house. Actually, Kassia saw, the main chamber housed his goods. The beamed ceilings were high, the floor still earth-covered. All smelled of freshly cut lumber. "'Tis a beginning," Drew said wryly. "Here is the carpet, my lord." Kassia sucked in her breath as a young boy helped Drew unroll a magnificent red wool rug. "Oh, Graelam, 'tis beautiful." He smiled down at her, his eyes lightening at her obvious enthusiasm. "Does it match your cushions?" She turned glowing eyes to his face. "I will make new ones if it does not." He watched her finger the thick wool, exclaiming to the merchant as she traced each swirling pattern. "From Flanders?" she asked. "Aye," said Drew. "And the other, for our bedchamber?" Graelam said. The other carpet was a vibrant blue, so soft that Kassia could imagine her bare feet sinking into it. "It is so very fine," she breathed. Suddenly she frowned, thinking of the cost, thinking of the valuable necklace stolen from Graelam's chest. "It does not please you?" She flinched at his harsh tone and swallowed. "We really do not need it, my lord. It is so very valuable." "It matters not. I want it." She smiled up at him shyly, and he returned her smile until he realized that he was playing the fool, seeking to please her. "Shall we put it in the Duke's bedchamber until he leaves?" "An excellent idea," he said shortly. "The Duke will doubtless believe that you are just the mistress Wolffeton needed." He left her then to see to the village's fortifications. Kassia followed him outside and stood quietly, watching the men work on the wall. Drew came up to stand beside her. "The carpets are indeed from Flanders, my lady," he said. "However did you get them so quickly?" "From a rich merchant in Portsmouth. Lord Graelam wanted them quickly."
Kassia smiled up at him. Doubtless you will become a wealthy man, monsieur. With Lord Graelam's strength and protection, I believe it will be so. Graelam returned and helped Kassia into the saddle. After giving Drew instructions to have the carpets brought to Wolffeton that afternoon, he wheeled Demon about. As they neared Wolffeton, Graelam sent Guy and his men to the castle, and motioned for Kassia to follow him. He saw her hesitate briefly, and raised a brow. "You do want to ride, do you not?" He led her to the protected cove, the place where he had taken her virginity many weeks before. "I wish to speak to you," he said. He lifted her from her saddle, tethered the horses, then left her to walk along the rocky beach. He gazed out of the billowing waves, watching them crash, sending spumes of white over the jutting racks. He turned back to her and said suddenly, "When I asked you the man's name, you said that Blanche would not tell you. Why do you bring her into this, Kassia?" Her chin rose, but she managed to say calmly enough, "Because it had to be she who hired those men. I did not guess it until you told me of the missing necklace. I knew then that it had to be someone within the keep. Since it was Blanche who accompanied me that day, there was no one else. I asked her to tell me the man's name, but she merely laughed at me and refused. That is ridiculous," he said coldly. "There is no reason for Blanche to do such a thing. There is. She wishes to wed you, and she loves her son mightily, and seeks to ensure his future." Graelam was silent a moment. He remembered the night Blanche had come to his bedchamber, into his bed. Kassia knew that he didn't believe her, but she said nonetheless, "I do not know if Blanche hired them to kill me. I trust it is not so." "You weave fantasies, Kassia," he said harshly. "It is not me Blanche desires, it is Guy. In fact, Guy will announce their betrothal this evening. He has spent the last 2 nights in her bed." Kassia swayed where she stood. "Guy and Blanche? No," she whispered. "That distresses you, does it not, my lady? Your gallant Guy desires another woman, and Blanche is a woman, with a woman's needs and a woman's soft body. But she is older than Guy. 2 years? 'Tis nothing. She will breed him many sons, which, of course, is the only reason for a man to wed. That, and to add to his coffers, or land to his holdings. He could not ask her before, since he owned no land. As I said, Blanche is a woman, and she is honest in her need for a man."
"Guy will ride with us," he said. "That is certain to please you. Guy." She blinked, thinking absurdly that she was a bone and 2 dogs were fighting over her. "Aye," she said, tilting her chin upward. "That would please me." He made a growling sound deep in his throat and wheeled away from her. "I will await you outside," he said, and left her. There were 6 men in their party. Rolf told her they were to visit the merchant Drieux in the newly chartered village of Wolffeton. To Kassia's surprise, Graelam said nothing when Guy reined his destrier beside her. Guy smiled at her gently. "I was telling my master," he said, leaning toward her in the saddle, "that the jakes are no longer offensive to the nose." "Lime," she said shortly. "The Duke will be pleasantly surprised," Graelam said, looking back toward Wolffeton. "Have you finished cushions for him?" She nodded. "His old butt will be well content," Guy said, laughing. "You have done well, my lady," Graelam said. She felt herself flushing with pleasure at his unexpected praise. "Gallop with me, Kassia," he said, and slapped the flat of his gloved hand to Bluebell's rump. She laughed aloud with pleasure, feeling the soft summer breeze tangling through her hair. She breathed the salty sea air deeply. When they slowed to a walk, Graelam turned to her. "I had intended that you come with me this morning. Now that your cheeks are red and your eyes bright, you do not look so ill." "I am not ill," she said. "Tell me his name, Kassia." She felt a deadening pain in her chest. "I asked Blanche," she said, "but she would not tell me." "Blanche." His hands tightened on the reins, and Demon snorted, dancing sideways. She saw his face darken with anger, and drew in her breath.
But he said nothing, merely dug his heels into his destrier's sides and galloped away from her. The village of Wolffeton lay nestled in a valley, not 2 leagues from the castle. A dozen men were building the defensive wall that would rise some 18 feet into the air, shielding them from sea attacks. The ground was deeply rutted and muddy, and piles of refuse were stacked around at least a dozen tents. The only completed structure was the merchant's house. Driot stood in the doorway waiting for them. He was an ascetic look. Even as he spoke, he knew he was being unfair and unnecessarily cruel. Guy is lucky, is he not? He is wedding a woman who is soft and giving, a woman who welcomes him gladly to her bed. He saw her stiffen and her chin rise again. I believe it time for you to breed me sons, my lady. Even though you are a frigid child, you will do your duty by me. He clasped her slender shoulders and drew her against him. He cupped her face in his large hands, holding her firmly, and kissed her roughly. Her lips were cold and tightly pursed. "Please," she whispered against his mouth, "do not hurt me again. I have done nothing to deserve it." He cursed softly and pushed her away from him. "Have you not? Perhaps I should send you back to Belterre and get myself a wife who is also a woman." His thrust made her blind with fury. "Perhaps you should," she said quite coldly. "Enough," he roared at her. "Mount your mare, wife. At least there is something you are good at. You may return to Wolffeton and order preparations for a feast tonight. You would not want Guy to feel unappreciated, would you?" She shook her head, mute, and climbed on Bluebell's back. 21. Kassia stood quietly while Etta tightened the soft silk belt around her waist, drawing in the bright blue silk tunic. She would have preferred dull gray wool, but knew Graelam would be furious with her if she did not appear well garbed this evening. She had seen nothing of Blanche during the day. It was probably just as well, she thought, wincing as Etta drew her tortoise-shell comb through her hair, tugging at a tangle, for there was no reason at all for Blanche to tell her the truth. She bit her bottom lip. What was the truth? "'Tis lovely you look, my baby," Etta said fondly, stepping back to admire her mistress. "The Duke does not arrive until tomorrow. Why do you wear your best gown tonight?" Kassia gave her a pained smile. "You will see, Etta. Be in the hall." Blanche, as had been her habit the past 2 days, also appeared in one of her best gowns, and looked utterly beautiful, even to Cassia's jaundiced eye. No wonder Guy loved her. Blanche eyed Kassia closely, an arched dark brow winging upward. She asked in a honey-sweet voice, "You have nearly the look of a gentlewoman this evening, Kassia. May I ask why?" "To honor your betrothal, of course," Kassia replied. Blanche blinked rapidly and drew in her breath. "You know? Graelam has spoken to you?" "Aye, he did this morning. I suppose that I must congratulate you." Blanche felt that the world had taken a faulty turn. "Are you not upset? You did understand what Graelam said?" "Aye, I understood, and I am only upset because it seems an unlikely match, at least to me. I had no idea you cared for each other." Blanche was momentarily speechless, wondering if the little snit was blind. She was not loath to gloat, just a bit. "And I had thought that you cared for him. It was all an act. Come, I do not believe you. I do care for him." Kassia shrugged. "However, since I have no say in the matter, it is foolish to rant and rave. It is his decision, after all." She raised her chin. "I hope, Blanche, that you will be a good wife to him." "You may be certain that I shall. He has been quite pleased to share my bed the past 2 nights. "Aye, I know. Graelam also told me of that." Blanche could only shake her head. She wanted to gloat a bit more, but in the face of Cassia's calm acceptance, she was left without a word to say. "You are mad," she managed, and left her. "Mad, am I?" Kassia frowned in some confusion at Blanche's back, then turned to direct the servants. The hall filled quickly, the men seating themselves along the long trestle tables. Blanche hung back a moment until Guy smiled at her and motioned her to her place beside him. "I don't know," she began, trying to gain Graelam's attention, but he was speaking to Kassia and did not heed her. "Sit down, Blanche. You will see, 'tis better so." She could scarce eat a bite, her gaze continually going to the high table, questions tumbling through her mind. When will he tell everyone? Why is he waiting? What is he saying to Kassia? "Patience, Blanche," Guy said softly, slanting her an amused look. At least, she thought, turning to the young knight, she could show him her triumph. If Graelam had told Kassia, 'twas likely Guy also knew. "Everything has worked out just as I said it would," she said, her voice sounding shrill and defensive to her own ears. "I think so," Guy said blandly. "There is nothing you can do about it," she hissed at him. "In a few minutes, Graelam will make the announcement." Why did he seem so indifferent to what had happened, so uncaring? "He told me he would," he said. She cursed him softly under her breath, her unspoken disappointment making her say angrily, "It is your hope to take Kassia yourself. Will you volunteer to see her back to her father in Brittany?" "No," he said evenly. Blanche turned at the sound of Graelam's bellow for silence. At last, she thought, straightening, at last. Graelam rose from his chair. "Attend me," he called out. He paused a moment until the hall was quiet. "I have happy news to give you. Blanche, will you please come here? And Guy, of course." Why Guy, she wondered. She walked gracefully to the raised dais, Guy beside her. "Everyone wish the couple well," Graelam said, grinning at Guy. "Blanche and Guy will be wed the day after tomorrow, in the presence of the Duke of Cornwall." "No!" the small word readied to erupt from her mouth, but Guy grabbed her and kissed her heartily, smothering her cry. There was a chorus of shouts and congratulations, and calls for more ale. "It is done, Blanche," Guy said into her mouth. "You whoreson," she spat at him, her mind still reeling. She tried to pull away from him, but his arms were like iron bands. "You didn't think that when I was in your bed," he whispered. "Indeed, you enjoyed yourself much, Blanche, and I did promise you that you would never sleep alone again. You are well caught, my love. Graelam is pleased. You will not gainsay me now." "No," she moaned, still unable to believe what had happened. Guy heard shouts and kissed her again, allowing his hand to slip down her back. "Mayhap my son already grows in your belly, my love. Chitterley is not so grand as Wolffeton, but you will grow contented, you will see. Now, Blanche, smile, else when I come to your bed tonight, I will take you without thought to your pleasure." "You planned this," she gasped, feeling his hand upon her hips. "May you rot in hell, Guy. I will never wed you, never. 'Tis Graelam I want, and I shall have him." Guy was profoundly grateful for the lecherous calls and lewd jests from the men, and Graelam's oblivious presence. "I think, my love, that you and I will leave the hall for a moment. There is much that you must come to understand." Without another word, Guy hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode through the laughing men out of the hall. She struggled mightily, but it was no use. She was panting in fury when he set her down and took her arm, pulling her along with him into... Even as he spoke, he knew he was being unfair and unnecessarily cruel. Guy is lucky, is he not? He is wedding a woman who is soft and giving, a woman who welcomes him gladly to her bed. He saw her stiffen, and her chin rise again. "I believe it time for you to breed me sons, my lady. Even though you are a frigid child, you will do your duty by me." He clasped her slender shoulders and drew her against him. He cupped her face in his large hands, holding her firmly, and kissed her roughly. Her lips were cold and tightly pursed. "Please," she whispered against his mouth, "do not hurt me again. I have done nothing to deserve it." He cursed softly and pushed her away from him. "Have you not? Perhaps I should send you back to Belterre and get myself a wife who is also a woman." His thrust made her blind with fury. "Perhaps you should," she said quite coldly. "Enough," he roared at her. Mount your mare, wife. At least there is something you are good at. You may return to Wolffeton and order preparations for a feast tonight. You would not want Guy to feel unappreciated, would you?" She shook her head, mute, and climbed on Bluebell's back. 21 Kassia stood quietly while Etta tightened the soft silk belt around her waist, drawing in the bright blue silk tunic. She would have preferred dull gray wool, but knew Graelam would be furious with her if she did not appear well-garbed this evening. She had seen nothing of Blanche during the day. It was probably just as well, she thought, wincing as Etta drew her tortoise-shell comb through her hair, tugging at a tangle, for there was no reason at all for Blanche to tell her the truth. She bit her bottom lip. What was the truth? "'Tis lovely you look, my baby," Etta said fondly, stepping back to admire her mistress. "The Duke does not arrive until tomorrow. Why do you wear your best gown tonight?" Kassia gave her a pained smile. "You will see, Etta. Be in the hall." Blanche, as had been her habit the past 2 days, also appeared in one of her best gowns, and looked utterly beautiful, even to Cassia's jaundiced eye. No wonder Guy loved her. Blanche eyed Kassia closely, an arched dark brow winging upward. She asked in a honey-sweet voice, "You have nearly the look of a gentlewoman this evening, Kassia. May I ask why?" "To honor your betrothal, of course," Kassia replied. Blanche blinked rapidly and drew in her breath. "You know? Graelam has spoken to you?" "Aye, he did this morning. I suppose that I must congratulate you." Blanche felt that the world had taken a faulty turn. "Are you not upset? You did understand what—" He paused a moment and regarded her closely. "'Tis odd. Graelam still believes you modest and submissive. That you managed to keep him blind for so long is amazing to me." He laughed heartily. "I assured him that you were quite a woman in my bed." "You do not want me," she said, her eyes against her will going over his body as he bared himself. "It is that little slut you want. You know Graelam does not want her. Damn you, you know it." He stood before her, naked. "Graelam wants her, all right," he said softly. "He merely does not know it yet. And with you gone from Wolffeton, my lady, he will come to understand her quickly enough, and himself. Do you like my body, Blanche? Last night you searched for the scar on my groin before you fell into a sated sleep. And Graelam is a much larger man. I was surprised that you did not recognize me last night, for you were drunk only on lust and not on wine." "I was a fool," she said dully. Guy didn't like the defeat in her eyes. "'Tis likely," he said coolly, dropping down beside her on the hay. "But you have won me, Blanche. You do account me a good lover, do you not?" "I believe you a nasty, cocky whoreson," she spat him. He smiled and pressed her upon her back. "You are a feisty little witch, do you know that? Come now, Blanche, I know you are not indifferent to me, no more than I am to you." He kissed her deeply, his hand gliding downward over her belly. He felt the ripple of pleasure in her as she arched her hips up toward him. "No," he whispered into her mouth, "not indifferent at all. You are a delightful bargain, my love. I will easily make you forget Graelam and Wolffeton." "You could pretend that you are pleased," Graelam said, looking sharply at his wife. Kassia gave him a wan smile. "I will miss Guy," she said. "He has been kind to me." "Aye, so many men are kind to you. Even Drew sings your praises." He leaned closer to her. "Have you entertained the good merchant in your bed?" "Since my bed is also yours, my lord," she said coldly, "you know you speak only to fan your dislike of me." She shrugged. "Of course, since you have not been in your bed for several nights, you cannot really know, can you?" She felt goose-flesh rise on her arms at his deep laugh, and wished she had kept her mouth shut. Why did she allow him to bait her? "You sound lonely, my lady, but I wonder how that can be so, when you are still a child and have no use for men." He sat back in his chair, his arms folded over his chest. I imagine that at this very moment, Guy is thrusting deep between Blanche's lovely thighs. That bothers you, does it not? She shook her head, not looking at him. Kassia, you believe I dislike you. Damn you, look at me when I speak. She obeyed him. I believe it, she whispered. Not at first, but you changed. I, wife? 'Tis only that I discovered my sweet, innocent wife was a deceitful bitch. Was there never to be an end to it? She wondered wearily. I did not hurt you, my lord, nor have I ever been deceitful. He cursed very softly, aware that Blount was looking at him. May I be excused, my lord? He waved her away. He watched her walk gracefully through the hall, stopping to speak to various of his men, and felt his irritation grow. He thought again of the conversation he had had with Drake, his armorer, that afternoon. He admitted to himself that he had been wavering in his beliefs until Drake had matter-of-factly stated in his even, emotionless way that women, even the best of them, couldn't help themselves. They spin tales, my lord, he said, as if he were calmly discussing the weather. Lady Kassia lied to you, but again, she is but a woman. How could she tell you the truth? Drake shrugged and spat into the corner of the armory. Mayhap, Graelam heard himself say, as if from a great distance, she did not lie. She is young, my lord. Wolffeton is vastly different from her home in Brittany. Why did she try to escape you? Why did she come back? Why, my lord, does any woman behave in ways that make our heads spin? He picked up a halberd and began to pound methodically at the iron fastenings. You might as well forget it, my lord. Accept your lady for what she is. Graelam knew that he should have cut off Drake's impudence, but he had wanted to hear what he had to say. He was a man who had lived many years and known many women. He treated Cassia's duplicity as if it were not. Damn her, he thought now, draining the remainder of his wine. Well, well, my lord, the Duke of Cornwall said to Graelam as he gazed about the great hall of Wolffeton, "'Tis quite an improvement, even a carpet." He turned a kindly smile upon Kassia. "You have done more than I thought possible, my lady. It appears you have tamed this big brute. Ah, even cushions on the chairs. Aye, Graelam, you chose your wife wisely." Graelam grunted, and Kassia kept her head lowered. She felt the Duke's bony fingers cupping her chin and slowly raised her head. "And you, my lady, have much benefited from your husband, I see. More meat on your delicate bones. No babe as yet?" Kassia, her eyes held by the old Duke's piercing gaze, could only shake her head. "You'll see to it, my lord," the Duke said, and patted her cheek. He turned slowly, his joints creaking in his own ears, and called out, "Sir Walter, come and meet your new lord." Kassia watched the tall, thin knight stride forward. He was well garbed, and as she listened, she realized that he said all the right words, showing due deference to Graelam. But there was something about him, something that she distrusted and disliked. When he at last turned to her, she realized that it was his eyes. They were dark blue, but cold and flat, without feeling. "My lady," Sir Walter de Grasse said smoothly. She felt naked, even her thoughts stripped bare before him. She thrust up her chin, angered at herself for such fancifulness. "Sir Walter," she said, in a crisp voice, "welcome to Wolffeton." "Sir Walter comes from Cornwall," the Duke said. "Now, unfortunately, he must make his own way." Sir Walter said, "Aye, 'tis true. My family's home was destroyed by the father of that viper Dienwald de Fortenberry." Graelam gazed at the man thoughtfully. He heard venom in his voice and saw the gleam of hatred in his eyes. He said very calmly, "Whatever de Fortenberry has done, Sir Walter, he has not come near to Wolffeton. I do not count him an enemy. I pray you will not forget that." Sir Walter bowed slightly. Kassia shivered. She became aware of her husband's eyes upon her, and immediately broke into speech. "My Lord Duke, we have prepared a chamber for you that has its own carpet. Allow me to show you." When told later at dinner of Sir Die's betrothal, the Duke beamed with pleasure. "A good lad, and worthy. The Lady Blanche, I understand, is Graelam's sister-in-law." His first wife's half-sister, Kassia corrected smoothly. The boy Evian, the Duke continued to Graelam, is he not Blanche's son? Aye. Sir Guy has decided that the lad will remain here at Wolffeton. He is performing his duties quite well. I have hopes that one day he will squire me. Kassia wondered how Blanche felt about leaving Evian at Wolffeton. They had not seemed particularly close, but still, shouldn't Blanche be the one to decide the future of her son? Likely the boy will have many brothers and sisters, the Duke said, casting his ruiny eyes toward Blanche and Sir Guy. The lady looks to be a fine breeder. At least she is a proven breeder, Graelam said dryly. Do you consider wives to be as cattle and horses then, my Lord Duke? Kassia asked, and immediately bit her lip. Graelam's opinion of women she knew well. Likely now she had insulted the Duke. Nay, my dear wife, Graelam said very softly, leaning toward her. Cattle and horses know but one way to mate. Wives, if they but show a little interest, can find breeding very pleasurable. The Duke overheard Graelam's words and laughed loudly. Well said, my lord, but forget not that your lady has many other talents as well. He patted the cushion and sighed in contentment.
My old bones feel like they've melted and gone to heaven. When at last the sweetmeats and fresh fruit were set in front of the Duke, he turned to Graelam, a wide smile on his face, and said, I've a surprise for you, Graelam. Quiet the men, and I will announce my news. Kassia cocked her head to one side, wondering wearily if the Duke had another heiress for Graelam. The Duke of Cornwall rose and stood quietly for a moment, then burst out heartily. Edward I, King of England, returns shortly. His coronation and his queen's will take place in Westminster Abbey in October. My Lord Graelam, your presence is requested at the ceremony. There was wild cheering, and Kassia discreetly motioned for the servants to bring in more ale and wine. Her head whirled with excitement for Graelam. She turned excitedly to her husband. Graelam, you will go, will not you? I must sew you new tunics. You have but one fine one, and a new robe of purple velvet, I think. For the king, you must look very grand. Graelam felt a smile tugging at his mouth at her enthusiasm. And what of you, Kassia? Do you not have need of new gowns and the like? She raised wide, questioning eyes to his face. Do you mean that you wish me to accompany you? He felt a brief wrenching pain at the pitiful stirring of hope he saw in her eyes. Of course you will come with me, he said curtly. Who else would see to my comfort? Any of the female servants, she wanted to yell at him, but her excitement at traveling to London quickly overcame her ire at his words. I will really meet King Edward and Queen Eleanor? Aye, you will meet them, and you do have need of some new gowns, Kassia. Unfortunately, the Duke, as usual, gives us little time to prepare. I will do it, Kassia said. Whatever needs to be done will be done. Graelam fiddled with his wine goblet for a moment, frowning at himself even as he spoke. There is a bolt of gold-threaded silk in my trunk. You will sew yourself a gown from it. Her jaw dropped in surprise, and she blinked at him. 'Tis a pity you gave the necklace away, for you could have worn it with the silk. He saw the light go out of her eyes as if he had struck her. St. Peter's bones, he thought furiously. Why should he feel guilty? She was the one who had played him false. She was the one who persisted in her lies. Nan, he called, more wine. Kassia sat very quietly. In her excitement, she had forgotten momentarily how much he disliked and distrusted her. But of course, he would not forget. He would never forget. She lay curved into a small ball some hours later, the raucous laughter from the hall below softening in her dream. A man's voice spoke, saying very softly, "'Tis time to see if my little wench can breed." She sighed and turned onto her back. Suddenly, she could hear the man's breathing. She blinked and abruptly came awake. "Hold still," Graelam said, his hands on the belt of her bedrobe. He was drunk, she thought frantically. "Please, Graelam," she whispered, pressing her hands against his bare chest. "Hold still," he repeated. He jerked up her bedrobe, giving up on the knot at her waist, and fell on top of her.
He grasped her head between his hands and kissed her, his tongue thrusting deep into her mouth. Kassia felt his swollen manhood against her thighs. She knew she couldn't fight him, and lay perfectly still. He raised his head until he could focus on her face in the dim light. Her eyes were tightly closed. "Damn you," he said softly. He felt her quiver beneath him and smiled bitterly. "I will make you respond," he muttered. He mustered his waning control and eased himself off her. Her eyes flew open, and she drew a shattered breath at his harsh face above her, his mouth set in a grim line. "You want me to force you?" he said. "Then you can hate me all the more." "I don't hate you." He lightly stroked his hand over her throat. "Take off the bedrobe, Kassia." "He controls me," she thought. "He will do just as he pleases with me, despite my wishes." A flicker of rebellion rose within her. "You tell me I am a child, that I do not have a woman's feelings? Why do you bother? Why do you not return to your mistress? Does it please you to hurt me? If so, then just get it over with." Graelam felt the haze of drunkenness gripping his mind, but he was sober enough to make sense of her tumbled words. He realized vaguely that he was likely too drunk to make her respond to him, and that now her mind was locked against him. He rolled off her and rose. "Very well," he said, reaching for his bedrobe. Oddly enough, he felt no anger at her for spurning him. "If I return during the night, you need have no fear of me." He turned on his heel and strode from the bedchamber. 22. Kassia turned away from the cooking shed, mulling over again the words she had overheard Sir Walter say to Guy just before Guy and Blanche had left Wolffeton. "It is a pity that I do not have a father to die and pass me his estates." Guy, who was distracted, had said only, "Aye, 'tis unfortunate." "But there are other ways," Sir Walter had continued after a moment. "Soon, I believe, I will no longer be landless. I will gain what should have always belonged to me." Kassia shivered now, remembering how coldly and emotionally he had spoken, though, objectively, they could simply reflect Sir Walter's ambition. She wished she could tell Graelam of her feelings, but she guessed she would simply look at her like she was a stupid woman and dismiss her out of hand. She paused a moment, gazing at Drake, the armorer, at his work. She missed Guy. Her brow puckered as she recalled his words at his leave-taking. "Now, my lady," he had said, lightly touching her cheek, "the way is clear for you to live at Wolffeton happily and safely." Her eyes flew to his face, but he had shaken his head at her, smiling. "Blanche is a handful, never doubt it, Kassia, but she will please me. You may be certain of that." Kassia was not so certain that would be the case. Although there seemed to be a new softness about Blanche, she nonetheless stared through Kassia, ignoring her completely when they took their leave of Wolffeton. Kassia paused a moment, hearing her husband's forceful voice from the practice field. He had not returned to their bed that night nearly a week before, and since then he had slept with her every night without attempting to touch her. She imagined that after taking his man's pleasure with Nan, he wanted the comfort of his own bed. She wanted to shrug, but couldn't manage to do it. She made her way to Blount's accounting room and began another coward's letter to her father. Not wanting to worry him, she had never mentioned her unhappiness or her husband's obvious distrust of her. She paused a moment over the piece of parchment, thinking about his last letter to her. "Geoffrey is quiet," he had written. "Too quiet, like a snake that is slithering about until he can find a protected place from which to strike." The rest of his letter had merely recounted the day-to-day events at Belterre. Kassia told him of the upcoming coronation and left it at that. "You believe you're so above us all, don't you, my fine lady?" She turned at Nan's sneering voice and frowned. The girl stood in the doorway, her hands on her hips, her hair tossed back, long and thick down her back. Normally, she did not allow Nan's insolence to bother her, for after all, the wench did bed with Graelam. But this attack was both unexpected and beyond the line. "What do you want, Nan?" she asked crisply, rising. "That old crone Etta told me you wanted me to scrub down the trestle tables. Yes, that is what I wish you to do." "We'll see about that," Nan muttered, and flounced away. Kassia frowned. She frowned again several hours later when she finished sewing on her silk gown and went into the great hall. The trestle tables hadn't been cleaned. Furthermore, Nan was sitting in Cassia's chair, waving her hands, giving outlandish orders in a loud, shrewish voice in an effort to mimic her. Kassia felt a surge of rage and strode into the hall.
The other servants saw her before Nan and quickly lowered their heads, bending more ardently to their tasks. "Get out of my chair," Kassia said in a cold voice. "Now." Nan jumped and slithered out of the chair, responding to the voice of authority, but she quickly straightened and faced Kassia. "You will do your assigned tasks, Nan, else you will go into the laundry shed or the fields." "Nay, my lady," Nan said, eyeing her with open contempt. "Ye haven't the power to do that. My lord would never allow it." She ran a hand through her gleaming long hair. "Aye, ye haven't the power. 'Tis hard work, cleaning the trestle tables. My lord wouldn't want me to use my energy and become too tired for him." Kassia heard a soft snicker behind her. She closed her eyes for a brief instant. She was the mistress of Wolffeton. This little slut could not be allowed to speak to her thus, else she would lose all control. She drew herself up to her full height. "You will still your insolent mouth, Nan, and do the work I ordered you to do. Now." "Nay, my lady, 'tis too hard a task. My lord won't want me to harm his child." She clasped her arms about her belly, her eyes challenging Kassia. "Child? Graelam's child?" Kassia felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her eyes traveled over Nan, and even she could now see the slight bulge at her waist. If she had had a knife, she would have stabbed it into Nan, and then into Graelam. Graelam stood in the shadows of the great oak door. Nan's startling words surprised him, but it was not she who held his attention. Kassia looked both ill and furious. He knew that he could not allow Nan to gainsay her mistress, knew it as well as he suspected Kassia did. He strode forward, drawing all eyes. Kassia saw him and wondered dully how much he had overheard. She stood numbly, waiting for him to complete her humiliation. "My lord!" Nan cried, and started toward him. Graelam raised a hand. "What is happening here, my lady?" he asked Kassia. "He knows exactly what has happened," she thought, "and he is baiting me. He will make me say what I believe in front of the servants, then say exactly the opposite." She forced herself to meet his dark gaze. She said in a cool, clear voice, "I have given Nan a task, my lord. She does not wish to do it, because she carries a child, your child." "I see," he said. He turned to Nan. "What is this task that would be so wearing on you?" "Scrubbing the trestle tables, my lord. The Duke's men were pigs, and left them filthy." Graelam gazed back toward his wife. He saw her hands fisted against her sides. He smiled slightly. "Begin the task, Nan, as your mistress instructed. My lady, you will please accompany me now. Begin the task." Kassia looked at him warily. Nan cocked her head to one side, but realized enough to keep her mouth shut. Perhaps he simply didn't wish to embarrass his skinny wife in front of all the servants. She probably should have told him of the child before she attacked Kassia. "Very well, my lord," she said sweetly. "I shall begin the work." "Come, Kassia," Graelam said, and walked from the hall. Kassia knew she had no choice. She trailed after him, her shoulders square and her chin raised. He waited until she had entered their bedchamber, then quietly closed the door. He said nothing for a long moment, merely watched her. That little chin of hers, he noticed, was raised again for battle. "It is your child, of course," Kassia said, hearing the tremor of anger in her voice. "I suspect so," he said calmly. "I suppose you expect me to thank you for not humiliating me in front of the servants? You could, but I doubt that you will." His utter disinterest riled her beyond reason. "I am the mistress of Wolffeton,"
she shouted at him. "Are you?" he asked calmly. "In some ways, I suppose that you are. In others, my lady, you are sorely lacking. Just are you, my lord?" To her surprise, he nodded. "It is true. Now, you will heed me well, my lady. I put a stop to Nan's insolence for the moment. I will handle the wench to your satisfaction if you will agree to become the mistress of Wolffeton." What do you mean? I see I have your full attention. Here is the bargain I propose, my lady. You will come to me willingly in my bed. You will no longer act the outraged maiden or the passive victim. If you refuse, I imagine your life could be particularly unpleasant. He expected her to draw back in disgust, but she didn't move. Her eyes remained wide and questioning on his face. "What do you mean that you will handle Nan to my satisfaction?" "Ah, the terms of the agreement. You are wise to have everything clear before agreeing or disagreeing. I will marry the wench and remove her from Wolffeton. You will never have to deal with her insolence again. That is, if you agree." Kassia could easily imagine what would happen if Nan gained the upper hand. She raised her chin even higher. "I do not think that it is your right to interfere at all in how I manage the servants. And that includes your precious mistress. Then I take it that you do not agree to my bargain?" He thought he heard her curse, and it made him want to smile. "You have not the right. Will you take everything from me?" "On the contrary," he said smoothly, "I wish to give you more. A woman's pleasure, for example. Such pleasure truly does exist, I promise you. Give it to your slut, damn you." He regarded her calmly and said, "How I envy Guy. I heard Blanche's cries of pleasure on their wedding night. Would you grant to Guy what you refuse to grant to me? I would grant none of you anything. Enough, Kassia. What is your answer? If I refuse, will you release Nan from all her duties and make her the mistress of Wolffeton?" Of course he would not, but he saw that Kassia did not realize that. He merely shrugged, looking bored and impatient. She looked away from him, her hands clenching and unclenching in front of her. "I don't know what to do," she cried. "All I desire is your cooperation. I will teach you the rest. Come, wife, my men await me. What is your answer?" I agree," she said in a whisper. He made no move toward her. "Very well. Now you will come with me back into the hall and give Nan her orders. I will endeavor to find her a husband." Kassia followed him, her thoughts in a whirl. Why did he even bother? Why was it so important to him that she enjoy coupling? She did not understand him. Nan gasped in disbelief, her eyes pleading on Graelam's face. She pleased him, the horse-horn, she thought venomously, and now he was choosing his skinny wife over her. It occurred to her that she had pushed Kassia too hard, challenged her too openly. She saw it in the eyes of the other servants. They were enjoying her downfall, rot them. She had to speak to Graelam alone. Graelam took Kassia's hand and drew her with him to the inner bailey. "You will begin to fulfill your bargain this night, wife." He squeezed her hand slightly and left her to stare after him. Later, Graelam watched Sir Walter wash down his head and torso at the well. "All goes well, Walter." "Aye, my lord. I wish you to ride with 3 men tomorrow morning to the domain farm that lies due west 3 miles. The farmer's name is Robert, I believe, and he has recently lost his wife. I want you to bring him to Wolffeton." Walter readily agreed, not caring why Graelam wanted the farmer brought to Wolffeton. He only wished he could travel farther than the 3 miles, toward Dienwell de Fortenberry's stronghold. Graelam decided wisely not to speak to Nan until the following day. He had no real faith that Kassia would hold to the bargain. He felt nothing in particular about Nan or the fact that she carried his child. He would provide support, of course, and pay the farmer well to marry her. It was his second bastard. The first, a girl, had died in her first year of life. His father had bragged about the wenches he had gotten with child, and claimed more than a dozen children.
However, Graelam had never seen any resemblance to himself in any of the peasants around Wolffeton. He thought of Kassia's small belly filled with his child, and felt an intense jolt of pleasure. "I am becoming a half-wit," he told himself, and roared furiously at one of his men-at-arms who had bungled his lance. "Your hair is growing quickly, my baby," Etta said, as she brushed through the shiny tresses. "I believe it is thicker than before your illness. Still, you should not wear a wimple or even a snood." Kassia looked into the polished silver mirror. Her chestnut hair fell in soft curls nearly to her shoulders. She said in a clipped voice, "I begin to look like a female again. In just a few minutes, I will have to pretend that I like being one." Oddly enough, she remembered how she had liked her husband touching her and kissing her, until he had hurt her, until he had shown how much he despised her. How could anything be different now? "Your lord dealt well with that little slut, Nan," Etta continued as she straightened the chamber from Kassia's bath. "You will no longer have to put up with her tantrums." "No, I will not," Kassia said. "I have also heard that the new knight, Sir Walter, is not as popular with the men as was Sir Guy." "Where did you hear that?" Kassia asked sharply. Etta shrugged. "From one of the men, likely. I do not remember. I find him a cold lout and a secretive one." "I wonder what Graelam thinks of him," Kassia said, more to herself than to her old nurse. "Your lord is an astute man. If Sir Walter is not what he appears, he will soon be ousted." "I trust you are right, Etta." "Right about what?" Graelam asked as he came into the chamber. Etta replied readily enough. "Right about Sir Walter." "Perhaps," Kassia essayed bravely, "he is not what he appears to be." Graelam's brows drew together in a mighty frown. "Has he bothered you?" Kassia blinked at him. "Nay, my lord, it is just that I do not completely trust him. He reminds me somewhat of Geoffrey." "I see," Graelam said. He dismissed Etta and stood quietly watching his wife fidget about the room, her hands going again and again to the sash at her waist. "Are you still of the same mind, my lady?" he asked quietly. She swallowed and nodded, not meeting his eyes. "I promised you once that I would not force you again. You still believe that you will have to bear pain and pretend to enjoy me, do you not?" "I have known nothing else," she said, her eyes focused on her bare feet, sinking down into the soft carpet. "You will tonight." I will try, Graelam." There was a soft rap on the door, and Graelam opened it. Evian handed him a tray upon which stood wine and 2 goblets. "You do not have to make me drunk, my lord." He smiled at her. "Nay, but I do think you need to relax a bit, my lady. Here." He handed her a goblet of wine, then poured himself one. She sipped at the cool, sweet wine slowly, wondering vaguely how it slipped down her clogged throat. She felt her face grow warm as she downed a second goblet. Everything seemed softer. Her tongue loosened, and she spoke her thoughts aloud. "Why is it important to you that I like coupling with you?" "I do not want my child conceived in fear," he said, knowing he wasn't being honest with her. "Does it matter?" "To me, it does." He did not want to probe his own reasons, and said abruptly, "Enough wine, Kassia. Get into bed now." She obeyed him, forcing herself not to burrow under the covers. He watched her from the corner of his eye as he quickly undressed. Indeed, he thought, why did it matter what she felt? She was but a woman, and his wife. But it did matter, and for whatever reason, he was pleased that he had thought of a way to ensure her compliance. He saw her face pale when he eased into the bed beside her. "She thinks I will savage her now," he thought. He smiled wryly, stretched upon his back, and pillowed his head with his arms. After a moment, he asked, "Did Nan do your bidding?" "Aye, but unwillingly." Her reply was barely above a strangled whisper. It was time, he decided, to see if she would hold to the bargain. "Kassia, come here." He did not look at her, but felt the bed sink down as she moved toward him. "Now," he said, turning his head to look at her, "I want you to kiss me." Kassia frowned a moment, wondering at him. He hadn't moved. His hands were still pillowed beneath his head. Slowly she rose on her elbow, leaned down, and quickly pecked him on his mouth. "Excellent," he said gravely. Still he did not move. "Now I want you to kiss me again. Only this time, part your lips." He felt her warm breath, sweet from the wine, as her lips brushed his mouth again. He looked up into her eyes and smiled. That wasn't so terrible, was it? She shook her head. "I want to feel your tongue on my mouth. It will not hurt, I promise you." As Kassia, filled with embarrassment and wariness, did as he bid her, she became aware, very slowly, of her body pressed against him. He is so large, she thought vaguely, for the first time feeling his tongue lightly touch hers. She drew back an instant, but as he made no move, joined her tongue with his. "It is the wine that is making me feel warm," she thought. She was unaware that her hand now rested on his chest, and her fingers were tentatively winding in his thick mat of hair. When she raised her head, she was panting slightly, and there was a look of profound worry in her eyes. He wanted to laugh, and at the same time to crush her against him, but he did neither. "Again, Kassia," he said softly. He allowed her to do just as she wished, and was delighted when she deepened the kiss, her hand now on his shoulder, her fingers digging into his flesh. He felt her soft breasts pressing against his chest, and wondered if he could control himself. Very slowly, he brought one hand from beneath his head to rest lightly on her back. He felt her start and draw back, wary again. He began to stroke her soft hair, steeling himself against the raging desire she was raising in him. He thought he would explode when her hand drifted over his chest, downward to his belly. "Do you like the way I feel?" he asked her, the words warm in her mouth. His answer was a small gasp as she whipped her hand away. She did not know why she had wanted to touch him. It was as if her body was no longer taking orders from her mind. I do not mind kissing you," she managed after a breathless moment. "I am pleased," he said, hearing the rough huskiness in his voice. St. Peter's bones, he thought, barely stifling a groan. This was a torture he could never have imagined. She was kissing his chin now, her fingers sliding beneath his head to bring him closer to her. When she made another foray into his mouth, he felt her quiver when his tongue touched hers. Her bare thigh was rubbing lightly against his, and he could feel her tentative urgency. If he allowed her to continue, he knew that he would lose control. He gently brought his other hand down and clasped her shoulder, pushing her away from him. "You have done well," he said, looking closely into her vague eyes. "Go to sleep now, Kassia." She stared at him stupidly, aware of the coiling heat in her belly, aware that her breasts felt tingly and swollen, aware that she did not want to stop what she was doing. I don't understand," she gasped. "Go to sleep," he repeated. He pushed her gently away from him and rolled over onto his stomach, his head turned away from her. He knew that she had not moved. He smiled, painfully, and added quietly, "I want you to take off your bedrobe. When you become cold during the night, I want you to come to me for warmth. Good night, wife." Kassia's numbed fingers pulled at the belt, flinging it away from her. She slipped out of the bedrobe, and with a deep, confused sigh, curled up on her side. "I will never understand you," she said into the darkness. Perhaps, he thought, still striving to calm his breathing, he would never understand himself. 23. The farmer Robert was delighted with the offer of a new wife.
That she carried the Lord's child bothered him not a bit. She was a comely wench and quite young. With the sons she would doubtless bear him, his farm would prosper, and him along with it. As for the Lord's child, that one would be well taken care of. He realized quickly that she was not at all pleased with the prospect of becoming his wife, but he thought tolerantly that would quickly change. Nan was at first disbelieving, then utterly furious. She shot venomous glances at Kassia, saving her pleading looks for Graelam. But it was all to no avail.
As for the farmer, she hated him on sight, though, objectively, he was neither old nor ill-looking. Wolffeton's priest, Father Tobias, married the couple with dispatch, and Graelam presented the farmer with a cask of his finest wine, as well as a dowry for Nan. If Kassia believed Graelam to be rather cold-blooded about casting off his mistress, she had to admit to overwhelming relief that the girl would be gone. Even during the brief ceremony, she found her thoughts going over and over what had happened the previous night. It both galled and frightened her that she had felt something whilst she had kissed him, something that made her feel very warm and urgent. Yet Graelam had pushed her away, rejected her. This morning, when she had awakened, he was gone, and he had greeted her in the hall as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred between them. For a moment, she had felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. She stood quietly beside him, watching Nan and her new husband ride in an open cart from Wolffeton, the cask of wine set up beside Nan like a plump child. She toyed briefly with the notion that she would tell him the bargain was off. He could no longer threaten her with Nan's insolence. She bit her tongue. She was no longer certain that she didn't want the bargain to continue, if continue it would. Why, she berated herself silently, hadn't she asked her father to explain men to her? Graelam wished fervently for a fight. His energy was inexhaustible, his mood violent. He would have even welcomed Dinwald de Fortenberry pillaging his lands, if only he could meet the man in battle. Since his wish wasn't to be granted, at least that day, he rode off with a dozen men to the village of Wolffeton, and worked frenetically to finish the defensive wall. He was utterly exhausted when he returned late that afternoon, pleased that he had exorcised his wife from his thoughts during most of the day. But he didn't feel as exhausted as he had believed when Kassia entered their bedchamber while he was bathing. "I have come to assist you, my lord," she said, not quite meeting his eyes. He was relieved that the water level hid his desire from her. "You may wash my back," he said abruptly, and leaned forward. Kassia stared at the broad, expansive back. She could feel the movement of sinewy muscle beneath the bathing cloth. To her surprise, she felt a rising warmth, coming, she believed, directly from her belly. "What did you do today?" Graelam asked rather desperately, trying to distract himself. "I have finished your new tunic. I trust you will approve. What about your gown? I will begin it shortly." Her hand dipped down below the water toward his hips, and he whipped his head around. "That is enough, Kassia. Go see to our meal." He thought he saw a flicker of hurt in her eyes, but it was quickly masked. "I will be down shortly." She nodded, unable to speak, for there was a knot of misery forming in her throat. She left the bedchamber, and severely berated a serving wench when she carelessly dropped a silver platter. Sir Walter de Grasse turned his gaze again to the raised dais, to Lady Kassia. He sensed her dislike of him, and found it angered him. So proud she was, the lord's wife, who had willingly taken up with Dinwald de Fortenberry. He had heard the description of the man Edmund she had given her husband in her attempts to appease him. Features the color of coarse sand. Aye, it could be none other than de Fortenberry. Just how she had managed to meet him was beyond Walter, but he supposed that women are devious and more capable of deceit and cunning than most men believed. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on either side of his trencher. Soon, he thought, as soon as he had the opportunity, he would bring de Fortenberry here to Wolffeton. He wondered how the proud Kassia would react when she saw her lover. He frowned a moment, thinking of the men who had professed to believe her unlikely tale. No, he was certain she had lied. He only wondered why Lord Graelam seemed so gentle with her. Had she been his wife, he would have beaten her to death for such an offense. He wondered if he should simply tell Graelam the identity of the man. Graelam's rage would likely lead him against de Fortenberry. Sir Walter downed his goblet of ale and continued his thinking. "Do you wish to play a game of chess with me?" Graelam asked Kassia. I think so, she said, fiddling with a piece of bread. He laughed softly. You are not certain? As I recall, you have beaten me more times than not. She remembered wanting to kick him, and said more strongly, I should enjoy it, my lord. When they sat across from each other in their bedchamber, the chess table between them, Graelam leaned back in his chair, watching Kassia concentrate on the position of her pieces. Very slowly, he stretched out his legs, allowing his thigh to brush against her. She jumped, her eyes flying to his face. See to your bishop, Kassia, he said, ignoring her reaction. My bishop, she repeated, tearing her eyes away from his face. I, your queen's bishop. He smiled at her, seeing her abstraction. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming. Why do we not make the game more interesting? How? We have yet to trade even a pawn. Let us say that every piece you lose to me, you will kiss me. Kassia became very still. Her lips twitched. And what would happen, my lord, were you to lose a piece to me? Ah, in that case, I suppose I shall just have to kiss you. She glanced warily at the board between them. Do you really wish to? Wish to what? Kiss you? She nodded, still not looking at him. Let us just say that you will suffer my kisses as I will yours. Agreed? Very well. On Graelam's next move, he took her king's knight. He sat back, watching the myriad expressions flit over her face. Well, wife, he asked. That was not a wise move, my lord, she said stiffly. You will lose both a bishop and a pawn. I will suffer the consequences, he said, and patted his thigh. Come and pay your forfeit, Kassia. What disturbed Kassia, as she slowly rose from her chair, was that she wanted to kiss him. She stood beside him a moment, then allowed him to draw her onto his lap. She closed her eyes tightly and pursed her lips. She felt his large hands holding her loosely about her waist. Slowly she leaned forward and pecked him on his mouth. That, Kassia, he said, his dark eyes mocking, is hardly a kiss. Try again. She ran her tongue nervously over her lower lip. I believe, she said, that this game could last a very long time. He said softly. She looked deeply into his eyes, very aware of him. She wanted to ask him why he was being so kind to her. Was it possible that he finally believed that she hadn't stolen the necklace, that she hadn't tried to escape him? She parted her lips slightly and leaned against him. He allowed her the kiss, leaving his hands about her waist, not forcing her at all. He felt her small breasts pressing against his chest, and wondered, as her tongue touched her lips, if she could feel his hardness beneath her hips. She was breathing more quickly when she broke off her kiss. He made no move to continue it, merely smiled at her. I believe you are learning, he said. He felt her leaning toward him again, her eyes upon his mouth. He quickly tightened his hold about her waist and lifted her off his lap. Onward, wife. I believe it is your move. Kassia felt slightly dazed.
She shook her head as she sat again in her chair, forcing her attention back to the chessboard. Her wits cleared, and she gave him an impish smile, the dimples in her cheeks deepening. "'Tis now your move, my lord," she said. "Perhaps not such a long game," Graelam said. She had not taken his bishop, merely moved her king-pawn forward another square. Without a thought, he took her pawn, laying himself open to at least a check. He said nothing, merely patted his thighs again. When Kassia leaned away from him this time, she wondered vaguely if he could hear her heart pounding. She squirmed a bit on his thighs and felt his muscles tighten beneath her. She flushed at what she had done and hung her head. I don't know what's wrong with me," she whispered. "We will see," Graelam said, and again lifted her off his lap. She was forced at last to take one of his pieces. She raised her head. "I do not believe I can hold you in my lap, my lord." She looked so very worried that he was hard-pressed not to laugh. "Then you must come here, I suppose." When she was settled again on his thighs, he said softly, "Remember, wife, this is my kiss. You are not to caress me or move against me."
"But I didn't," she began, only to draw in her breath when his mouth closed over hers. She felt his hand on the back of her head, tangling in her hair, bringing her closer. "Just relax," he murmured in her mouth. "You have nothing to do but close your eyes and let me kiss you." He didn't press her, merely deepened the pressure slowly, as he felt her begin to respond to him. Very slowly, he eased his hands around toward her breasts. To his utter delight, when he gently cupped her breasts in his hands, she moaned softly into his mouth, arching her back. He released her immediately. Never, he thought, somewhat dazed himself, had he seen such a look of disappointment on a woman's face. Woman. Aye, he thought, tonight he would make her a woman. As he watched her move shakily back to her chair, he wondered if she wouldn't attack him before the game was through. He continued to study her as she regained her wits and gazed at the board. He remembered, with some pain, how she had been so open and trusting of him before he had forced her. Would she admit the truth to him once he regained her trust? He wanted her to beg him to take her. His jaw tightened, and the next kiss he gave her was quick and passionless. After some 15 more minutes, Kassia had lost all but her king and 2 pawns. "An exciting game," Graelam said. "I am tired," he continued, rising and stretching. "I wish to go to bed." He saw her look warily at him, but ignored it. "Unless you wish for another game?" "Nay," she said, quickly, plucking nervously at the folds of her gown. "One final kiss for the winner. Come here, Kassia." She walked slowly toward him, her eyes never leaving his face. He gathered her gently to him, leaned down, and lightly touched her lips. She parted her lips without any instruction from him, and, despite his intentions, his hands stroked down her back to cup around her buttocks. He drew her up until her belly was pressed against his swollen manhood. She wrapped her arms about his neck, unthinking now, only feeling, and wanting to feel more, much more. "Please," she whispered. "Please what?" he asked, molding her more tightly against him, his fingers caressing the curve of her hips. I don't know." Her voice was nearly a wail. "And if I give you what you want, will you finally admit the truth to me?" She stared up at him blankly, then her face flooded with color, and her arms fell away from him. If he could have kicked himself, he would have. She was stiff and cold and withdrawn. "Come to bed," he said harshly, and turned away from her. He lay on his back, staring up into the darkness. He heard her sobbing in harsh little gasps and imagined that she had stuffed her fist into her mouth. He listened until he could bear it no longer. "Kassia," he said softly, "come here. I promise I will not hurt you." He waited patiently until she rolled toward him. He drew her into his arms, feeling the wet of her tears against his chest. Her sobs eased as he gently stroked her back. "I will say nothing more about it," he said finally. "But you will never believe me." "I want to come inside you, Kassia. I don't think I can hold back another night." He felt her quiver at his words, but he did not know whether it was in fear or in anticipated pleasure. He had spoken the truth. His body was aching for release. He quickly pulled off her bedrobe and groaned with the pleasure of her naked body against his. "You are so small, so delicate," he whispered against her temple as his hands stroked over her breasts and belly. "Part your legs, Kassia." She felt his finger ease inside her, and her muscles clenched convulsively. "You are ready for me," he said. When he withdrew his finger, she felt her own wetness against her belly. He wanted to caress her, to make her cry out for him, but his body was wound tight as a bowstring. When she moved against him, he thought he would lose control. "I cannot wait," he gasped, and moved between her legs. Gently, he eased inside her, feeling her stretch for him, feeling himself slide easily into her. He moaned at the unbelievable sensation and thrust his full length into her. He leaned over her, cupping her face in his hands. He wished he could see her eyes. "Am I hurting you?" he asked softly into her mouth. She shook her head. It feels odd. Actually, she thought, as he moved slowly over her, if coupling were always this way, it was quite bearable. The thought was surprising, but more surprising was the slow ache that was building low in her belly, separate from him, yet also a part of him. Graelam, her voice suspended in bewilderment when he thrust his tongue into her mouth, just as his manhood was delving deeply into her belly. The urgent heat was building deep within her, and she moved beneath him, arching her back upward, her arms tight around his waist. Kassia, do not. But it was too late. He could no longer hold back. He moaned raggedly, deep in his throat, and thrust into her. For an instant, as she felt his seed explode within her, filling her, she felt a pounding need to respond. But as he quieted over her, the need slowly faded, leaving her vaguely disappointed, not knowing what it was that she sought. She stroked her hands over his back, kneading the thick, hard muscles, enjoying the feel of his man's body. She heard his breathing slow, felt his body relaxing over her. His weight was
The she shook her head as she sat again in her chair, forcing her attention back to the chessboard. Her wits cleared, and she gave him an impish smile, the dimples in her cheeks deepening. "'Tis now your move, my lord," she said. "Perhaps not such a long game," Graelam said. She had not taken his bishop, merely moved her king-pawn forward another square. Without a thought, he took her pawn, laying himself open to at least a check. He said nothing, merely patted his thighs again. When Kassia leaned away from him this time, she wondered vaguely if he could hear her heart pounding. She squirmed a bit on his thighs and felt his muscles tighten beneath her. She flushed at what she had done and hung her head. I don't know what's wrong with me," she whispered. "We will see," Graelam said, and again lifted her off his lap. She was forced at last to take one of his pieces. She raised her head. "I do not believe I can hold you in my lap, my lord." She looked so very worried that he was hard-pressed not to laugh. "Then you must come here, I suppose." When she was settled again on his thighs, he said softly, "Remember, wife, this is my kiss. You are not to caress me or move against me." "But I didn't," she began, only to draw in her breath when his mouth closed over hers. She felt his hand on the back of her head, tangling in her hair, bringing her closer. "Just relax," he murmured in her mouth. "You have nothing to do but close your eyes and let me kiss you." He didn't press her, merely deepened the pressure, slowly, as he felt her begin to respond to him. Very slowly, he eased his hands around toward her breasts. To his utter delight, when he gently cupped her breasts in his hands, she moaned softly into his mouth, arching her back. He released her immediately. Never, he thought, somewhat dazed himself, had he seen such a look of disappointment on a woman's face. Woman. Aye, he thought, tonight he would make her a woman. As he watched her move shakily back to her chair, he wondered if she wouldn't attack him before the game was through. He continued to study her as she regained her wits and gazed at the board. He remembered, with some pain, how she had been so open and trusting of him before he had forced her. Would she admit the truth to him once he regained her trust? He wanted her to beg him to take her. His jaw tightened, and the next kiss he gave her was quick and passionless. After some 15 more minutes, Kassia had lost all but her king and 2 pawns. "An exciting game," Graelam said. "I am tired," he continued, rising and stretching. "I wish to go to bed." He saw her look warily at him, but ignored it. "Unless you wish for another game." "Nay," she said quickly, plucking nervously at the folds of her gown. "One final kiss for the winner. Come here, Kassia." She walked slowly toward him, her eyes never leaving his face. He gathered her gently to him, leaned down, and lightly touched her lips. She parted her lips without any instruction from. She felt a stirring deep within her, awakening her body as surely as she had awakened with the dawn, making her move slowly and quietly against him. She slid the palm of her hand over his chest and felt the slow, regular pounding of his heart. She breathed deeply, relieved that he slept.
She should move away from him, she thought, but her body had no intention of obeying her. Her hand slipped down through the hair on his chest to his flat, hard belly. Her fingers stroked the ridges of smooth muscle and moved still lower. Feeling the edge of the scar at his groin, she followed its roughness over his thigh. When her arm brushed against his manhood, lying soft against him, a surge of warmth spurted through her, making her move once more against his thigh. She squeezed her eyes shut at the unbelievable sensations it brought. Her breathing quickened, and her body continued its sensuous movements, knowing instinctively what to do. She realized that she wanted to touch him, to feel the texture of his flesh, to try to understand why his body, with no effort from him, was making her feel the way she was. Slowly, tentatively, her heart pounding loudly in the silence of the chamber, her fingers closed around him, and she cradled him in her hand. She did not realize that she was moving rhythmically against his thigh, deepening the pressure. But Graelam did. He did not move. When her fingers closed over him, he thought he would jerk upward, but he held himself still. He lifted his thigh very slowly, and the pressing upward motion brought a small cry from her lips. Never had she taken the initiative, and he smiled with pleasure, then grimaced in the next moment, not certain how long he could remain quietly under her touch. In a moment, her hand could no longer close over him. Her head flew up to his face, and she saw him regarding her intently. "You are awake?" she said stupidly. "I," he said, forcing himself to hold still. A soft moan came unbidden from her mouth, and she flushed, her eyes widening in bewilderment and embarrassment. Your leg, it makes me feel so." He moved his thigh against her, feeling the growing moistness, and reveling in it. "You feel so what?" She smiled, ducking her head and pressing it against his chest. "I do not think I can stop moving against you," she whispered. Her fingers fell away from her manhood, and he drew in a deep breath in disappointment. He thought vaguely that men were utterly physical, with no modesty over their bodies, born, it seemed, with the need to have a woman stroke them and caress them. Whilst women— The thought left him when Kassia moaned softly again, now kneading her fingers in his belly. He gently lifted her onto her back. Her eyes flew to his face, but he only kissed her lightly on her mouth, teasing her with his tongue, but not forcing himself upon her. His hand cupped her breast, his thumb stroking over her nipple, and still she stared up at him unmoving. He smiled down at her, knowing well what she needed. His fingers found her, and he sucked in his breath at the warmth and wetness of her. His stroking was rhythmic, his fingers pressing deeply, then lightly teasing her, making her wail in mounting frustration. "Graelam," she cried, clutching his shoulders frantically. "I?" he asked softly, watching her face. I cannot bear it," she gasped. Her hips lurched upward against his fingers, and he moved more quickly and surely against her. He had pleasured women many times in this fashion, but never had he felt so involved, as if all he felt depended upon her feelings. He felt the tenseness in her legs, and slowly thrust his tongue into her mouth. She gasped with the pleasure of it. "Kassia," he murmured, and the sound of her name on his lips sent her spinning into a realm of sensation that she had never imagined existed. She writhed against him, sharp cries bursting from her throat. He watched every expression on her face, from the utter surprise in her eyes to the dazed, vague sheen when the deep pleasure tore through her, making her unaware of him, unaware of everything except the pounding, radiating sensations coming from beneath his fingers. At the height of her release, she cried out his name, and he moaned softly with the pleasure of it. For a moment, she seemed senseless. He kissed her gently, feeding on her soft mouth, enjoying her small, jagged gasps of breath. To his immense delight, he felt her quiver anew when he cupped his hand over her, gently pressing his palm against her. She seemed hardly aware that she was moaning softly again, arching her back upward, moving jerkily against him. He brought her to pleasure again, and this time she clutched him to her, sobbing into his shoulder. She was filled with passion, he thought, so utterly responsive to him. He wondered if he could bring her to pleasure yet again, but decided against it this time. She was unused to the feelings that were rampaging through her body. Soon, he thought, gathering her against him and stroking her back, he would test the depths of her passion. He realized that he had not thought of his own need even once. "You are becoming a half-wit," he told himself, yet he was smiling when he gently kissed her ear and pressed her against the length of his body. He did not fall asleep again, but Kassia did, a deep, sated sleep. Whilst women, his thinking of many moments before continued, women were more complex. At least Kassia was. He realized that she had to trust him completely before her body could open to him. But what man cared about a woman's trust? What man cared if a woman enjoyed coupling? He did, unfortunately, and he knew well that he could not retreat from her now. 24. Graelam smiled at the sound of Kassia's bright laugh. No longer was she the pale, silent little ghost of the week before. She was full of energy, full of laughter, and full of desire for him. He had never before wanted to be with a woman, other than to couple with her, but everything seemed different now. He enjoyed her teasing, enjoyed watching her care for Wolffeton and all its people, enjoyed the softened look in her eyes whenever she met his gaze. Invariably, when that happened, she blushed, and he would smile wickedly and whisper intimate words to her, causing her to blush even more furiously. He learned that she could not respond to him in bed if something was on her mind, a problem with a servant, perhaps, or a new project taking shape in her thoughts.
She felt a stirring deep within her, awakening her body as surely as she had awakened with the dawn, making her move slowly and quietly against him. She slid the palm of her hand over his chest and felt the slow, regular pounding of his heart. She breathed deeply, relieved that he slept. She should move away from him, she thought, but her body had no intention of obeying her. Her hand slipped down through the hair on his chest to his flat, hard belly. Her fingers stroked the ridges of smooth muscle and moved still lower. Feeling the edge of the scar at his groin, she followed its roughness over his thigh. When her arm brushed against his manhood, lying soft against him, a surge of warmth spurted through her, making her move once more against his thigh. She squeezed her eyes shut at the unbelievable sensations it brought. Her breathing quickened, and her body continued its sensuous movements, knowing instinctively what to do. She realized that she wanted to touch him, to feel the texture of his flesh, to try to understand why his body, with no effort from him, was making her feel the way she was. Slowly, tentatively, her heart pounding loudly in the silence of the chamber, her fingers closed around him, and she cradled him in her hand. She did not realize that she was moving rhythmically against his thigh, deepening the pressure. But Graelam did. He did not move. When her fingers closed over him, he thought he would jerk upward, but he held himself still. He lifted his thigh very slowly, and the pressing upward motion brought a small cry from her lips. Never had she taken the initiative, and he smiled with pleasure, then grimaced in the next moment, not certain how long he could remain quietly under her touch. In a moment her hand could no longer close over him. Her head flew up to his face, and she saw him regarding her intently. "You are awake," she said, stupidly. "Aye," he said, forcing himself to hold still. A soft moan came unbidden from her mouth, and she flushed, her eyes widening in bewilderment and embarrassment. Your leg, it makes me feel so—" He moved his thigh against her, feeling the growing moistness, and reveling in it. "You feel so— what?" She smiled, ducking her head and pressing it against his chest. "I do not think I can stop moving against you," she whispered. Her fingers fell away from her manhood, and he drew in a deep breath in disappointment.
He thought vaguely that men were utterly physical, with no modesty over their bodies, born, it seemed, with the need to have a woman stroke them and caress them. Whilst women, the thought left him when Kassia moaned softly again, now kneading her fingers in his belly. He gently lifted her onto her back. Her eyes flew to his face, but he only kissed her lightly on her mouth, teasing her with his tongue, but not forcing himself upon her. His hand cupped her breast, his thumb stroking over her nipple, and still she stared up at him, unmoving. He smiled down at her, knowing well what she needed. His fingers found her, and he sucked in his breath at the warmth and wetness of her. His stroking was rhythmic, his fingers pressing deeply, then lightly teasing her, making her wail in mounting frustration. "Graelam," she cried, clutching his shoulders frantically. "I?" he asked, softly, watching her face. I cannot bear it," she gasped. Her hips lurched. It was a terrifying, nonsensical thought, and one he did not wish to consider. A wife sees to her husband's comfort, both in his keep and his body. Most men of his acquaintance believed and parroted religiously. He turned again, hearing her laughter, and realized that it was coming from the practice field. What would Kassia be doing among his men? He strode to the wide field and drew to an abrupt halt. There she sat, wearing a white wool cloth over her hair and a faded green wool gown. His men gathered around her. If he had not recognized her laugh, he would have thought her a serving wench. "Nay, Bran," he heard her say, the laughter still in her voice. "The remaining pie is for my lord. You have already had your share." He saw that she was holding a tray, and his men were either eating or wiping their mouths. Her lord. Any thought of chastising her for interrupting his men disappeared from his mind. When she saw him, she skipped toward him, startled pleasure at seeing him in her eyes. "I had thought you buried with Blount," she said gaily. "Here, my lord, it is an apple tart, freshly baked." He accepted the pastry from her, realizing belatedly that his expression was probably just as besotted as the rest of his men's. He wiped his mouth and smiled down at her. "It was delicious, my lady, but I do not believe that these stupid louts are deserving of your consideration." He heard loud guffaws from behind him. Kassia was laughing with the rest of them. Without really wishing to, he lightly touched his fingers to her smooth cheek. "Go now, little one," he said softly, "else I might be tempted to toss you over my shoulder and show you how delicious you are." She flushed, disclaimed, smiled wickedly at him, and sped from the practice field. Some time later, Rolf said to him, "You are a lucky man, my lord." "Aye, very lucky." "Aye," Graelam said blandly, wiping the sweat from his brow and gazing toward the fortified eastern wall. "Wolffeton is a castle to be proud of. The jakes no longer stink, and Bernard does much better in the stables with the horses." He stretched, eyeing his master-at-arms from the corner of his eye. Rolf could not recognize a jest if it kicked him in his lean butt. Rolf cleared his throat. "Aye," he said slowly, "that is true, my lord, but I was speaking of your lady wife." He drew himself up, frowning at the slight smile on his master's lips. "She brings joy to us, my lord. It pleases me all the men to see her smile again. She didn't betray you." He immediately quashed the thought. He had decided many days before that he had been as much to blame as she for her leaving him, and, he had thought, over and over, she had returned to him. But why will she not tell me the truth? He shook his head, realizing vaguely that it brought him a measure of pain to think about it. He said aloud, "There is enough pain in life without adding to it." Rolf pulled on his ear. "She is a dear child," he said at last. "Nay, my old friend, she is not a child," Graelam said. Late that night, as he caressed her soft belly, feeling her rippling response to him, he said quietly, "You are no longer a child, Kassia." Her answer was a moaning cry that made his loins tighten. He wanted to bury himself within her. He pushed her to the edge of her climax, then thrust into her. Her release was immediate and rending. She cried out helplessly into his mouth. Her back arched up against him, so beyond herself in that long moment that she could think of nothing, only feel. He was held spellbound in her pleasure before his own need consumed him. He moved slightly, afraid that his weight was too much for her. He felt her slender arms clutching around his back. "Nay," she whispered, "do not leave me." He slipped his arms around her and rolled onto his back, bringing her on top of him. She left, surprised, for he was still deep inside her. "You are now to be ridden, my lord." "Aye," he said, cupping her face in his hands and bringing her lips down. "In a moment, Kassia, in a moment. I feel so." She paused, her eyes caressing his face, as her lips curved into a smile. "Not so full as I did." He lightly slapped her hips. "Mouthy wench." He stroked his hands over her back. Gently, he eased her off him and laid her on her back. He leaned over her, balanced on his elbow. Kassia felt embarrassed at his scrutiny and brought her hand up to cover herself. "What is this?" he asked, surprised. He pushed her hand away. "You are filling out nicely, Kassia." His calloused fingers roved lightly over her breast. "Very nicely," he murmured, and leaned down to caress her with his mouth. "Do you really think so?" He raised his head. She flushed. "I mean, I was so skinny." He looked down the length of her, his eyes pausing a moment on the soft triangle of curls between her thighs, still damp from their passion. "You are," he said, his voice rough and deep. "As are you, my lord," she said softly. Damn it, he did not want to leave her. He eyed the messenger from Crandall, knowing he had no choice but to return and stem the rebellion there. "I'll take her with me," he thought, only to reject his decision almost immediately. He wanted her kept safe, above all. Damn Raymond de Courcy, nephew of the former castellan. He had not been overly impressed with the man, yet more fool he had made him governor of the small keep on the southern edge of Wolffeton. What had the fool done to bring the peasants to revolt so quickly? He dismissed the tired messenger and strode to their bedchamber. He found her there, seated by the window, sewing. He remembered suddenly the last time he had left her, and flinched at the memory. He had been back less than 2 days before he had hurt her. "I must leave," he said without preamble. She jabbed her finger with the needle and cried out softly. "I am clumsy," she said, watching a drop of blood well up. He dropped to his knees beside her chair and took the finger in his hand. Gently, he lifted the finger to his mouth and licked away the blood. "Where do you go, my lord?" she asked, her voice breathless. He lightly kissed the finger and rose. "To Crandall. De Courcy's messenger tells of a revolt amongst the peasants." She felt a spurt of fear for him. "Will there be danger?" "Perhaps, but not likely," he said, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. Kassia was not fooled. She saw the gleam of anticipation in his dark eyes. "How long will you be away?" "A week, perhaps longer. If de Courcy is the fool I begin to believe him to be, I will have to find another man to be Castellan of Crandall. May I come with you, Graelam?" She saw that he would tell her no, and immediately burst into tangled speech. "I can care for you, you will see. I don't tire easily, and I will not bother you. I can cook your—" He leaned down and lifted her out of her chair. "Hush, Kassia," he said, and drew her against his chest. "I will take no chance with your safety." Her arms clutched at him, as if she wanted to become part of him, and he felt a wave of protectiveness so strong he trembled with it. He grasped her arms and gently pushed her away. He saw the bright glimmer of tears in her eyes. "Do not," he said, trying to sound stern, but failing woefully. I will miss you," she managed, sniffing. He cupped her chin with his hand. "Will you?" he asked. Kassia rubbed her cheek against his palm, and he felt the wet of her tears on his flesh. "I will not leave until the morrow," he said. "You look like a lost lamb," Etta scolded her. "This is no way to behave, my baby. What would your lord say if he saw you wandering about pale and silent?" "It has been 4 days," Kassia wailed, "and I have heard nothing, nothing. He promised to send me word." "So," Etta said, her rheumy eyes narrowing on her mistress's face, "it has finally happened." Kassia abruptly stopped her pacing and whirled around to face her old nurse. "What has happened?" she snapped. "You love your husband," Etta said. "Nay, that is, perhaps, it is just that."
"You love your husband to distraction," Etta said again. To Etta's surprise, Kassia looked at her blankly, turned on her heel, and walked quickly from the chamber. She went to the stable and asked Bernard to saddle Bluebell for her. Sir Walter stood in the inner bailey when she emerged from the stable leading her mare. "Sir Walter," she said stiffly, "you wish to ride, my lady? As you see, Lord Graelam bade me never to leave your side if you rode out of the keep." She paused a moment, chewing on her lower lip. She wondered why Graelam had left Sir Walter at Wolffeton whilst he took Rolf with him to Crandall. Was it because he did not wish the man to fight beside him? She wanted very much to be alone, but it appeared she had no choice but to suffer Sir Walter's company. She nodded. "Very well," she said. She pushed Bluebell into a gallop, leaving Sir Walter and his 3 men behind her. At the protected cove, she dismounted and stared out over the churning water. A summer storm was building to the north. It would strike tonight, she thought, while she would be alone in the great bed. She shivered. "If you are cold, my lady, perhaps we should return to Wolffeton." She jumped, for she had not heard Sir Walter approach. She shook her head. "Nay, I wish to walk about for a while." "If you wish," he said, and offered her his arm. She ignored him and walked to the edge of the cliff. "Is it your lord you miss, my lady?" At his snide tone, she stiffened. Her hand itched to strike him, but she said only, "My feelings are none of your business, Sir Walter." "Perhaps not, my lady, but I heard about your misadventure. Perhaps you did not plan your escape well enough." "I wish to return to Wolffeton," Kassia said, and walked quickly away from him. Sir Walter wanted to shake her and wring her proud neck. Little bitch, treating him as if he were vermin, of no worth at all. He watched one of the men help her into her saddle. "Soon, my lady," he thought, smiling. "Very soon now." Kassia felt a brief surge of excitement as she stood at her post in the crenellated embrasure in the eastern outer wall, watching the riders come nearer. She sighed deeply, recognizing Sir Walter riding at their head. He had left the day before, claiming that there had been an attack on a Demain's farm. She had not believed him, and seeing him now, she wondered where he had gone and what he had done. One man was huddled over his saddle, as if he were hurt, and 3 men were obviously dead, slung over their horses' backs like bags of wheat. As they drew nearer, she could see that the hurt man was bound with heavy rope. Speeding down the narrow stairs, she made her way into the inner bailey. As Sir Walter shouted to the porter, she prepared to step forward, but something she could not explain stopped her. She waited in the shadows of the cooking shed and watched the men enter the inner bailey. The wide smile on Sir Walter's face made Kassia shiver. He pulled the bound man off his horse. The man staggered, then stood straight. "Behold," Sir Walter called out to the gathering men, "we have caught a prize." He pulled the hood back from the man's head. "Dianwald de Fortenberry, knave, murderer, and taker of other men's women." Kassia felt herself go cold. It was Edmund. She remembered Sir Walter's venomous words about de Fortenberry, remembered clearly Graelam telling him that de Fortenberry had made no forays onto Wolffeton land, and was thus of no interest to him. Taker of other men's women. Somehow Sir Walter had discovered that Dianwald de Fortenberry was the man who had taken her. Her head spun. She saw Sir Walter draw back his fist and smash it into Dianwald's ribs. That decided her. She ran forward. "Hold, Sir Walter," she yelled. Sir Walter spun around, as did the other men. "My lady," he said, bowing to her deeply, the sarcasm in his voice clear for all to hear. "Is it a knight's code to strike a bound man, Sir Walter?" "It is a knight's code to crush vermin, my lady." She drew herself up to her full height. "I believe you called this man Dianwald de Fortenberry. I remember my lord telling you that he was no threat to Wolffeton. Why have you brought him here, Sir Walter?" He could denounce her in front of everyone, Sir Walter thought. But no, he quickly decided. The proud little bitch was too popular among the men and the servants, and he couldn't be certain of their backing. Oh no, he would wait for Graelam to return.
Graelam would be enraged. He would kill the miserable de Fortenberry for him, and, Sir Walter thought, he would be thankful to him for bringing the whoreson to him. Land, he thought, his chest expanding in anticipation. Graelam would doubtless award him land and his own keep. "I have brought him here, my lady," he said, quite calmly now, "to be held for Lord Graelam's return." Kassia felt a surge of relief. Dianwald de Fortenberry would tell Graelam that it was Blanche who had hired him. At last he would know the truth. At last he would believe her. She turned to Dianwald de Fortenberry, who was struggling to regain his breath. She wanted to go to him, to help him, but she knew she would be a fool to do so. Dianwald knew that several of his ribs were broken. He met Kassia's worried gaze for a moment before a surging pain ripped through him and he crumpled to the cobblestones. Kassia listened numbly, her fingernails digging into palms, as Sir Walter ordered the men to carry de Fortenberry to the dungeon. "Sir Walter," she said in a loud, calm voice, "I trust that Dianwald de Fortenberry will be alive when my lord returns." "Slut," Sir Walter hissed between his teeth. Did she believe she had that much power over Graelam? Tales of Graelam de Moreton's prowess were legendary. He could not imagine such a warrior allowing his wife to escape unscathed when he was confronted not only with her lover, but also with the man she had hired to help her escape him. Kassia went directly to her bedchamber, closed the door, and sat in her chair to think. At the evening meal, she appeared serene and concerned only with the taste of the roast pork and the fresh green peas. She chatted easily with Blount and Father Tobias, aware that many eyes were observing her, watching her very closely. She could feel the dislike emanating from Sir Walter, but she could also sense his uncertainty at her calm behavior. "You will pay for this," she vowed silently. It was odd, she thought, as she replied to a question from one of the serving wenches, but she should be thanking him. Were it not for his hatred and his bitterness, she would never have known that Edmund was Dianwald de Fortenberry. She returned to her bedchamber, to wait. It was near to midnight when Etta slipped into the chamber, nodding silently. "There is but one guard." "Aye, my baby, and soon he will be fast asleep." "There is no need for any guards, Delsdanner," she continued, shivering. "The saints could not escape from that place." "Sir Walter is taking no chances," Kassia said. "How very surprised that knave will be when Dianwald tells my lord the truth of the matter." Etta gripped Kassia's arm. "Must you go to him, my baby? Can you not wait for Lord Graelam's return? Dianwald de Fortenberry is many things, I know that, but he was kind to me. Had Blanche paid another man to take me, I would likely have been raped and killed. If he dies from his wounds, I will gain nothing, and I must speak to him. I must be certain that he will speak the truth to Graelam." Etta knew she could not sway her mistress. "All the men are asleep. I heard no one." "Excellent," Kassia said stoutly, though she felt gooseflesh writhing on her arms in her fear. "I do not wish you to wait for me, Etta. Go to bed now." She waited until her old nurse have left, then drew on her cloak. Saying a silent prayer, she slipped from her bedchamber and made her way out of the great hall. The dungeon was in the base of the southern tower. Soundlessly, she moved beyond the thick oak door, sucking in her breath when she saw the guard.
But he was fast asleep, his head cradled on his arms. Carefully, she eased the huge iron keys from his tunic and dropped them into the pocket of her cloak. Then, clutching the lone candle, she walked down the deeply worn stone steps to the lower level. The air became more fetid and foul, and she could hear the rats scurrying from her path. It smelled of human misery, she thought, though she knew that no prisoner had been held here for many years. Her hand shook as she fitted one of the keys into the rusting lock. It grated so loudly that she whipped about, expecting to see all of Sir Walter's men bursting in upon her. But only rats were about. The door swung open, and she stepped into the cell, holding the candle high. She felt nausea rise in her throat at the stench. The stone walls were green and slimy with dampness. The earth floor was strewn with ancient straw reeking of human excrement.
She raised the candle higher, gasping when she saw Dienwald de Fortenberry. His arms were pulled away from his body, his wrists manacled to the walls. "Dienwald," she said softly. Slowly he raised his head. For a long moment he stared at her blankly. Then a slow smile twisted his mouth into a painful grimace. "Little chick," he whispered, "why did you send me a message begging that I help you?" Kassia stared at him. "I do not know about any message," she said finally. A spasm of pain wiped his mind of words, and it was some moments before he said, "No, I do not suppose that you do. I was a fool, and now I will pay for it." "No, you won't." She rushed to his side and quickly unlocked the heavy rusted manacles from his wrists. He managed to steady himself and sank down onto the straw. "It was Sir Walter," she said, dropping to her knees beside him. "He hates you, but I had no idea that it was you he hated." He raised his head and smiled at her. "Only I would know what you mean, little chick. When my lord returns to Wolffeton, all will be well. I promise you, Edmund. Dienwald." She touched her hand to his shoulder. "You will tell him it was Blanche who hired you, will you not? You have had a difficult time making your husband believe you. Very few people here believe that I am innocent, but now, Dienwald, they will know the truth. Ah, little chick, you are so innocent and trusting. No," she said firmly, "no longer. I will see that my lord punishes Sir Walter for what he did to you. Where are you hurt?" "Several ribs are broken. Sir Walter is a vicious man. I begin to see now why he did not simply kill me as he did my men. I do not understand." He lifted his hand and touched his fingers to her soft hair. "No, likely you would not understand. I will explain it to you. Sir Walter doubtless wants land. What landless knight does not? And it is true that my father killed his and took his birthright, though from what I remember, his action was justified. But had Sir Walter killed me, there would have been no reward for him, no gain at all, if, that is, he kept his neck in place. Your husband, little chick, is a very powerful man, with very powerful friends. Were he to kill me, there would be no retribution, and Sir Walter would most likely gain from his trickery." Kassia shook her head, saying vehemently, "Graelam would not kill you." Dienwald gave her a tender look that held pity. Slowly he drew her forward, and before Kassia knew what he was about, he had fastened one of the heavy manacles about her wrist. "Little chick," he said ruefully, "I beg you will forgive me, but I do not wish to die. If I stay, your husband will kill me without a second thought. Even if I were able to fight him with all my strength, he would still likely put an end to me. He has no reason to kill you. Please, Dienwald, you must not leave me. Kassia, listen to me, for I must escape, and very soon. Your husband believes that you paid me to help you escape him. If I were to tell him it was Blanche, he would still kill me, for I accepted his barbaric necklace as payment to rid Wolffeton and Blanche of your presence." He gave a pained laugh. "Were I your husband, I would kill me. I know that when you are found here, in my cell, you will be blamed for it. I am sorry for it, but your husband will not kill you. Were there another way, little chick, I would not leave you. But there is no choice for me. Forgive me, Kassia." She looked at the harsh manacle about her wrist. "I forgive you," she said, "but you have sentenced me to hell." He grasped her chin in his palm and lightly kissed her. He saw the helpless pain in her eyes and drew back. "Ah, so that is the way it is." He rose and stood over her a moment. "Graelam de Moreton is a harsh and ruthless warrior. He can have no understanding of something as delicate and honest as you. Please, little chick, do not scream until I am gone." "It would do no good," she said dully. "My old nurse drugged the only guard. Evidently, Sir Walter believed no more guards were necessary. I will leave you the candle," he said. "Goodbye, little chick." She watched him slip through the cell door and pull it closed behind him. She leaned back against the damp wall as the rats moved closer to her, their small eyes orange in the wavering candlelight. When the candle sputtered out and the cell was plunged into blackness, she whimpered softly and drew her legs up to her chest. She heard heavy boots approaching, and then the cell door was shoved violently open. A rushlight torch filled the darkness with blinding light. Kassia had prayed that Etta would come for her, but her prayer was not answered. For a moment, her dazed eyes could only make out the outline of a man. Sir Walter, she thought dully. What would he do to her? Kassia. She froze and pressed herself closer to the slimy wall, moaning softly in her throat. "What are you doing here?" she asked finally. Graelam gave a harsh laugh. "No, I do not suppose you expected me until tomorrow night. I missed you, and pushed my men to return." He laughed again, a cruel sound that made her flinch. He handed the torch to a man behind him and strode toward her. She cowered away from him. He dropped to his knees and unlocked the manacle. Did your lover really need to chain you? Could not even he trust you? Kassia rubbed her bruised wrist, concentrating on the slight pain to block the terrible words from her mind. "Look at me, damn you." Graelam grasped her shoulders and shook her. "I am looking now," she said, staring directly into his furious eyes. "Dienwald de Fortenberry, did he appreciate your calling him Edmund, my lady? How very surprised you must have been to see him. Sir Walter is something of a fool, unfortunately. He never dreamed that my soft, fragile lady would be so daring as to release her lover. He is now distraught." "Dienwald de Fortenberry is not my lover," she said quietly, hopelessly. His fingers tightened about her shoulders, and he felt her small bones twisting beneath his strength. Damn him for a fool. He had ridden back to Wolffeton like a maniac, his only thought of Kassia and holding her, seeing her, listening to her laugh, feeling her soft body beneath him, opening to him. His fingers ground harshly into her shoulders, and she whimpered from pain. He released her abruptly and stood. "Come," he said roughly, "I do not wish you to die from a fever." She staggered to her feet and pulled her cloak more closely about her. She saw Sir Walter standing in the narrow doorway, a look of hatred contorting his features. She said in a loud, clear voice, "Did Sir Walter tell you how he managed to capture Dienwald de Fortenberry? Did he tell you how he beat him viciously whilst he was bound and could not defend himself?" Graelam turned slowly to face his knight. "Did he tell you that he trusted you to kill de Fortenberry and then reward him for bringing him to you?" Graelam said in a cold voice, "I will speak to Sir Walter, wife. Now, my lady, you will come with me." He drew away from her a moment and spoke in a quiet voice to Sir Walter.
The man nodded and withdrew. "He hates me because I am a woman and thus not to be believed or trusted," she thought. She said aloud, "I did not betray you, Graelam. I have never betrayed you." She saw the fury building in his dark eyes. She threw back her head, raising her chin. "Will you kill me now, just as you would have killed Dienwald?" He looked at that proud, tilted chin of hers and turned quickly away, his hands clenched at his sides. He did not want to strike her, for if he did, it would likely kill her. "That is why he escaped, Graelam. It is true that I released his chains, but my thought was only to spare him more pain. I trusted him to tell you the truth, that it was Blanche who had paid him the necklace to be rid of me. But he said you would kill him regardless of what he told you. He did not wish to die. So he left you here, chained, to face me, an honorable man. Was he right? Would you have killed him?" "Come, Kassia," he said, striding to the cell door. She followed him silently, feeling blessedly numb. She did not wonder about the future. It could be naught but the cold misery of the present. There was utter silence as she walked beside her husband through the great hall. She felt the servants' eyes upon her. She imagined that she could even feel their fear for her. But she felt no fear. She felt nothing. Everything was over now. Graelam paused a moment and gave orders for hot water to be brought to their bedchamber. She saw the lines of fatigue in his face for the first time, and the filth of his chainmail and tunic. She wanted to ask him if he was all right, then almost laughed aloud at the wifely spurt of concern she felt for him. When they reached their bedchamber, Graelam ignored her. Evian helped him strip off his armor. After he dismissed the boy, he peeled off the rest of his clothes and sank down naked into his high-backed chair. Still, he said nothing. 2 serving wenches came into the room and poured hot water into the wooden tub. Graelam rose and walked to the tub, even as they filled it, seemingly oblivious of his nakedness. He dismissed them with a curt nod and climbed into the tub. He felt the hot water seep into his muscles, easing his soreness and bone weariness. He wondered vaguely whether Sir Walter would have left her locked into Fortenberry's cell if Graelam had not returned until the following night. No, the knight would not have dared. Graelam sighed, easing his body deeper into the water. Thoughts of his joy at seeing Kassia mingled with knowledge of her deception, and he felt suddenly old and very tired. His father was right. Drake, his armorer, was right. He had been a fool to have begun to doubt his sire's wisdom. Women were good for breeding, and only if a husband kept his wife away from other men to ensure whose seed filled her belly. Had de Fortenberry taken her before he had escaped? He sat up in the tub and turned his head to see her sitting quietly, as still as a statue, in a chair. "Kassia," he said quite calmly, "take off your clothes. I wish to see if de Fortenberry's seed is in your body or still clinging to your thighs." She could only gape at him, furious color flooding her face, as his words gained meaning in her mind. "Damn you! Do as I say." "Graelam," she said, clutching the arms of the chair until her knuckles showed white, "please, you must believe me. Dienwald de Fortenberry was not my lover. If you do not obey me, I will rip off your clothes. Why won't you believe me?" His jaw clenched. He quickly washed his hair and his body, and just as quickly rose from the tub and dried himself. From the corner of his eye he saw her rise from the chair and dart toward the chamber door. He paused, she panted. "For once, please believe me. Do you want me to rip your clothes off?" She stared up at him, knowing he was implacable. She would not let him cow her again. Slowly she shook her head. "You will not humiliate me," she said. "My only crime was feeling concern for a man who was kind to me." Her chin went up. "I am glad he was wise enough to escape. I am glad he did not stay so you could kill him." He drew back his hand, but then got a grip on himself and slowly lowered it to his side. Very slowly he turned away from her. He said over his shoulder, "If you leave this room, you will wish you had not." He tossed on his bedrobe, belted it, and returned to her. "Take off your clothes," he said, very softly. "Nay," she said, her voice a croak. He shrugged, and very deliberately tore away her olive-green wool gown. She tried to struggle against him, but it was useless, and she knew it. She would only hurt herself. When she was naked and trembling before him, he stepped back, a cruel light in his dark eyes, and thoughtfully began stroking his chin. "Aye, you have become quite the woman, have you not, wife? Such lovely breasts you have now, and that soft little belly of yours." She did not try to cover her body from his eyes. Instead, she clapped her hands over her ears to block out his cruel words. He laughed, picked her up in his arms, and carried her to the bed. He tossed her down upon her back. "Hold still," he said, coldly. There could be no greater humiliation, she thought, as he pulled her legs apart and looked down at her. She flinched when he ran his hand over her. "So," he said, straightening, "if a child does grow in your belly, it will be mine, at least this time." Kassia rolled over onto her side and drew her legs up. Great sobs built up, pounding against her chest, tearing from her throat. Graelam stared down at her, hating himself for the pain he was feeling at her suffering, hating himself for wanting to gather her into his arms and stroke her, and soothe her and caress her. "Get under the covers," he said harshly. When she did not move, he lifted her roughly and placed her beneath them himself. "There is no choice, my baby. You cannot remain here longer." Kassia sighed and nodded. Still, she clutched Etta's arm before she stiffened her back and walked down into the great hall. She heard the clatter of horses' hoofs from the inner bailey, and wondered with a mixture of relief and pain if Graelam were leaving again. She stood quietly at the top of the steps and watched Sir Walter and 3 men preparing to ride out. Had Graelam dismissed the man from his service? Hope leapt in her breast. She started forward, only to stop abruptly when Graelam, as if sensing her presence, turned to look at her. The bright morning sun gleamed down on his thick, dark hair. For a brief moment, she saw him as she had when he had held her so tightly against him, whispering love words whilst he gave her pleasure. Her hands clenched, remembering the feel of his flesh, the tautness of his muscled body. He strode toward her, and she remained where she was, watching him in wary silence. He said nothing, merely looked at her, his face expressionless. Finally he said, "Do you not wish to know where Sir Walter goes?" "Aye," she said. He remained silent, and she burst out, "Have you dismissed him?" He gave a brief, harsh laugh. "Nay, wife, I have made him the new castellan of Crandall. He goes to relieve Rolf, who now holds the keep." "You rewarded him? After all that he did?" "Tell me, Kassia," he said quietly, striding up the steps toward her. "Tell me once again why you had Dienwald de Fortenberry return you to Wolffeton. Tell me why you did not stay with him, or have him take you back to your father. Tell me why you did not leave with him last night." She closed her eyes against the dull anger in his dark eyes. "I never left you, Graelam. When he asked me if I wished him to take me to Brittany, I told him that I wanted to go home." Her voice was sing-song, as if she was reciting a litany. "And did he refuse to take you with him last night?" She shook her head. "Ah, so he did want to take you with him when he escaped." She stared at him like a wounded animal who knows that the hunter taunts, waiting to deliver the killing blow. She nodded. "The blow came quickly. Why did you not go with him?" "I told him that he was sentencing me to hell if he escaped." "Why did you not go with him?" The repeated words, though softly spoken, held such menace that she shivered. It did not occur to her to lie. She said quietly, "I could not go with him because you are my husband, and I love you." Graelam sucked in his breath as if he had been struck in the belly. For an instant, something deep inside him seemed to expand, filling him with inexplicable joy. The feeling quickly shriveled and died. "That was quite good, my lady," he said, the sneering sarcasm in his voice making her flinch. "So, your handsome lover did not ask you to go with him. Did he suggest to you that you might tell me that lie to calm my ire?" "No," she whispered. "Lies, quite good ones actually, flow so easily from your pretty mouth, my lady. Such a pity that you did not wed a man who was a gullible fool." Anger flowed through her, and she thrust her chin up. "I did not marry any man. If you will recall, my lord, I had no choice in the matter, and it appears that my husband is a fool." "Get out of my sight," he said in a deadly voice. "Go before I thrash you." She clutched her gown in her hands and fled back up the stairs. Kassia did not see him until the early evening meal. The tension among the men was palpable, as thick and tangible as the slabs of beef on the trays. Graelam said nothing to her, and she listened while he and his men discussed the situation at Crandall. There had been some fighting by the few soldiers loyal to the castellan, de Courcy, who held the keep. She heard Ian, a young man at arms who worshipped Graelam, say reverently, "You dispatched that horse in so quickly, my lord. He was no match for your strength." Who, Kassia wondered, de Courcy? He had become lazy from greed, Graelam said in a dismissing voice. She wanted to ask him what he expected Sir Walter to do, but she held her tongue. As the men recounted in great detail each bout with the enemy, Kassia lost what little appetite she had. She left the table very quietly while Graelam was held in close conversation with Blount. The gown she was sewing awaited her, but she did not touch it. Why should she? There would be no place she could wear such a beautiful garment. And it was beautiful, special. Blue satin, its sleeves long and closely fitted, its skirt flowing, fitted to her waist with a leather girdle threaded with gold and silver. She paced across the thick carpet, her thoughts in a blank whirl. I thought I had made it clear to you, Kassia, that you were not to leave unless you had secured my permission. How could he walk so silently, she wondered frantically, and he was so large? Forgive me, she said. You appeared very interested in your talk. I did not wish to disturb you. Graelam said nothing. His eyes lit upon the luxurious blue satin material, and he walked to it and lifted it, stroking it in his hands. You will look quite lovely in this. I told you, did I not, that the cloth came from Acre. He continued to caress the material, looking thoughtful. Suddenly, he tossed the material aside. You will need some ornament to wear with it. I believe this will look quite dramatic. He pulled something from the inside of his tunic and tossed it to her. She caught it and stared down at the heavy golden necklace studded with gems of incredible beauty. It is lovely, she began. She raised bewildered eyes to his set face. Why do you give it to me, my lord? Will you forever play-act with me, my lady? I fancy you recognize the necklace. You should. It has caused you a great deal of difficulty. She sucked in her breath, dropping the necklace as if it were a snake that had bitten her. It is the necklace Blanche gave to de Fortenberry, she said dully, staring at the tangled heap of gold on the carpet at her feet. The gems winked up at her. Where did you get it? A groom found it in de Fortenberry's cell, hidden in some straw. I imagine that it must have dropped from his clothing. I also imagine that he was bringing it back to you. Kassia raised pain-filled eyes to his face. She said slowly. He must have forgotten about it. Graelam regarded her silently. He was a fool, he realized, to feel cold and sad at the sight of her pain. He said finally, Have you bathed away the stench of the dungeons? She nodded blankly. Get into bed. I have gone many days without a woman. She did not argue with him or attempt to plead with him. It would gain her naught, she knew. Slowly, she removed her clothes, folding each item carefully. She slipped into bed, naked, and closed her eyes. She felt her hands stroking over her cold flesh. She thought she would simply force her quickly and be done with it, but he did not. He was undemanding, finding her mouth and kissing her slowly, gently, while his hand cupped her breast, his thumb caressing her nipple. To her horror, she felt her body leap in response. He had taught her well, too well, and her body was not in her mind's control. Graelam felt her slender arms go around his back, and he smiled grimly as he kissed her throat. He knew how to arouse her, and he watched her face as his fingers found her moist softness. She moaned softly, arching up against him. He moved down her body, touching and stroking every inch of her soft flesh. When he gathered her hips in his hands and lifted her to his mouth, he looked at her face. He could see the building passion in her eyes, and something else, a flicker of pain. He lowered his head and brought her closer to her release. She cried out, thrashing wildly, her head arched back against the pillow. But he did not allow her release. He left her abruptly, raised himself above her, and thrust into her. He cupped her face between his hands, holding her still, willing her to look at him. Tell me the truth, Kassia. Tell me, and I will forgive you. Her body froze, and all pleasure disappeared as if it had never awakened. Tell me, he said, more harshly, his voice matching the rough thrusting into her body. I have told you the truth.
So he did want to take you with him when he escaped? She stared at him like a wounded animal who knows that the hunter taunts, waiting to deliver the killing blow. She nodded. The blow came quickly. Why did you not go with him? I told him that he was sentencing me to hell if he escaped. Why did you not go with him? The repeated words, though softly spoken, held such menace that she shivered. It did not occur to her to lie. She said quietly, I could not go with him because you are my husband and I love you.
Graelam sucked in his breath as if he had been struck in the belly. For an instant, something deep inside him seemed to expand, filling him with inexplicable joy. The feeling quickly shriveled and died. "That was quite good, my lady," he said, the sneering sarcasm in his voice making her flinch. "So, your handsome lover did not ask you to go with him? Did he suggest to you that you might tell me that lie to calm my ire?" "No," she whispered. "Lies, quite good ones, actually, flow so easily from your pretty mouth, my lady. Such a pity that you did not wed a man who is a gullible fool." Anger flowed through her, and she thrust her chin up. "I did not marry any man. If you will recall, my lord, I had no choice in the matter, and it appears that my husband is a fool." "Get out of my sight," he said in a deadly voice. "Go, before I thrash you." She clutched her gown in her hands and fled back up the stairs. Kassia did not see him until the early evening meal. The tension among the men was palpable, as thick and tangible as the slabs of beef on the trays. Graelam said nothing to her, and she listened while he and his men discussed the situation at Crandall. There had been some fighting by the few soldiers loyal to the castellan, de Courcy, who held the keep. She heard Ian, a young man-at-arms who worshipped Graelam, say reverently, "You dispatched that whoreson so quickly, my lord. He was no match for your strength." Who? Kassia wondered. De Courcy? He had become lazy from greed, Graelam said in a dismissing voice. She wanted to ask him what he expected Sir Walter to do, but she held her tongue. As the men recounted in great detail each bout with the enemy, Kassia lost what little appetite she had. She left the table very quietly while Graelam was held in close conversation with Blount. The gown she was sewing awaited her, but she did not touch it. Why should she? There would be no place she could wear such a beautiful garment. And it was beautiful, special. Blue satin, its sleeves long and closely fitted, its skirt flowing, fitted to her waist with a leather girdle threaded with gold and silver. She paced across the thick carpet, her thoughts in a blank whirl. "I thought I had made it clear to you, Kassia, that you were not to leave unless you had secured my permission." How could he walk so silently, she wondered frantically, and he was so large. "Forgive me," she said. "You appeared very—"
He saw a flash of anger in her eyes, and added lazily, his eyes roving over her body, "And do eat more, wife, else I will have naught but sympathy from Edward when he sees I am wed to such a skinny child." He watched with great interest when her hand closed about the stem of her goblet. "Go ahead," he taunted her softly. "Toss your wine in my face. I at least would enjoy my retaliation." Her hand fell away from the goblet as if it had burned her. He laughed harshly. "It matters not, Kassia. Coupling with you gives me little enough pleasure. If you continue as you are, you will soon enough look like a boy. Then perhaps I will think of myself as a pederast." She gritted her teeth until her jaw ached. "What?" he mocked. "You will not even raise that little chin of yours?" Kassia picked up a ribbed piece of pork. She raised it to her mouth and slowly began to nibble off the meat. She heard him suck in his breath and let her tongue lick the gravy from the bone. She eased it deeper into her mouth, sucking at the tender meat. Once, so long ago it seemed, he had taught her to give him pleasure. He had laughed at her, teased her at her clumsy efforts, until he had moaned, and laughed again at her obvious delight. She saw his eyes fastened on her mouth, and felt the momentary power of revenge. She withdrew the bone and tossed it carelessly to her trencher. She raised her chin. "Bitch," he said softly. He rose abruptly from the table and strode from the hall. It had begun to rain, and she nearly called to him. "You are such a stupid fool," she chided herself, worrying that he will take a chill. Graelam strode at a furious pace up the winding wooden stairs to the ramparts. He leaned forward against the harsh, cold stone and looked toward the sea, but the sliver of moon showed him no more than an occasional white-topped wave. The rain was warm on his face. At least, he mocked himself silently, it cools my passions. He realized that he was tired to the depths of his being, of baiting Kassia, tired of watching her show alternately her fear and her hatred of him. None of it was his fault, damn her, but he knew that it was. She would never have left him if he had driven her to it. The events of the past months careened through his mind, the weeks of warmth and caring they had shared when he had decided to forget what she had done, forget her lies, excusing her by blaming himself. Dienwald de Fortenberry. The knight's name rang like a death knell in his mind. I did not leave with him because I love you. His eyes darkened, anger at himself flowing through him for believing her even for a moment. Graelam pounded his fist hard against the stone. He hated himself for his feelings of deep uncertainty. He had never experienced the emotions she had evoked in him. If Edward called for another crusade, he would have agreed immediately. On the heels of that thought, he saw her face, her dimples deepening as she smiled at him, saw her eyes widen with bewildered astonishment when he had first brought her pleasure. "St. Peter's bones, but I am weary of all this," he muttered. He strode back into the keep, shaking off the rain like a huge mongrel dog. It would take them 6 days to travel to London, but Kassia didn't mind. She was filled with excitement, and even her husband's distance didn't overly upset her. He had simply ignored her, leaving all preparations to her. The string of details and decisions to be made allowed her to bury her feelings for him, and her hurt, until she lay in bed at night, listening to his even breathing. The day before they were to leave, Graelam had walked into their bedchamber unexpectedly. He paused a moment, watching Kassia twirl around in her new blue satin gown. She looked utterly beautiful, despite her fragile slenderness. Her hair lay in thick, soft curls about her small head, now falling to her shoulders. Her laughter died in her throat when she saw him. "My lord?" "The gown becomes you, my lady," he said harshly. Her face went carefully blank. "Thank you, my lord." "You will wear the necklace with that gown." He could see the frisson of distaste in her eyes before she lowered her head. He walked to his trunk and dug it out. He held it up, watching the precious gems gleam in the sunlight that poured through the small windows. "Come here," he said. She walked slowly to him and turned around, lifting her hair off her neck. She felt the weight of the necklace as it rested upon her chest, felt the chill of the thick gold against her bare neck. He fastened the clasp and stepped back. She looked like a barbaric princess, he thought. He watched her lift her hand and lightly touch her fingers to the necklace. It did not particularly surprise him when her fingers fell away from it as if it burned her. "You will be thus gowned for the coronation," he said, and left the bedchamber. He took her that night, quickly but not roughly, and she thought she heard him curse her when he stiffened over her. She lay very still even after he had rolled off her. When she made to rise to bathe herself, he closed his hand around her waist, pulling her back. "Nay," he said, "you will not wash my seed from your body." She was shocked when she quivered at his words, and had to remind herself that he saw her now as naught but a broodmare. She tugged, and he released her wrist. "Go to sleep, wife. We leave early on the morrow." "Is there no way I can reach you?" she cried out silently. They arrived in London a full week later, filthy and weary, their horses and wagons splattered with mud. Kassia had ridden most of the way, even when it had rained. Once she had convinced Graelam that riding in a wagon made her ill. She didn't know what to expect, but the sight of so many people packed into such a small area made her blink with surprise. And the filth! There was a constant stench of human excrement and rotting food. And there was so much noise, from vendors screeching at the top of their voices at passers-by. "All towns of any size are like this," Graelam said, when he saw her cover her nose. "It is not so bad where we will stay. The compound is on the Thames, but north of the city." "This is the house the Duke of Cornwall gave to you?" she asked. "Aye, he deeded it to me upon my betrothal to Lady Joanna," he said dryly. Her eyes flew to his face. "He insisted I keep it, once he had deemed you worthy." A fine misting rain was falling steadily, and the ground was slushy mud. Bluebell slipped, and Graelam's hand shot out to grasp the reins and steady the mare. Kassia started to thank him, but he said merely, "You are filthy enough. I do not wish you to have a broken leg as well." "Then you would have to wear that wretched necklace," she muttered under her breath. "There," Graelam said to her, pointing to his left, "is Westminster Abbey, where Edward will have his coronation." "It is beautiful," Kassia said. "Aye, King Henry spent much money to reconstruct it. He is buried there." They passed the White Tower, where Edward and Eleanor were now staying. "I do not know when Edward returned to London," Graelam said, "but I imagine that immediately the Duke of Cornwall heard he was coming, he set the coronation into motion." Kassia was weaving in the saddle, so weary she could no longer appreciate the vivid sights. At last they reached a high-walled fortress. A thick barred iron gate swings slowly open, and their caravan passed into a muddy, utterly dismal yard. The two-story wooden building in front of them was square and looked gray and uninviting in the growing darkness. "You will see to the inside, my lady," Graelam said, as he lifted her off Bluebell's back. She nodded, imagining with growing depression what awaited her within. To her utter astonishment, once inside the house, there were scores of lighted candles and a huge fire burning in a fireplace at the far end of the long, narrow lower chamber. "Lady Kassia?" A plump, gray-haired woman approached her and proffered a deep curtsy. "I am Margaret, my lady. The Duke told us to expect you."
"I am so pleased you are here," Kassia told the woman with a tired smile. Margaret clucked around her, much in Etta's manner, and Kassia allowed herself for some minutes to be cosseted. She was led upstairs to a comfortable chamber where another fire burned. "For you and your lord," Margaret said. There were fresh reeds on the stone floor and a tapestry of vivid colors covering one wall. A large bed was set upon a dais, and there were several high-backed chairs surrounding a small circular table. "I believe I have died and gone to heaven," Kassia exclaimed. "I will kiss the Duke's feet," Etta said fervently. "I will have the wenches bring you hot water for a bath," Margaret continued placidly. "My husband, Sarn, will assist your lord to see to the horses, and you need do not, my lady, but see to yourself." Etta harumphed when Margaret started to assist Kassia out of her wet cloak, and the woman merely smiled, curtsied again, and left the chamber, saying over her shoulder, "The Duke sent an entire pig for your first meal. After you have rested, my lady, we will have the evening meal. Etta," Kassia scolded her old nurse, "you are wet through. You see to yourself. I am not helpless, you know." Kassia was immersed to her chin in a wooden tub filled with blessedly hot water when Graelam entered the chamber. She forgot the restraint between them, forgot she was naked, and said happily, "The Duke must be the most thoughtful man in all of England. I do not even have to see to the preparation of dinner. And this room is so pleasant and so very warm." "Was all as you wished, my lord?" He smiled at her wearily. "Aye. Everything is fine. I will give you 5 more minutes in that tub, Kassia." She flushed and quickly ducked her head under water to wet her hair. When she emerged from the tub, Graelam was wearing his bedrobe, seated in front of the roaring fire. She quickly toweled herself dry and wrapped a small linen towel about her wet hair. "I was very dirty, Graelam," she said, eyeing the bathwater. "I called for clean water," he said, not turning. Kassia heard the heavy footsteps outside their chamber and scurried to pull on her bedrobe, drawing the belt tight about her waist. She was combing out her hair in front of the fire when Graelam said from the tub, "We will have our meal here this evening. Tomorrow we will go to the Tower." Kassia paused a moment in her combing and said tentatively, "I should like to see everything, my lord. I fear I was too tired today to appreciate England's capital."
"Aye," he said, closing his eyes. "It has been a long time since I was here. I remarked changes. We will see everything you wish to see." "Thank you," she said softly. "Do you wish me to assist you, my lord?" "Bring me a towel," he said, rising. She tried to avoid looking at his body, but failed dismally. Her fingers itched to tangle themselves in the thick mat of black hair on his chest, to stroke over the velvet smoothness of his back. It had been so long. Her mind warred with her body, and in that moment she hated him for teaching her pleasure, for teaching her body to respond to him. Her eyes fell to his groin, and she felt heat suffuse her loins. But he hated her, she reminded herself, forcing her eyes upward. She met his dark gaze and gulped. "The towel, Kassia," he said, holding out his hand. She thrust the towel at him and quickly turned back and sat before the fire. She knew he had seen the desire in her eyes, and she wanted to kick herself. She heard him say very calmly from behind her, "I will part your sweet thighs, my lady, and caress you until you scream with pleasure, if you will but admit, finally, the truth to me." She wanted to yell at him, to plead her innocence yet again, but it would do no good. Why not simply tell him what he wanted to hear? She froze at the thought, for she knew what the result would be. He would possibly forgive her, but he would never trust her. He could never really care for her if he distrusted her. At least, she sighed, there would be peace of a sort between them. From the corner of her eye she saw him remove the towel and stand quietly, stretching in front of the fire, oblivious of his nakedness. His manhood was jutting outward, and she gulped, quickly turning her face away from him. He would slake his desire in another woman's body. The thought made her jump to her feet, the pain of her spirit shimmering in her eyes. "Graelam, There was a knock on the chamber door. She closed her eyes and trembled with the knowledge of what she had been about to say to him. "Enter," she called, her voice high and shrill. 2 serving wenches came into the chamber. Their eyes went immediately to Graelam, who was languidly reaching his bedrobe. Both the women eyed him openly. Would he take one of them? "Set the trays here," Kassia said harshly, pointing to the small table. She gritted her teeth as one of the women, quite pretty, with thick black hair and full breasts, gave Graelam an open invitation with her dark eyes. "You may leave now," she said, stepping in front of her husband. He watched her, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. But he said nothing until she was seated across from her, her mouth full of roast pork. "That was quite a display of wifely jealousy, my lady," he said. She choked and downed half the wine in his goblet. She could not speak for several moments as she gasped for breath, but she shook her head violently. "Odd," he continued calmly. "I had the impression that you were about to tell me something of great interest when the wenches interrupted us." She said nothing, staring down at the wooden plate. Her face was very expressive, and Graelam saw the myriad emotions clashing there. Was it pride that kept her silent, he wondered? "You are very young, Kassia," he said after a moment, remembering Drake's words. "When one is young, one makes mistakes, and one is reluctant to admit to mistakes. Do not older people also make mistakes, Graelam?" she asked quietly. "Aye," he agreed easily, sitting back in his chair and crossing his arms over his massive chest. "But heed me, wife, I do not intend to hear more mewling protests from you. They now weary me and bore me." "Very well, my lord," she said. "I will say nothing." The decision was made. Was it pride? Honor? Stupidity? In the next instant he was towering above her, jerking her out of her chair. "No," she whispered, leaning back as far as she was able. He laughed and swept her over his shoulder. "Would you prefer that I bed that pretty wench who brought our meal?" "Aye," she shouted. "I care not what you do." He dropped her onto her back and stripped off her bedrobe. When he released her to rid himself of his own bedrobe, she rolled onto her knees and tried to escape him. He caught her by her ankle and flipped her onto her back. "No," he said, his voice mocking to her ears, "I am not yet sated with your sweet body. But there will be no pleasure for you, my lady." He pulled her legs apart and thrust into her. His eyes widened and flew to her face, for she was moist and ready for him. Kassia stared at him. She felt him deep and throbbing inside her, felt him grinding against her belly, and she cried out, beyond herself, her body exploding in harsh, rippling pleasure. It would not stop, and cry after helpless cry burst from her throat. Graelam felt her fingers clutching at his shoulders, felt the furious arching of her hips to match his rhythm. He kissed her deeply and moaned his own release into her mouth. He crushed her, utterly confused by her passionate response to him. The punishment he had wished had failed abysmally. It both angered him and, oddly enough, pleased him. "Damn her," he said, his voice a mocking taunt, even as his hands stroked and caressed her hips. "So yielding and passionate, dear wife. Did you think of him when I came in to you?" He felt her quiver and stiffen, but he would not release her. "Go to sleep, Kassia. I will not allow you to bathe yourself."
"My seed will stay in your belly." Graelam finally fell into an exhausted sleep, the wet of her tears on his shoulder. 27. I must remember everything, Kassia thought, as she gazed upward at the high-vaulted cathedral. For someday I shall tell my grandchildren that I attended the coronation of King Edward I of England. She avidly took in the gorgeously arrayed lords and ladies and the splendid stained glass windows. All was overladen with religious solemnity. The prelates, their flowing robes as beautifully sewn as those of the king and queen, recited the ceremony in Latin, their voices hushed and reverent. Kassia leaned forward when Edward accepted his scepter and crown. All too soon, the ceremony was over. The new King and Queen of England were whisked away, and the lords and ladies moved quietly out of the abbey. Kassia heard Graelam give a deep sigh of relief. She gazed up at him uncertainly, but he merely nodded at her, saying only, "At least our king is home. Now, Kassia, we will shuck all the religious trappings, and you will meet Edward and Eleanor." She looks beautiful, Graelam thought, unconsciously comparing Kassia to the other noble ladies assembled in the huge lower chamber of the White Tower. "Do not look so awestruck," he said quietly to her, "else everyone will believe you a country maid." "I am trying to memorize everything," she said quite seriously. "We will doubtless come to London again." She nodded, and spoke before she could censor her thought. "Aye, but this is the coronation. We will be able to tell our grandchildren about it." Her hand flew to her mouth in consternation. She waited for his taunting response. "I had not thought of that," he said, his dark eyes suddenly opaque. "Come, Kassia, there are many people for you to meet." It was indeed odd, Kassia thought, after meeting so many lords and ladies, that her mouth seemed frozen into a permanent smile, but she had not felt at all intimidated as she had expected to. Graelam was playing the husband's role well, pretending he was pleased to have all his friends meet his wife. And it was also the necklace, she thought. Although she hated its weight on her neck and all the pain it had brought her, it nonetheless gave her a very rich, slightly exotic appearance that, strangely, gave her confidence. "By all that's precious, look what Cornwall has spit up, Chandra, my Lord Graelam." Kassia raised her eyes to meet the merry blue ones of one of the most handsome men she had ever seen. He was nearly as tall as Graelam, wide of shoulder and lean of waist and hip. His hair was burnished gold, and his face lightly tanned and exquisitely formed. Standing next to him was a very beautiful lady, the perfect mate for such a man. She felt suddenly skinny, ugly, and tongue-tied, her confidence utterly destroyed compared to this unbelievable creature with her long golden hair and her utterly perfect woman's body. "So you and Chandra have traveled from the northern wilds?" Graelam said, slapping the other man on his muscled arm. "Chandra," he continued, his voice dropping slightly as he grasped her hand, "how is it you manage to appear more beautiful each time I see you?"
Chandra laughed lightly. This beast, Jerval, has kept me off the practice field for the past month, so I would not embarrass him at court with my bruises and scratches. Practice field? What, Kassia wondered blankly, was she talking about? I pray you will not believe that tale, Sir Jerval said, his long fingers lightly caressing his wife on her slender shoulder. The only thing that has slowed her down at all was the birth of our son but 4 months ago. I do not suppose, Graelam said in a mock pensive voice, that you named the lad after me. Not likely, Graelam, Chandra said. He is Edward. Jerval believed that there should be an Edward in London and one in Cumbria. I had no choice in the matter. And for once she was flat on her back, too tired to argue with me, Sir Jerval said. He lowered his voice to a lecherous whisper. Of course, I learned that technique of gaining her compliance long ago. Kassia blinked at their banter, wishing Graelam would introduce her to these people, yet afraid of making a fool of herself if he did so. She felt so insignificant. The necklace, my God, Graelam, I had forgot all about it. It was as if Kassia thought her husband had just remembered her presence. Aye, he said easily, 'tis the same one, from All Offdal's camp, and the little one wearing it is Kassia, my wife. Lady Chandra gasped, her expressive blue eyes widening in surprise. Good heavens, Jerval, you and I now have a son, but Graelam has got himself a wife. My dear, I trust you buffet this great beast at least twice a day. He doubtless tries to play the tyrant over you. Kassia felt bereft of speech at this unexpected advice, but Lady Chandra continued smiling at her openly, and she gulped and blurted out, I suspect he is as much a tyrant as he ever was. Kassia, Graelam said, his voice clipped, this is Sir Jerval de Vernon and his wife, Lady Chandra. My wife, Sir Jerval said kindly to Kassia, is always offering advice that she herself ignores. She adores me so mightily that I am always having to lift her from her knees. Lady Chandra poked him in the ribs. You are a fiend and a miserable liar, my lord. Pay him no heed, Kassia. He is like most men, crowing his conceit and praying others will believe him. Huh, Sir Jerval said. Chandra ignored him and continued to Kassia. Has Graelam told you of our adventures in the Holy Land? How long ago it seems. The history of the necklace you are wearing is particularly precarious. I had thought we would be saying our last prayers. You tried to kill me, Chandra, then saved my miserable life, Graelam complained ruefully. Neither tale bears repeating, particularly to a wife who... He broke off, not really knowing what he would have said, and fearing that it would show his bitterness. Well, Chandra said comfortably, I shall tell her all about it. You tried to kill my husband? Kassia asked. She saw Chandra's eyes fly to Graelam's face. 'Twas a long time ago, Lady Chandra said finally, and of no importance at all now. Jerval, Chandra, how long do you remain in London? Graelam asked. Another week or so, Jerval said. Chandra has accepted a challenge from Edward on the archery range. I fear I am relegated to the role of holding her quiver. 'Twill be an alarming contest, Graelam said. I will bear you company, and the two of us will cheer her on. He turned to his wife. Come, Kassia, 'tis time you met you king. Lady Chandra will go against the king? Kassia asked. Disbelief so clear in her voice that Graelam laughed. Indeed, he said, Chandra is a warrior. But she is so beautiful. I learned with her that the one only enhances the other. She is a woman who holds honor dear. And at last it appears that she holds her womanhood dear as well. The tone of his voice altered slightly, and Kassia frowned down at her blue leather slippers. She remembered him telling her that a lady had given him the scar on his shoulder. Chandra, she wondered, had he loved her? Did he still love her? At the very least, she thought miserably, he much admired her. She is everything I am not. I would not know the end of an arrow from its beginning. They entered a line of nobles that would pass in front of the newly crowned King Edward and Queen Eleanor. Kassia smiled, curtsying to a Sir John de Vesey, another noble who had been with Graelam in the Holy Land. Thank the Lord for the coolness of the October day, Kassia thought, for with the press of people, heat would have made it unbearable. She moved closer to her husband, comparing him to the other noblemen. He looks as magnificent as a king, she thought, as he threw back his black head and laughed aloud at a comment from a gaunt-looking man with bushy black eyebrows. His robe was of rich gold velvet, full cut, its flowing sleeves lined with ermine.
About his waist was a thick black belt from which hung a slender gem-studded sword. The robe fit across his massive shoulders perfectly. She had sewed many hours to make it thus. "Ah, my Lord Graelam." Graelam bowed deeply. "Sire, welcome home. Your throne has grown dusty in your absence, and your barons morose without a king to complain about." "Aye," the king said, smiling widely, "but I venture you have told them enough stories to blacken my reputation. My love, here is the Wolf of Cornwall to greet you." Queen Eleanor gasped with pleasure. "Graelam, so many friends come to see us. You look more handsome than my poor Lord Graelam. I fear foreign lands have added grey to his hair. But who is this, my lord?" Edward said, his penetrating blue eyes going to the small woman at Graelam's side. "Allow me to present my wife, sire, Kassia de Moreton." "My lady," Edward said smoothly, and took her small hand into his large one. "Sire," Kassia said, curtsying. She blurted out, "You are so tall. I had believed my lord the largest of men, yet you can see over his head." Eleanor laughed. "He has oft told me that he grew to such a height to better intimidate all his nobles. My lord's uncle, the Duke of Cornwall, has told us of you, Kassia. So romantic and dramatic a story. We will speak, for I wish to hear all about you and your taming of the Wolf of Cornwall." Taming? Huh, Kassia thought as she walked beside her husband to greet other acquaintances. The afternoon faded into evening, and by the time the great banquet was served, Kassia felt herself trembling with weariness. She toyed with the vast variety of foods, sampling only the delicious stuffed pheasants and the creamed potatoes. The wine, she was certain, came from Aquitaine. "The Queen is very gracious," she said to Graelam when he turned away from conversation with Lord John de Valence. "Aye," Graelam said, "'tis the only love match amongst royalty I have heard of. Eleanor saved Edward's life in the Holy Land when he was attacked by an assassin with a poisoned dagger." "She killed the assassin?" Kassia asked, her eyes wide. "Nay, Edward killed the man, and collapsed. She sucked the poison from his arm. I was not present, but Jerval and Chandra were. Edward's physicians were supposedly furious at the Queen's interference." She toyed for a moment with her goblet. "You knew Lady Chandra before she wed Sir Jerval?" Graelam studied her averted profile. "Aye," he said shortly. "Was she who stabbed you in the shoulder?" "She did not stab me. Actually, she flung the dagger from a goodly distance. Had she been less furious and closer to me, I would likely be dead." "How?" Kassia began, but Graelam's attention was drawn back to Lord John questions. Questions flew about in her mind, but she had no opportunity to speak privately to Graelam until they arrived at their compound. To Kassia's delight, Margaret had hot spiced wine awaiting them in their chamber. "I feel like royalty with all this attention," she said as she carefully removed the necklace. Graelam stretched, rubbing his neck. "The ceremony went well. I am pleased that Edward is home again. We return tomorrow to the Tower. I will be meeting with Edward along with many other nobles. You, Kassia, will become better acquainted with the ladies." He paused a moment. He had seen Lady Joanna, but had managed to avoid her. He supposed he was a fool for worrying that she would not be kind to Kassia. "Graelam, would you tell me about Lady Chandra?" He shrugged and sat down in one of the high-backed chairs. "There is little to tell, but if you wish it. I had wanted to marry her, but her father, a Marcher baron—" He broke off a moment, seeing her confusion. "A Marcher baron is a noble whose holdings and fortresses defend the border of England from the Welsh. In any case, Lord Richard refused me. Through trickery, I managed to capture both Chandra and their castle of Croyland. She would have wed me, for I held her younger brother, save for the timely arrival of Jerval.
I was routed and managed to leave with but a wound in my shoulder. Chandra's father then forced her into marriage with Jerval, the son of a close friend of his. She was staring at him. But you are all friends. Now we are. Much happened in the Holy Land to reconcile our differences. And from what I can tell, that is where Chandra decided to become a woman and return her husband's love. Kassia fiddled with the fastenings on her gown. Did you love her? Graelam stared into the glowing coals in the fireplace. It was a long time ago. No, I did not love her, but I wanted her. She is unlike any woman I have ever known. She knows a man's honor and a man's loyalty. He raised brooding eyes to her face. She is capable only of truth. I, rared in a woman. Kassia sucked in her breath at the pain his words brought her. She walked slowly to the far corner of the chamber and began to remove her clothes. He watched her from beneath slitted eyelids, feeling a pang of guilt. He had spoken the truth about Chandra, but not all of it. Before she had fallen in love with Jerval, she had been more unbending than the most ruthless of men, spurning the meaning of compromise. Even now, Graelam imagined that Jerval waged a constant battle with his beautiful wife to keep control. He sipped the warm wine, waiting for Kassia to get into bed. It was odd, he thought, but when he had seen Chandra, he had felt no rush of desire for her. Indeed, he had felt nothing, save friendship for both her and Jerval. He saw a flash of soft white flesh before Kassia pulled the covers over herself. He shifted in his chair, angry at himself for the desire he felt for his wife. He thought about the intense passion he had felt for her the evening before, passion he had forced himself to ignore. After a while, Graelam rose to his feet and stripped off his clothes. He strode to the bed, lifting the lone candle high, and stared down at his wife. Her soft hair was spread about her head on the pillow, her mouth slightly open as she breathed evenly in sleep. Could he blame Dianwald de Fortenberry for being taken with such an apparently guileless, fragile girl? He slipped into bed, forcing himself to stay a goodly distance away from her. Queen Eleanor sat among her chattering ladies in the solarium. The interested, attentive smile never left her face as she looked toward Kassia de Moreton. She continued to weave the intricate tapestry, watching the girl from the corner of her eye as Chandra de Vernon approached her. Events might well prove interesting, she thought. Her ears perked up when she heard a snide comment from Lady Joanna, daughter of the Earl of Leicester. You should have seen her, Joanna was saying to Lady Louise de Sanson, when she first arrived at Wolffeton. I could tell that Lord Graelam was appalled, but of course there was nothing he could do about her. He really married her on her deathbed? Louise asked, her slow eyes lighting avidly. Aye, Joanna said. The look on his face when the skinny little thing arrived, looking for the world like a dirty little boy. And her hair so short. Scandalous, Louise agreed. You can see that she has not much improved, Joanna said maliciously. Eleanor, seeing that other ladies were beginning to listen and then cast furtive glances toward Kassia de Moreton, decided it was time to intervene. I think her quite lovely, she said, in a soft, quite clear voice. Lord Graelam is most lucky. Joanna paused a moment, judging the waters. She said in a hushed whisper that carried a goodly distance, "But that is not what Lord Graelam thinks, Your Highness. I was told by Lady Blanche de Blassis, the half-sister of Graelam's first wife, that Lady Kassia even tried to escape him. It would not appear that he made such a good bargain." The whispering had reached Kassia's sensitive ears, and she was flushed with anger, even as she tried to heed Lady Chandra's words. Suddenly, Chandra's strong fingers closed over her arm. "Leave the bitch to me," Chandra said, and strode toward the little group. "Ah, Lady Joanna, I understand that you were to be married. How very unfortunate for you that the groom escaped." Queen Eleanor hid a smile behind her hand. There was a loud rustling of silk skirts as the ladies moved closer. Joanna knew of Chandra only by reputation. She had believed that she must be an Amazon, but faced with the beautiful creature staring at her with contempt, she was forced to revise her opinion. "My father is relieved that I did not marry Lord Graelam." She gave a small shudder. "He did not wish me to be immured in Cornwall." "But how terribly embarrassing for you, dear Joanna," Chandra continued in mock sympathy, "to be turned away from your first choice.
Graelam had no choice, Joanna said in a shrill voice. He was forced to keep her. Kassia moved quietly to stand beside Chandra. She could not allow Chandra to defend her, as if she were not but a frightened little mouse. He did have a choice, Joanna said. You see, our marriage had not been consummated. Then why did you try to escape him? Louise said, honestly confused. I believe, Kassia said slowly, that Lady Blanche claims this as a fact. It is not true. I owe my loyalty to my husband and always will. How you have changed your stance. Why am I still baiting her? Do I so fear that Graelam will learn that I was the one responsible? It was true, Blanche admitted to herself as she watched Kassia whirl about at the sound of her sarcastic words. She feared Graelam would take revenge upon Guy. Blanche, Kassia murmured. Very soon, Eleanor thought, this gathering will degenerate into a true debacle. She set aside her thread and rose from her chair. Ladies, I believe it is time for me to tell you of the court in Sicily, and I will show you some of the treasures I brought back with me. Come, Chandra said quietly to Kassia. If I stay longer, I will break Joanna's neck, and perhaps Blanche's arm. Why did you defend me? Kassia asked. You do not know me. A penchant for fairness, Chandra said. Joanna, from what I hear, is a vicious, mean-spirited bitch. Graelam would likely have killed her had he married her. Kassia said slowly. You sound as though you have forgiven Graelam for what he tried to do to you. So he told you about that, did he? I asked him last night. He much admires you. Well, Chandra said after a moment, had we wed, I do not know who would have survived. Graelam is used to ruling all within his power. He will not tolerate his wishes gainsaid, and unfortunately, he cannot seem to accept a woman's going against him in anything. Am I right? Aye, Kassia said forlornly. There was a time when I believed that he... She broke off, biting her lip. It matters not. Nothing will change his opinion of me now. Walk with me, Chandra said. I would hear about this adventure of yours. And so I cannot blame Dienwald for escaping, Kassia concluded. Graelam would have killed him. And now Blanche is here, and still persists in despising me. There is nothing I can do or say to convince him otherwise. Chandra said. If I were more like you, Kassia burst out, he would likely love me. At least he might believe me, for he spoke about your honor and your honesty. Chandra smiled down at Kassia. I have an idea, she said. Why do you not come with me to the archery range? I have a contest with the king tomorrow and must practice. And while I am at it, I can show you how to shoot. 28. You are meddling, and I do not like it. Lady Chandra de Vernon snuggled closer to her husband. But she is innocent, Jervil, she protested mildly, drawing in her breath as her husband's hand roved down over her belly. I only wish to help. She does bring out one's protective instincts, Jervil said. Aye, but do not think she is a fragile, helpless little flower. There is a core of strength in her, I think. She will bend, but will not break. If only Graelam were not such a proud, cynical, arrogant. All of those things, I suppose, Chandra said on a sigh. You should have seen her on the archery range this afternoon. She looked at my bow as if it were a snake that would bite her. But she quickly got over that. She hasn't much physical strength, but she does have a good eye and a steady hand. So you would turn her into a warrior? If you laugh, Jervil, I will take a dagger to your... Well, you will regret it. Just remember, my love, Jervil said softly, drawing her into his arms, if that dagger of yours strikes, you will lose also. I will make you a bargain. I will speak to Graelam tomorrow, and also Sir Guy de Blazes. He seems a decent man. I cannot say that much for his wife. Hush now, woman. I wish to have my way with you. I wonder, Chandra said before succumbing to her husband, what Blanche is saying to her husband. Do you believe he knows the truth? Sir Guy knew all there was to know about his bride. He had realized, even before he had tricked her into marrying him, that her relentless pursuit of Graelam had been primarily because of her fear for her son's future. Well, perhaps not entirely, he quickly amended to himself, grimacing a little. But Evian's future was now assured. Guy felt a good deal of affection for her, even enjoyed her tirades, for he knew that once in bed she would forget everything but him. She was a passionate woman, one who was not always logical, and, unfortunately, quite single-minded. But that would change. He smiled at her now, lazily, listening to her rant. She never bored him. I do not want to be pregnant. But you are, my dear, he said mildly, and you will remain that way. After you have given me 2 or 3 sons.
Lady Joanna, I understand that you were to be married. How very unfortunate for you that the groom escaped. Queen Eleanor hid a smile behind her hand. There was a loud rustling of silk skirts as the ladies moved closer. Joanna knew of Chandra only by reputation. She had believed that she must be an Amazon, but faced with the beautiful creature staring at her with contempt, she was forced to revise her opinion. My father is relieved that I did not marry Lord Graelam. She gave a small shudder. He did not wish me to be immured in Cornwall. But how terribly embarrassing for you, dear Joanna, Chandra continued in mock sympathy, to be turned away from your first choice. Graelam had no choice, Joanna said in a shrill voice. He was forced to keep her. Kassia moved quietly to stand beside Chandra. She could not allow Chandra to defend her as if she were not but a frightened little mouse. He did have a choice, Joanna said. You see, our marriage had not been consummated. Then why did you try to escape him? Louise said, honestly confused. I believe, Kassia said slowly, that Lady Blanche claims this as a fact. It is not true. I owe my loyalty to my husband and always will. How you have changed your stance. Why am I still baiting her? Do I so fear that Graelam would learn that I was the one responsible? It was true, Blanche admitted to herself, as she watched Kassia whirl about at the sound of her sarcastic words. She feared Graelam would take revenge upon Guy. Blanche, Kassia murmured. Very soon, Eleanor thought, this gathering will degenerate into a true debacle. She set aside her thread and rose from her chair. Ladies, I believe it is time for me to tell you of the court in Sicily, and I will show you some of the treasures I brought back with me. Come, Chandra said quietly to Kassia. If I stay longer, I will break Joanna's neck, and perhaps Blanche's arm. Why did you defend me? Kassia asked. You do not know me. A penchant for fairness, Chandra said. Joanna, from what I hear, is a vicious, mean-spirited bitch. Graelam would likely have killed her had he married her, Kassia said slowly. You sound as though you have forgiven Graelam for what he tried to do to you. So he told you about that, did he? I asked him last night. He much admires you. Well, Chandra said after a moment, had we wed, I do not know who would have survived. Graelam is used to ruling all within his power. He will not tolerate his wishes gainsaid, and unfortunately, he cannot seem to accept a woman's going against him in anything. Am I right? Aye, Kassia said forlornly, you are right. There was a time when she broke off, biting her lip. It matters not. Nothing will change his opinion of me now. Walk with me, Chandra said. I would hear about this adventure of yours. And so, I cannot blame Dienwald for escaping, Kassia concluded after some time. Graelam would have killed him. And now Blanche is here, and still persists in despising me. There is nothing I can do or say to convince him otherwise. Chandra said. If I were more like you, Kassia burst out, he would likely love me.
At least he might believe me, for he spoke about your honor and your honesty. Chandra smiled down at Kassia. I have an idea, she said. Why do you not come with me to the archery range? I have a contest with the king tomorrow and must practice. And while I am at it, I can show you how to shoot. 28. You are meddling, and I do not like it. Lady Chandra de Vernon.
I do not love Kassia. I felt protective of her. For a more innocent maid I have yet to see. But I wanted you, Blanche, despite what you did. He shrugged and added honestly, I gained you and saved Kassia from further of your machinations. Her eyes flew to his face. I did nothing. Can I never cease lying? He lightly caressed his fingertips over her lips. I am not blind, love. There is no reason for you to pretend to me. I will admit that it would please me mightily if you would willingly go to Graelam and tell him the truth. His eyes darkened, narrowing in thought. Of course, Graelam, being as blind as he appears to be when it comes to women, would likely assume that I put you up to it. And seeing you soft and lovely from my attentions, I could not blame him. Perhaps 'tis best to leave matters as they are, at least for the time being. I have a feeling that they will work out things between them without any more of your interference or mine. But attend me, Blanche. I will not allow you to direct any more mischief toward Kassia. Do you understand me? I cannot help but understand you. You are a brute and a braggart, but I won't believe you. He did not release her, but sighed deeply. Perhaps in 5 or 10 years, you will come to believe me. Together, Blanche, you and I will build Chitterley into a great holding. He chuckled and leaned down to kiss her lips lightly. Our children will never believe their mother a spineless wench. You mock me, Guy, she muttered, and you are slippery as the wettest fish. I do not like you. Nay, but you love me. I will accept that for a while. I trust that you will not go against my wishes. You would likely beat me if I did. He touched his hand to her slightly rounded belly. No, but I would find other ways to punish you. She buried her face against his shoulder. I do not mean to say bad things, Guy, she whispered. I was just so afraid. He kissed her temple. But not now, not ever again. And, love, I enjoy your fishwife's tongue. He felt her stiffen in protest, and quickly said, Now I will take you to bed and make you forget everything but your passion and your love for me. The afternoon was clear and sunny, the air crisp. Lords and ladies were gathered in the huge tower courtyard to see the competition between King Edward and Lady Chandra de Vernon. Graelam left Kassia with the Queen and joined Gervil de Vernon and his friend Sir Mark. There was much good-natured jesting and prodding until Gervil tore off part of his tunic sleeve. An adequate favor for my lady? He asked, and the men dissolved into more laughter. My lord is quite cocky, Queen Eleanor said with a smile, but I think he will soon become quite serious about it all. You watched Changa practicing yesterday, Kassia. She is unbelievable, Kassia said. I never dreamed that a woman could be so... She sought vainly for a word. Complete? Eleanor supplied. Perhaps. And she is so beautiful. Actually, Kassia, her completeness came only when she fell in love with her husband. She was not always as happy as she is now. But her husband always loved her, Kassia wanted to say. Instead, she spoke of the match. She is concerned that the 3rd round will do her in. The distance requires a great deal of strength, and she says that only the king can shoot so far with accuracy. I know, Eleanor said. I believe my lord insisted upon it. He does not like to lose. Kassia laughed. At least he is honest about it. She looked toward Chandra, who was laughing as her husband wrapped a piece of material about her arm as his favor. I would be like her, Kassia thought. If I could learn a little of what she does so effortlessly. Gun to couple with you? She saw the vague imprint of her palm on his cheek. Will you strike me? She asked. You deserve it, he said, his eyes falling to her small white breasts. But no, there is a more effective punishment for you, is there not? I must simply ensure that your fear of me douses your passion. She trembled. You will force me again, rape me like you did poor Mary? Why not? He asked, hating himself for the desire he felt for her. I can do anything I wish with you. You are my wife. Please, Graelam, she whispered, trying to pull away from his searching hands. Do not hurt me. He lifted her and carried her to the bed. No, I will not hurt you, but neither will I allow you pleasure. He pressed her onto her stomach and spread her legs. She heard his jerking breathing and closed her eyes against the humiliation. She knew he was staring down at her, and when his fingers touched her, she quivered and cried out softly. Suddenly, he released her. Go to sleep, he said harshly. I do not want you. She curled into a ball, drawing the covers to her chin. She felt tears sting her eyes and quickly and angrily dashed them away. One moment she was sleeping soundly, and the next she was moaning softly into the darkness.
The legs were quivering with the exquisite feelings, and there was an inescapable, burgeoning glow of pleasure deep within her. She felt his mouth hot and wet, kissing her, caressing her, and both sleep and the humiliation she had felt fled her mind. He took her, and her body dissolved into a torrent of pleasurable sensations. Her body was utterly sated, but her thoughts tumbled in confusion. How could she respond to him so easily after what he had said and done? I am nothing but a simple fool, she thought. 29. The heavy cloak made her clumsy, but she ignored it and took another arrow from Evian. She set it in its notch and slowly drew it back until her bunched fingers touched her cheek. She released it, her eyes never leaving the target. To her immense pleasure, she heard a satisfying thud and saw the arrow embedded firmly in the straw target. Well done, my lady, Evian said, clapping his hands. She wanted to shout her own pleasure at her meager prowess. She would never be Chandra, but she had hit the target, and from 20 feet. I have improved, have I not? She asked, her eyes sparkling. The boy nodded enthusiastically. Kassia saw that he was shivering with cold. Oh, Evian, she said, you are freezing. It is enough. But Evian saw her gazing wistfully toward the remaining arrows in the leather quiver. Nay, my lady, he said firmly, you have 6 more arrows to shoot. I can see your breath even as you speak, she chided him. We will not have sunlight for much longer, he said, and handed her another arrow. Rolf rubbed his arms as he rounded the naked branched apple trees in the orchard. St. Peter's bones, he thought, it is getting cold. He started to speak, then stopped and watched Kassia shoot 3 arrows. All 3 hit the target firmly, one of them close to the dark blue center. He smiled ruefully, remembering his shock when Kassia had approached him during their return trip from London. She had pulled her mare in beside him, and he felt her eyes upon him, studying him. My lady, he asked, turning in his saddle to face her. Rolf, she said, will you teach me to use a bow and arrow? The words had rushed out of her mouth, and he would have laughed had he not seen the intense, pleading look in her eyes. He was not stupid. His young mistress had met the exquisite Lady Chandra, had watched her with all the other nobles in her match with the king. He had been in Lord Graelam's service when he had decided he wanted to wed Chandra de Avenel, the warrior princess, as he called her. He had accompanied him to Croyland and witnessed the first success and final failure of his plan to wed the girl. He asked very gently, "Why do you wish to learn a man's skill, my lady?" Her eyes fell for a moment. Then that resolute little chin of hers rose defiantly. "I wish to be complete," she said. She knew it was odd of her to speak thus to her husband's master-at-arms, but she did not have a choice. She doubted he would help her if she was not honest with him. He pondered her words for a long moment. "A lady such as you is complete. You manage a great keep, help Blount with the accounts. Yea, he told me that. Direct the preparation of meals that keep our bellies happy, and play an amazing game of chess. It is not enough," she said quietly. He saw the flash of pain in her fine eyes and wished for a moment that he could kick his master off his destrier and pound some sense into his thick head. Rolf said finally, hoping his young mistress wouldn't take offense,
She was nothing more than a dream spun in my lord's imagination and fed by the minstrel's foolish songs. I doubt that she has acquired your skills, my lady." Kassia did not pretend to misunderstand him. "She is all that Graelam wants and admires, Rolf. Nay, please do not look away from me. I must speak what is in my mind. He told me about her, of course, when I asked him. He spoke of her honor, of her honesty, and of her amazing skills as a warrior. In his eyes, Rolf, I have none of those things. Perhaps if I acquire some skill, the other qualities will follow." She lowered her head a moment, and Rolf saw her clench the reins tightly in her small hands. "I must do something. But not mold yourself into Lady Chandra's elusive image," he thought. "In most of the men's eyes, my lady, you are all that is good and honest and honorable. Very few believe that you betrayed Graelam." "He does," she said, harshly. Rolf said honestly, before he could stop himself, "He is a fool, particularly when it concerns a woman. He is also my husband. If I cannot change his thinking, it is likely that I will betray him and return to my father. I cannot bear the pain of it, you see." Rolf sucked in his breath in anger. He wanted to demand if Graelam had beaten her, but he could not. Even speaking to her so honestly was improper. "He knows great anger at me." She gave him a sad smile. "I do not blame him for what he believes. Sometimes I wonder if I did not imagine it all." Rolf looked between his horse's ears, wishing yet again that he could beat some sense into his ruthless master's head. To his surprise, he saw Graelam turn in his saddle, a look of suspicion narrowing his dark eyes. "My God," Rolf thought, startled, "he is jealous. Of me? An old man?" He thoughtfully chewed his lower lip. "My lady," he said finally, smiling at her, "I will teach you. Graelam must not know of it. Nay, he will not know, not until you have the skill to impress him. Thank you, Rolf." She gave him a radiant smile, and he was stunned at the pure, sweet beauty of her face. Rolf waited now until she had shot her final arrow, then strode forward. He could see his breath in the still, cold air. Fallen leaves crunched under his booted feet. He worried that she would catch a fever, standing for so long in the silent winter afternoon. But he also knew that to say so would wipe the pleasure off her face. He said evenly, "You must hold your right arm more stiffly. Here, let me show you." He helped her until he felt the cold seep through his thick clothes. She must be freezing, he thought, and stepped back from her. "That is enough, my lady. My old bones need the warmth of a fire." "And some hot ale," Kassia exclaimed happily. "For you too, Evian." Evian tucked her bow and the leather quiver beneath his arm, as if it were he who was practicing so faithfully. Rolf had told him only that his lady's practice was to be a surprise for Lord Graelam. Kassia entered the great hall, a pleased smile still on her face. She drew up abruptly at the sight of Graelam, his arms crossed over his chest, watching her. He had returned the evening before from a visit to Crandall. He had not asked her to accompany him, and she had said nothing. It had given her nearly a week to practice without worrying if he would come upon her. She felt a deep, lurching pleasure as she stared at him. He looked vigorous and splendidly male, his thick black hair tousled around his head. Her face became a careful blank at his harshly asked question, "Where have you been?" Her eyes fell. He had been so busy with Blount. It had not occurred to her that he would miss her, and she had practiced but an hour. "Would you care for some mulled wine, my lord?" she asked carefully. "What I would care for, my lady, is an answer from you." She raised her chin. "I was walking in the orchard." She saw the blatant distrust in his eyes and hastened to add, "Evian was with me. I am thinking about planting some pear trees in the spring." Graelam wondered why she was lying to him. Pear trees, for God's sake. "Come and warm yourself," he said, his voice roughening with concern. "Your nose is red with cold." She obeyed him willingly, after she had given orders for some mulled wine. "Sir Walter," she said, relieved that Graelam did not question her further, "how fares he at Crandall?" It was difficult to keep the dislike from her voice. "He is a bit overbearing with the peasants, but I doubt not that he will settle in."
Kassia had hoped that Sir Walter would show his true colors to Graelam, but it appeared that he hadn't yet. She said, "Did Blount show you the message from the Duke of Cornwall?" "Aye, and it worries me. All his talk about growing old. One would think that with Edward safely on the throne, the Duke would relax a bit and enjoy life. He has no more responsibilities to keep him young. It would seem, as you have said, that once the heavy burdens are lifted, a man could enjoy his peace. But it is not so. Sometimes I think that Geoffrey and his threats of treachery keep my father healthy, though I pray it is not true. Let us hope that your father has enough to keep him busy during the winter. If Geoffrey plans something, he will not execute it until spring. How I pray that Geoffrey will forget his disappointment. I cannot bear the thought of Beltair being threatened." She moved closer to the huge fireplace and stared into the leaping flames. Her father and Beltair had been the two constants in her life. Geoffrey had always seemed but a mild nuisance. Beltair and her father were her refuge, even now, if Graelam no longer wanted her. 2 tears spilled onto her cheeks and trailed quickly downward. She did not have the energy to brush them away. "Stop crying," Graelam said. "You are not a child, Kassia, and there is no reason to worry about Geoffrey." His tone sounded harsh and cruel to his own ears. Oddly enough, he understood vaguely what she was feeling. He cursed softly when she raised her face and looked at him with such hopelessness. He gathered her into his arms, pressing her face against his warm tunic. "Hush," he said, more gently, his strong fingers kneading the taut muscles in her slender shoulders. He felt a surge of desire for her. He well understood lust, but what he felt for Kassia was tempered with other emotions, deep, swirling emotions that he was loath to examine. Damn her, he thought, holding her more tightly. He had bedded several serving wenches during his stay at Crandall, hoping that the next one would give him release and wipe Kassia's image from his mind. But after his stark passion had peaked and receded, he had lain awake staring into the darkness, even as the woman who had pleasured him lay sleeping blissfully beside him. He felt the delicate bones in her shoulders, so fragile beneath his strong fingers. He closed his eyes, breathing in the sweet scent of her. No other woman smelled like her, he thought, somewhat foolishly. He lowered his head and rubbed his cheek against her soft hair. Lavender, he thought. She smells of lavender. His hands dropped lower, cupping her hips. He felt her stiffen. He gave a low, mocking laugh and pushed her away from him. His voice was a familiar taunt. "I will not take you here, my lady. Dry your tears and see to our evening meal." Kassia brushed away her tears, cursing herself for desiring his strength and his comfort even for a moment. "Aye, my lord," she said quietly, and left him. She smiled and spoke throughout the long evening, seeing to Graelam's needs, while wishing that she could creep away someplace and shroud herself in the bleakness of her spirit. She listened to him speak to his men, listened to him laugh as they traded jests. He had not touched her the night before, and she knew that he would take her this night. She wanted him to take her, she realized, make her forget, if only for a moment. But not in anger, not as a punishment. She excused herself and went to their bedchamber. It took her some time to rid herself of Etta. She bathed in hot, scented water, forcing herself to accept the conclusion she had fought against for so long. Pride and truth yield but empty misery. She thought of all her practice with the bow and arrow and laughed aloud at her foolishness. Perhaps Graelam would admire her, but likely it would not bring him to trust her, to believe in her. Only a lie would change how he treated her. When Graelam entered much later, she was lying in their bed, propped up against the pillows. "I had expected you to be asleep," he said, as he stripped off his clothes. She smoothed the bed covers under her shaking hands. "Nay," she said quietly. "I have missed you," she blurted out. His heat shot up. She saw the gleam of pleasure in his dark eyes before he quickly made his expression impassive. "Why?" he asked bluntly. He stood by the bed, naked, his eyes intent upon her face. "I do not want strife between us, Graelam," she whispered, trying not to gaze so hungrily at his body. But she failed, and he knew it.
"You know what I demand from you," he said, as he slipped into bed beside her. I know. Don't cry, you stupid fool. You said you would forgive me." "I will forgive you," he said, his voice flat and cold. "Then it was as you believe." He felt a searing wave of contempt at himself and a surge of disappointment as well. He had wanted her to admit her guilt, admit that she had hired Dinewalt de Fortenberry and given him the necklace, but facing the fact of her doing it made him almost physically ill. He rose on his elbow beside her and gazed down into her pale face. He saw tears shimmering in her eyes. "I told you I would forgive you if you but spoke the truth. Why do you cry? I am so lonely. I cannot bear my loneliness. I will gladly take whatever part of you you wish to give me." She could think of nothing to say to him. With a small, helpless cry, she flung herself against him, wrapping her arms about his back and burrowing her face against his shoulder. "So," he said, his bitterness sounding in his voice, "it is my body you wish." He felt her soft mouth pressing light kisses against his chest. "Please," she whispered, "no more anger. I can bear no more anger from you. It is not anger I feel for you now, Kassia. I will give you your woman's pleasure, and we will speak no more about the past." He gently pressed her onto her back and drew the covers down to her waist. Her heart was pounding so loudly she thought he must hear it. She felt his eyes roving over her body, and it both alarmed and excited her. "Your breasts seem fuller," he said.
Kassia had hoped that Sir Walter would show his true colors to Graelam, but it appeared that he hadn't yet. She said, "Did Blount show you the message from the Duke of Cornwall?" "Aye, and it worries me. All his talk about growing old. One would think that with Edward safely on the throne, the Duke would relax a bit and enjoy life. He has no more responsibilities to keep him young. It would seem, as you have said, that once the heavy burdens are lifted, a man could enjoy his peace. But it is not so. Sometimes I think that Geoffrey and his threats of treachery keep my father healthy, though I pray it is not true. Let us hope that your father has enough to keep him busy during the winter. If Geoffrey plans something, he will not execute it until spring. How I pray that Geoffrey will forget his disappointment. I cannot bear the thought of Belter being threatened." She moved closer to the huge fireplace and stared into the leaping flames. Her father and Belter had been the two constants in her life. Geoffrey had always seemed but a mild nuisance. Belter and her father were her refuge, even now, if Graelam no longer wanted her. 2 tears spilled onto her cheeks and trailed quickly downward. She did not have the energy to brush them away. "Stop crying," Graelam said. "You are not a child, Kassia, and there is no reason to worry about Geoffrey." His tone sounded harsh and cruel to his own ears. Oddly enough, he understood vaguely what she was feeling. He cursed softly when she raised her face and looked at him with such hopelessness. He gathered her into his arms, pressing her face against his warm tunic. "Hush," he said, more gently, his strong fingers kneading the taut muscles in her slender shoulders. He felt a surge of desire for her. He well understood lust, but what he felt for Kassia was tempered with other emotions, deep, swirling emotions that he was loath to examine. Damn her, he thought, holding her more tightly. He had bedded several serving wenches during his stay at Crandall, hoping that the next one would give him release and wipe Cassia's image from his mind. But after his stark passion had peaked and receded, he had lain awake, staring into the darkness, even as the woman who had pleasured him lay sleeping blissfully beside him. He felt the delicate bones in her shoulders, so fragile beneath his strong fingers. He closed his eyes, breathing in the sweet scent of her. No other woman smelled like her, he thought somewhat foolishly. He lowered his head and rubbed his cheek against her soft hair. Lavender, he thought. She smells of lavender. His hands dropped lower, cupping her hips. He felt her stiffen. He gave a low, mocking laugh and pushed her away from him. His voice was a familiar taunt. "I will not take you here, my lady. Dry your tears and see to our evening meal." Kassia brushed away her tears, cursing herself for desiring his strength and his comfort even for a moment. "Aye, my lord," she said quietly, and left him. She smiled and spoke throughout the long evening, seeing to Graelam's needs,
while wishing that she could creep away someplace and shroud herself in the bleakness of her spirit. She listened to him speak to his men, listened to him laugh as they traded jests. He had not touched her the night before, and she knew that he would take her this night. She wanted him to take her, she realized, make her forget, if only for a moment, but not in anger, not as a punishment. She excused herself and went to their bedchamber. It took her some time to rid herself of Etta. She bathed in hot scented water, forcing herself to accept the conclusion she had fought against for so long. Pride and truth yield but empty misery. She thought of all her practice with the bow and arrow, and laughed aloud at her foolishness. Perhaps Graelam would admire her, but likely it would not bring him to trust her, to believe in her. Only a lie would change how he treated her. When Graelam entered much later, she was lying in their bed, propped up against the pillows. "I had expected you to be asleep," he said as he stripped off his clothes. She wanted to shriek and cry at the same time, but she could not. She had done it to herself, and must now live with it. He continued to be kind to her. At night, she could imagine that he loved her as he gently took her body. She was so aware of him that if his eyes darkened, her body leapt in response, and he knew it. She wondered if he hated her for that, too. "It is time to concentrate, Kassia," she told herself. She urged Bluebell forward into a gentle gallop, drew back the bow, and released the arrow at the target. It hit the center, and she turned in the saddle at Evian's shout of congratulation. They were on the beach, a good mile from Wolffeton. She did not want to take the chance that Graelam would come by chance upon her. In this, she would surprise him. He would be pleased with her prowess. He must be pleased. It was the only thing that kept her practicing so diligently. But he had missed her. She immediately saw the distrust and anger in his eyes. "You plan more trees for the orchard?" he asked her, watching her dismount from Bluebell's back. Her chin rose. "Nay, my lord," she said brightly. "I plan a surprise for you." His eyes narrowed. "Explain yourself." She shook her head, forcing teasing laughter from her throat. "Nay, my lord, you must wait. I promise to forgive you the past, not the present," he said. She could only stare at him. "But I have done nothing to displease you." "Have you not?" he asked, then turned on his heel and left her. If she had had a rock in her hand, she would have hurled it at his back. "I will show you," she hissed between her teeth. 3 days later, on a bright, cold afternoon, Kassia calmly planned to surprise him. She felt excited, hopeful, and proud of herself. 30. "Rolf, you promised!" Rolf scratched his head, wishing suddenly he was anywhere but here at Wolffeton. "I don't think it is a good idea," he said lamely. No match for the pleading in her eyes. "But Graelam will be surprised and pleased. You know he must be, Rolf. I will be just like Lady Chandra, and he will admire me," she added silently to herself. "If not else, that must be true. You said yourself that I have improved beyond all your expectations. You have already arranged the competition." "I have," he said helplessly. "I will probably be hanged for a fool." "Mayhap," she said, ignoring his words. "The minstrels will hear about me and write their chansons to praise my prowess." "I don't know what will come of this," Rolf grumbled. "What will come of this is that Graelam will admire me." A small, wistful voice said, "I must change my clothes." She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Do not forget what you will say to my lord." Rolf watched her run up the stairs into the great hall. He scuffed the toe of his leather boot against a cobblestone and cursed softly. "So, Rolf," Graelam said with some amusement to his master-at-arms as they walked side by side toward the practice field, "do you also expect me to give a prize to the winner?" "The men have practiced hard," Rolf said in a neutral voice. "Some sort of recognition from you would not be amiss. Then I shall think of something." Graelam shaded his eyes and gazed over the course. "You are lucky it hasn't rained in a week," he said. "The targets are arranged wide apart," he continued, scanning the course. "I think most of the men will complete it with a perfect score. Why is it so easy? So your lady won't break her neck." "The men competing have little practice in shooting their arrows from horseback," he said smoothly. "I wanted to be as fair as possible to them." Graelam cocked a thick black brow at him. "I believe you grow soft in your old age," he remarked. He saw his men lined up on the far side of the course, drawing lots to determine the order. He moved into position beside Rolf, waiting for the competition to begin. Rolf saw him glance back toward the keep and wondered if his master was looking for his wife. "Kassia takes great pleasure in surprising the men," Graelam said, as if in answer to Rolf's thoughts. "I wonder if she will bring the winner a tray of pastries." Rolf grunted, his eyes on Kassia, dressed in boy's clothes, sitting proudly astride a bay stallion. She was wearing a short mantle that fastened with a brooch over her right shoulder, its hood drawn up and clipped securely over her chestnut curls. It had not occurred to either of them until the day before that Graelam would immediately recognize Bluebell if she rode her mare in the competition. Thus the bay stallion, Ganfred. Rolf watched the stallion prance sideways and closed his eyes in a silent prayer. The horse was not as placid and obedient as Bluebell, and Kassia had ridden him but once. She had not seemed at all concerned, but Rolf was not deceived. "Only 8 men to compete?" Graelam asked, turning to Rolf. "Have I counted aright?" The other men had moved away to take positions along the course. The truth was out. "Aye, 'tis primarily the men who have not done much of this." Indeed, he had handpicked the men who would not make Kassia look like a complete graceless child. Most of them were big men, clumsy with a bow, men who were trained to the lance and mace. "I imagine," Graelam said acidly, "that I am about to be most impressed." For he had begun to recognize the men, even from this distance. "I did not know that Joseph even knew how to notch an arrow." "He has been practicing," Rolf said. "Come, my lord, I believe they are ready to begin." They had erected a small dais, wide enough for only 2 men. Graelam jumped into it and gave Rolf a hand. He turned at a shout and watched the first man, Arnold, ride into the course, his bow aimed at the first target. The arrow struck the target with more strength than accuracy, and Graelam shook his head. By the time Arnold had completed the course, he had managed to hit the bullseye on 6 of the 12 targets. There was much good-natured laughing and cheering from the men. "Arnold the ox, he'll eat the targets he missed for his dinner." "Most fascinating," Graelam said sarcastically to Rolf. "I grow more excited by the minute." The next 2 men did no better than Arnold, and Graelam was beginning to believe that Rolf had arranged this ridiculous competition as a jest. He started to say so to his master-at-arms, but Rolf was staring fixedly toward the next rider. Graelam did not recognize the man. Boy, rather, he quickly amended to himself. But the stallion, Ganfred, was from his stable. "At least the lad shows more ability than the rest," he said, watching the boy draw his bow smoothly back and gently release the arrow. It hit the center. He frowned. "Who is he, Rolf? A new fledgling you wish to take under your wing?" "He does well," Rolf said, trying to postpone the moment of reckoning as long as possible. "Look, my lord, another bullseye." Rolf felt himself swell with pride. She was doing well, despite the problems she was having with the stallion. By the end of the course, she had struck 9 bullseyes out of 12. "The boy is undersized," Graelam said, watching him ride back to the far side of the field. "I begin to believe that you arranged this competition just to make him look good. You gave him Ganfred to ride. Who is he, Rolf?" "My lord, look, here is Bran." Graelam shot a sideways glance at Rolf. Something was brewing. He decided to wait and see, and simply enjoy himself in the meanwhile. The wiry, graceless Bran made Arnold look like a master archer. Graelam joined the laughter as Bran finished the course, smiling widely, showing the huge space between his front teeth. "I will challenge any junglers to beat this act," Graelam said. Perhaps, Rolf thought, he shouldn't have picked such utter dolts to compete. Even if Lady Kassia won, it wouldn't be much of a victory. He realized that the men competing had, of course, recognized her, for their performance became even worse. All the men were very fond of her and were shielding her. He saw the men whispering to each other, passing the word along.
and he realized that he had made a grave mistake in allowing this. Graelam would skin him alive. He cleared his throat nervously. "The lad appears to have won the first round, my lord," he said as the men slapped Kassia on the back, congratulating her. "The men will pair up in the second round and compete for the targets." "I can barely contain my excitement," Graelam said dryly. Rolf saw that Kassia was paired with Bran, the worst of the lot. He waited until the two of them rode toward the first target, jockeying for position as they drew close. "The lad, my lord," he said, touching Graelam's sleeve to gain his attention. "He did win the first round." "Aye, and he does not do so badly in this one. But he had better watch Bran's horse. The brute hates Ganfred." Rolf drew in his breath in consternation. The plan had been to have Kassia ride smartly up to her husband, pull back her hood, and demand the prize from him. He watched helplessly as Bran's horse reared up, kicking his hind legs at Ganfred, just as Kassia, as vulnerable as possible, raised her bow to shoot at a target. "We must stop this," Rolf shouted. "Why? You are growing soft as an old man, Rolf. Let's see how much talent the lad does have." "The lad, my lord, is your wife. She did not ride Ganfred until yesterday." "You are mad," Graelam said between his teeth. "The jest goes too far, Rolf." But Rolf had jumped from the dais and was running toward the course, waving his hands. The men had quieted, watching Bran try unsuccessfully to rein in his mount. The stallion, his eyes rolling with challenge, bit Ganfred on the neck, reared again, and smashed his hooves into Ganfred's sides. Graelam was running, all thought frozen. Fear coursed through him, raw and cold. He watched helplessly as Kassia's bow and arrow went flying from her hands to the ground. He saw her desperately try to pull away from the maddened stallion, but she did not have the strength to control him. Ganfred turned on the other horse and attacked. "Kassia, jump off!" He heard his own shout, knowing it was lost in the shouts of his men. Kassia was not afraid. She was furious. She must have been born under an unlucky star. "Bran, pull the beast away," she cried out. When Ganfred reared up and attacked, she realized that all had gone awry. She struggled to bring the huge stallion under control, but it was no use. She felt Ganfred jerk the reins from her ineffectual hands. At the same time she heard Graelam shout at her. But she knew if she jumped, she might be crushed under the horse's hooves. She hung on, clutching frantically at Ganfred's mane. "Bran," she croaked, "pull him away." Ganfred gave a mighty heave, rearing up again to attack, but the other stallion was running away. He snorted in fury and dashed after him. Kassia lost her hold. She realized that she should roll once she hit the ground, but when the hard earth crashed against her side, she was stunned, unable to move, the breath knocked from her. She lay perfectly still, trying to clear her wits and regain her breath. "Kassia!" She looked up to see Graelam above her. "It is not fair," she panted. "I would have won. It is not fair." He dropped to his knees beside her, his hands roving methodically over her body. "Can you move your legs?" "Aye," she whispered, feeling suddenly dizzy and nauseous. "Graelam, I would have won." His hands were bending her arms, then prodding at her belly. She sucked in her breath, not wanting to retch. That would be the ultimate humiliation. She saw the shadows of the men above her, heard them talking. Graelam clasped his hands about her shoulders. "Kassia," he said, gently pulling her up. "Look at me. Can you see me?" "Of course," she said. "I am all right." Graelam lifted her gently into his arms. "The competition is over," he said harshly to the men. She closed her eyes against the waves of dizziness, her head falling back against his arm. "I was not afraid," she muttered, "if it had not been for that wretched horse." "Hush," Graelam said. He carried her to their bedchamber, shouting for Etta. After laying her on the bed, he gently straightened her legs. She closed her eyes tightly, and he saw the tensing around her mouth. He felt utterly helpless. "My baby."
Etta scurried to the bed, ignoring Graelam as she sat beside her mistress. "I am going to be sick," Etta whispered. When the spasms passed, she lay pale and weak. Her head ached, but the waves of dizziness were growing less. "I will prepare her a potion, my lord," Etta said, and slowly rose. "Will she be all right?" Graelam asked harshly. "I trust so," Etta said. "It is just that—" "Just what?" "Not of importance," Etta muttered, and hastened from the bedchamber. Graelam sat beside his wife, took her small hand in his, and noticed the calluses on the pads of her fingers for the first time. His wrenching fear was lessening, but he said nothing, merely watched her pale face for signs of pain. Kassia opened her eyes and looked into her husband's worried face. "I would have won," she repeated, sounding a litany. "Why did you do it?" he asked, his grip tightening on her hand. "I wanted to make you admire me, as you do Lady Chandra," she said simply. "I thought if I won, you would be pleased. I do not want my wife aping men." His words cut through her, and she stared up at him, hopelessness in her eyes. "I wanted only to gain your approval, to make you proud of me. I could think of nothing else to make you care for me, to make you forget that you so dislike me." Graelam said nothing. Guilt flooded him. "I do not dislike you," he said finally, "but what you did was foolish beyond permission." "Please do not blame Rolf," she whispered, "nor any of the men. They could not have known that Bran's stallion would attack Ganfred. He wanted to bash all their heads in, but he saw the pleading in her eyes, and said, 'Very well.' He gently unfastened the brooch and pulled off her mantle. 'You will likely be sore for a while from your fall.' He fell silent, then smiled at her ruefully. 'Compared to the dolts in the competition, you did very well indeed.' This was my surprise?" She nodded. "They were not real competition," she said, rallying. "Rolf did not believe I could gain your attention if I went against the better men. He did not want me to look bad. You did not look bad. Did Lady Chandra give you this idea?" "Nay, not really, though she showed me how to handle a bow. She is so beautiful. Kassia," he said, very gently, "I wanted her, I told you that, but I did not love her. There was no reason for you to be jealous of her skills." He lightly touched his palm to her forehead and relaxed. She felt cool to the touch. "Kassia," he continued after a moment, "does it matter so much to you what I think?" She gazed at him, remembering that she had once told him she loved him. Had he simply disregarded her words, believed that she was telling but another lie? And now, of course, since she had admitted that she had lied to him, he would likely believe nothing she said. She said only, "Aye, it matters to me." "There has been much between us," he began, only to break off as Etta came into the bedchamber. He moved aside and watched her give Kassia the vile-smelling potion. Etta straightened. "She will sleep now, my lord. I did not know what she planned, else I would never have allowed her to do it. I pray that she will be all right. I will stay with her until she sleeps," he said. "I will call you if she worsens, Etta." He took her hand in his and stroked his fingers over her soft flesh. Her lashes fluttered and closed. He listened to her breathing as it evened into a drugged sleep. He undressed her, smiling whimsically at the boy's clothes. Gently he eased her beneath the covers, pulling them to her chin. He found himself studying her, comparing her to Chandra. There was, he decided, no comparison at all, and he was pleased. Kassia slept the afternoon away, awakening briefly in the evening. She felt oddly heavy and dull.
"It is the potion Etta gave you," Graelam told her. "I fear that you must rest a few days before you again take up your bow and arrow. You do not mind?" "Nay," he said, smiling at her. "In fact, I will give you better competition than poor Bran. The fellow is frantic with worry. You must get well and reassure him." "Aye, I will." She fell asleep again, hope filling her at his words. She awoke to darkness, her throat dry and scratchy. She slipped from the bed and made her way slowly to the carafe of water on the table. She reached for the water, only to whip her hand to her belly at a sudden fierce pain. She felt wet stickiness gushing from her body. She looked at herself, not understanding, then doubled over as another cramping pain ripped through her. She cried out. Graelam heard her cry and bounded out of the bed. He quickly lit a candle and strode toward her. "Kassia, what is it? Graelam, help me, I'm bleeding," she gasped as another pain clutched at her. He saw the streaks of crimson on her white camise, the rivulets of blood flowing down her legs. Her monthly flow, he thought blankly. No, it was not that. He felt a searing fear turn his guts cold. He grabbed her to her. Her hands clutched at his shoulders, and she stiffened with another cramp. "Help me," she whimpered. "What is happening to me?" He knew then that she was miscarrying a babe. He heard himself saying to her quite calmly, "You will be all right, Kassia. Let me help you into bed. I will get Etta." He lifted her gently into his arms and laid her on the bed. She stared up at him, her eyes wide with fear. "You will be all right," he repeated, more for himself than for her. "Do not move." She watched him stride to the door, jerk it open, and bellow for Etta. Etta paid no heed to Lord Graelam's nakedness. She was panting with exertion, still pulling on her bedrobe. "Blood," Graelam told her. "I fear she is losing a babe. Is she with child?" Etta felt the blood drain from her face. "Aye," she whispered. She looked down at Kassia, saw her mistress lying in a pool of blood, and uttered a distressed cry. "Oh, my baby," she said, clutching at Cassia's hand. "What can I do?" Graelam asked from behind her. Etta pulled herself together. "Clean cloths, my lord, and hot water. We must make certain she does not bleed her life away." Graelam turned immediately, pausing only when he heard Etta call after him, "My lord, your bedrobe." 31. "You knew she was with child?" Etta's kind face contorted with pain. I knew, my lord, and I was going to tell her if she did not come to the knowledge soon. It is a pity that you did not tell before she played the man today. You had no knowledge of it, my lord?" Graelam made a slashing motion with his hand. It was on the tip of his tongue to shout at her that he was a man and paid no heed to women's concerns, but he held himself quiet. It should have occurred to him that she had had no monthly flow. And had he not noticed that her breasts seemed fuller? How far along was she? He asked instead. "Early days," Etta said. 2 months, I should say. He looked down at his wife, asleep now from another potion Etta had given her. She was so pale that her face looked as if it had been drained of blood. Her camise, stained with streaks of crimson, lay wrapped in cloths on the floor. He swallowed convulsively. "She will be all right?" "Aye, the bleeding is stopped." Etta rubbed her gnarled hands together helplessly. "I should have told her. I thought that since she was now a married lady, and you a man of experience, she would realize that—" Graelam cut her off. He felt impotent and angry. "I married a child," he said harshly. "How could anyone expect her to know a woman's function?" "She has had other concerns of late, my lord," Etta said, looking directly at him. "Aye, riding astride and learning men's sports? 'Twas not her fault," Etta said steadily. "I do not suppose that she finally admitted to you that she lied. About everything?" "My lady does not lie, my lord." Graelam gave a snorting laugh. "Little you know her. It matters not now. Go to bed. I will call you if she awakens." Etta gave him a long look, tempted to tell him he was a fool, but she saw the pain in his dark eyes and held her tongue. He did care for Kassia, she thought, but how much? She shuffled from the chamber, her bones creaking with tiredness. Kassia awoke, blinking into the bright sunlight that streaked into the bedchamber. Memory flooded back, and she tensed, waiting for the terrible pain, but there was none. She felt tired and sore, as if her body had been bludgeoned. She smiled wryly, remembering well that it had. But the blood, What had happened to her? Here, drink this. She turned her head slowly on the pillow at the sound of her husband's voice. She felt his hand slip behind her head to lift her, and sipped the sweet-tasting brew. "How do you feel?" Graelam asked, as he carefully eased her down again. She gave him a wan smile. "I feel as though you must have beaten me, my lord, but I do not understand. All the blood, the pain in my belly. You lost a babe." She stared up at him blankly. "I was with child?" At his nod, she felt herself grow cold. She whispered brokenly, "I did not know. Oh, no." Tears filled her eyes and fell onto her cheeks, but she did not have the strength to dash them away. Graelam wiped them away with the corner of the bed-cover. He wanted to comfort her, but bitterness flowed through him, and he said coldly, "I dare say even your mentor
"It is the potion Etta gave you," Graelam told her. "I fear that you must rest a few days before you again take up your bow and arrow. You do not mind?" "Nay," he said, smiling at her. "In fact, I will give you better competition than poor Bran. The fellow is frantic with worry. You must get well and reassure him." "I will." She fell asleep again, hope filling her at his words. She awoke to darkness, her throat dry and scratchy. She slipped from the bed and made her way slowly to the carafe of water on the table. She reached for the water, only to whip her hand to her belly at a sudden fierce pain. She felt wet stickiness gushing from her body. She looked at herself, not understanding, then doubled over as another cramping pain ripped through her. She cried out. Graelam heard her cry and bounded out of the bed. He quickly lit a candle and strode toward her. "Kassia, what is it?" "Graelam, help me! I'm bleeding!" she gasped as another pain clutched at her. He saw the streaks of crimson on her white chemise, the rivulets of blood flowing down her legs. Her monthly flow, he thought blankly. No, it was not that. He felt a searing fear turn his guts cold. He grabbed her to him. Her hands clutched at his shoulders, and she stiffened with another cramp. "Help me," she whimpered. "What is happening to me?" He knew then that she was miscarrying a babe. He heard himself saying to her quite calmly, "You will be all right, Kassia. Let me help you into bed. I will get Etta." He lifted her gently into his arms and laid her on the bed. She stared up at him, her eyes wide with fear. "You will be all right," he repeated, more for himself than for her. "Do not move." She watched him stride to the door, jerk it open, and bellow for Etta. Etta paid no heed to Lord Graelam's nakedness. She was panting with exertion, still pulling on her bedrobe. "Blood," Graelam told her. "I fear she is losing a babe. Is she with child?" Etta felt the blood drain from her face. "Aye," she whispered. She looked down at Kassia, saw her mistress lying in a pool of blood, and uttered a distressed cry. "Oh, my baby," she said, clutching at Cassia's hand. "What can I do?" Graelam asked from behind her. Etta pulled herself together. "Clean cloths, my lord, and hot water. We must make certain she does not bleed her life away." Graelam turned immediately, pausing only when he heard Etta call after him. "My lord, your bedrobe." 31. You knew she was with child? Etta's kind face contorted with pain. "Aye, I knew, my lord, and I was going to tell her if she did not come to the knowledge soon. It is a pity that you did not tell before she played the man today. You had no knowledge of it, my lord?" Graelam made a slashing motion with his hand. It was on the tip of his tongue to shout at her that he was a man and paid no heed to women's concerns. But he held himself quiet. It should have occurred to him that she had had no monthly flow. And had he not noticed that her breasts seemed fuller? How far along was she? He asked instead. "Early days," Etta said. 2 months, I should say. He looked down at his wife, asleep now from another potion Etta had given her. She was so pale that her face looked as if it had been drained of blood. Her camise, stained with streaks of crimson, lay wrapped in cloths on the floor. He swallowed convulsively. "She will be all right?" "Aye, the bleeding is stopped." Etta rubbed her gnarled hands together helplessly.
I should have told her. My thought that since she was now a married lady, and you a man of experience, she would realize that. Graelam cut her off. He felt impotent and angry. I married a child, he said harshly. How could anyone expect her to know a woman's function? She has had other concerns of late, my lord, Etta.
Oh my God, she thought frantically. How much had he heard? You speak the truth, my lady, but your words are overly harsh and bitter. Men rule because they are the only ones fit to do so. A woman does have worth, you are right, for men cannot continue unless women birth them. Now I have no worth, Kassia said matter-of-factly. She felt oddly devoid of feeling and blessedly numb. I did not say that, Graelam said evenly. I trust only that you now will see to your woman's duties. She looked at him straight, all hope in her quashed, and said very calmly, if I but knew how to get a message to Deanwald de Fortenberry, I should be tempted to offer him that wretched necklace to take me away. That would please you. 'Tis a pity that Blanche is no longer here to wed you. He clenched his teeth, feeling a muscle in his jaw jump convulsively. But you do know how to reach Deanwald de Fortenberry, do you not? My lord, Etta said, rising to face him, she is overly tired and knows not what she says. She must have rest. Graelam smiled grimly, remembering how he had come to comfort her, to spend time with her while she mended. But her drawing words had wrenched anger from him. I will leave her to your tender ministrations, he said, and left the chamber. You must not say things like that, Etta scolded her gently. Why? It matters not, Etta. Nothing matters. Not any more. The inked quill hovered over the parchment, but she knew she could not write to her father of the despair in her heart. She inquired after his health and the winter weather in Brittany, then detailed inanely all the household improvements she had made. She did not ask him about Geoffrey, knowing that if he were to plan anything, her father would send a message to Graelam, not her. She wrote nothing of the lost babe, or the state of calm indifference that existed between her and Graelam. She had just finished sprinkling sand on the parchment when Blount entered the small chamber. You write your father, my lady? Aye, 'tis done, Blount. He looked at her and then down at the parchment. My lord will read what you have written, my lady, he reminded her in gentle warning. She took his meaning well, but merely smiled wearily at him. I know. There is naught within to anger him. She rose and shook out the skirt of her wool gown. Indeed, it is so boring. Perhaps my lord will think it useless to send. She walked slowly to the small window and drew back the wooden shutters. It does not feel like the end of February. There is the sweet smell of spring in the air. Aye, 'tis uncommonly warm today. Blount eyed his mistress, worry drawing a deep furrow in his brow. Why do you not ride out, my lady? He suggested gently. Perhaps I shall, Kassia said, turning. Aye, 'tis a good idea. Though the weather was mild, Kassia dressed warmly, choosing a velvet mantle lined with miniver. A month, she thought, walking slowly to the stables. A month waging a war without fighting. She smiled grimly. She should be used to it by now. During her short marriage, she had endured more bitter than sweet, and now the bitter seemed unending. She greeted servants and Graelam's man-at-arms, all of whom, had she but noticed, held sympathy in their eyes. Bran was in the stables. At the sight of her, his face turned pale, and he rushed to her. My lady, you must forgive me. Those damned horses, and 'twas all my fault. Kassia raised a hand. You will not blame yourself, Bran. 'Twas my decision to compete, and my decision not to ride my mare. No, say no more. It is over, and best forgotten. I am well again. Indeed, I am riding out now to enjoy the lovely weather. No one tried to stop her. She waved to the porter, but did not slow Bluebell's gentle canter. The sky was a vivid blue, with fleecy clouds drifting slowly overhead. The slight breeze grew stiffer the closer she drew to the sea. She threw back her head and breathed in the crisp, salty scent of the water. She guided Bluebell down the rocky path to the small cove, the place where Graelam had taken her so slowly and held her so gently.
No, she would not think of that. She slid from Bluebell's back and tethered her to a bare-branched yew bush that thrust out of a rocky crevice. Kassia walked along the beach, watching the water slowly rise closer as the tide came in. It was so peaceful here. If only, she thought, raking her hand through her hair, she could know this peace all of the time. She sat down on an outjutting boulder, tucking her feet beneath her to protect them from the encroaching waves that pounded against the lower rocks, spewing white mist upward. Her mind flitted to many things, always returning to Graelam and the bitterness of her life with him. She accepted that she loved him, knowing she was a fool to do so, but unable to change the feelings that seemed so deeply embedded within her. He would always blame her for losing the babe. After all, what else was she good for? She gave vent to a mirthless laugh. She should not allow herself to forget what excellent meals he and his men now enjoyed. And he would always believe her guilty of trying to escape him and of freeing Dienwald. After all, had she not stupidly admitted guilt to him? All to spare further anger, further recriminations. What a fool she had been. Dienwald. His face formed in her mind, and she did not allow it to fade. Peace, she thought. She could hope for nothing more now. Brittany and her father. The irony of this thought made her smile bitterly. She rose slowly to her feet and shook out her velvet mantle. Her idea burgeoned, and she nourished it, not thinking for the moment how she would accomplish it. Her slender shoulders straightened, and her chin rose with new determination. She thought of the barbaric necklace, and laughter gurgled from her throat. If Blanche could manage it, then so could she. Graelam read the message from—
Oh my God, she thought frantically. How much had he heard? You speak the truth, my lady, but your words are overly harsh and bitter. Men rule because they are the only ones fit to do so. A woman does have worth, you are right, for men cannot continue unless women birth them. Now I have no worth, Kassia said matter-of-factly. She felt oddly devoid of feeling and blessedly numb. I did not say that, Graelam said evenly. I trust only that you now will see to your woman's duties. She looked at him straight, all hope in her quashed, and said very calmly, if I but knew how to get a message to Dienwald de Fortenberry, I should be tempted to offer him that wretched necklace to take me away. That would please you. 'Tis a pity that Blanche is no longer here to wed you. He clenched his teeth, feeling a muscle in his jaw jump convulsively. But you do know how to reach Dienwald de Fortenberry, do you not? My lord, Etta said, rising to face him, she is overly tired and knows not what she says. She must have rest. Graelam smiled grimly, remembering how he had come to comfort her, to spend time with her while she mended. But her drawing words had wrenched anger from him. I will leave her to your tender ministrations, he said, and left the chamber. You must not say things like that. Etta scolded her gently. Why? It matters not, Etta. Nothing matters, not any more. The inked quill hovered over the parchment, but she knew she could not write to her father of the despair in her heart. She inquired after his health and the winter weather in Brittany, then detailed inanely all the household improvements she had made. She did not ask him about Geoffrey, knowing that if he were to plan anything, her father would send a message to Graelam, not her. She wrote nothing of the lost babe or the state of calm indifference that existed between her and Graelam. She had just finished sprinkling sand on the parchment when Blount entered the small chamber. You write your father, my lady? Aye, 'tis done, Blount. He looked at her and then down at the parchment. My lord will read what you have written, my lady, he reminded her in gentle warning. She took his meaning well, but merely smiled wearily at him. I know. There is naught within to anger him. She rose and shook out the skirt of her wool gown. Indeed, it is so boring, perhaps my lord will think it useless to send. She walked slowly to the small window and drew back the wooden shutters. It does not feel like the end of February. There is the sweet smell of spring in the air. Aye, 'tis uncommonly warm today. Blount eyed his mistress, worry drawing a deep furrow in his brow. Why do you not ride out, my lady? He suggested gently.
"Perhaps I shall," Kassia said, turning. "Aye, 'tis a good idea." Though the weather was mild, Kassia dressed warmly, choosing a velvet mantle lined with miniver. A month, she thought, walking slowly to the stables, a month waging a war without fighting. She smiled grimly. She should be used to it by now. During her short marriage, she had endured more bitter than sweet, and now the bitter seemed unending. She greeted servants and Graelam's man-at-arms, all of whom, had she but noticed, held sympathy in their eyes. Bran was in the stables. At the sight of her, his face turned pale, and he rushed to her. "My lady, you must forgive me. Those damned horses, and 'twas all my fault." Kassia raised a hand. "You will not blame yourself, Bran. 'Twas my decision to compete, and my decision not to ride my mare. No, say no more. It is over, and best forgotten. I am well again. Indeed, I am riding out now to enjoy the lovely weather." No one tried to stop her. She waved to the porter, but did not slow Bluebell's gentle canter. The sky was a vivid blue, with fleecy clouds drifting slowly overhead. The slight breeze grew stiffer the closer she drew to the sea. She threw back her head and breathed in the crisp, salty scent of the water. She guided Bluebell down the rocky path to the small cove, the place where Graelam had taken her so slowly and held her so gently. No, she would not think of that. She slid from Bluebell's back and tethered her to a bare-branched yew bush that thrust out of a rocky crevice. Being with her constantly made him want her, and it was still too soon. He wanted her well first. Kassia felt a crushing emptiness when Blount, unable to meet her eyes, told her what Graelam had instructed him to. For a moment, she could not seem to draw enough breath into her lungs. Graelam had left. He had not cared enough even to see her, to tell her of his business or when he would return. Any niggling doubts she had felt were gone. She cursed him softly, and it made her feel better. She rode with Bran and an escort of 6 men the same afternoon to the village of Wolffeton. The merchant Drew would help her. The small wrapped package would indeed be delivered as soon as possible to Dienwald de Fortenberry, Drew assured her. That the package contained the necklace and letter to Dienwald would remain her secret. To Bran's pleased surprise, his mistress laughed deeply on their ride back to Wolffeton. 32. "Little chick, may I say that you have surprised me more than I ever believed possible." Kassia smiled at Dienwald de Fortenberry, quite unaware that it was a sad smile, one that tugged at his heart. "But you did come," she said. "Aye, though I was tempted to believe it another ruse on the part of that whoreson Sir Walter. My husband rewarded Sir Walter by making him Castellan of Crandall," she said stiffly. "At least he is no longer at Wolffeton. He disliked me as much as he did you, I believe." Dienwald looked at her closely for a long moment, then moved his destrier closer to her mare. "Your message said only that you needed me, little chick. I see you have some baggage with you. And you sent me the necklace. What is it you wish?" Kassia drew a deep breath. "I want to return home, to Brittany, to my father. The necklace is payment." Dienwald stared hard at her, saw that she was quite serious, then threw back his head and roared with laughter. He quieted quickly enough. "So," he said slowly, "that fool husband of yours has finally driven you away. The irony of it can't have escaped you, little chick. Aye, it has made me laugh as well. I would have been much wiser to let you return me to Belterre the first time." He could not miss the bitterness in her voice. He noticed the bruised shadows beneath her expressive eyes, and said in a savage voice, "Did that bastard beat you?" Kassia shook her head wearily. "I lost a babe through my own foolishness. I cannot really blame him for being angered, though I did not know I was with child." She saw her hands tug convulsively at her mare's reins. "I am most sorry, Kassia. If you are certain this is what you wish, I will take you to your father. It is what I must want," she said quietly. "He will come after you. Perhaps, but I beg leave to doubt it. He is blessed with many powerful friends. It is more likely that he will have our marriage dissolved and marry a proper English lady, one who will most willingly accept her place. Dienwald cursed fluently, making the men behind him stare at him in surprise. She was so damned helpless and vulnerable and trusting. St. Peter's teeth, how he wished he could knock some sense into Graelam's thick head. He knew well enough that she loved her husband, else he would have begged her to let him care for her, to wipe the sadness from her eyes. He grew silent. "Will you help me, Dienwald? You are not content with what he gives you," he said flatly. "What is the place you cannot accept? Being treated as though I had no more importance than a broodmare. No, that is not precisely true." She slashed her hand through the still air. "He does not love me, and never will. I thought perhaps I could gain his trust, his esteem, but it was for naught. I can bear no more. I ask you again, Dienwald, will you help me?" "Aye, little chick," he smiled ruefully. "It seems to be my fate to have my life intertwined with yours. I do not want the necklace, Kassia. I think the damned thing is cursed. Nay, it is yours. I fancy that it will cost you much to get me to Brittany." He glanced at her oddly for a long moment. "You trust me not to take advantage of you?" She looked surprised and cocked her head to one side. "Should I not trust you? I did leave you in my cell at Wolffeton to face your husband. Aye, but I understood. I would likely have done the same in your place. It is over now, and there is no need to speak of it again. Very well, my lady. We will return to my keep for supplies. I will have you safe in your father's hands within 2 weeks, I promise you. Thank you, Dienwald. Please, keep the necklace. Any merchant will pay you greatly for it." Her voice rose with cold determination as she saw him still hesitate. "I wish never to see it again." He nodded, then asked curiously, "How did you manage to leave Wolffeton without your husband's knowledge?" She gave a short, bitter laugh. "He left to visit the Duke of Cornwall. For what reason, I know not. He was growing restless at Wolffeton. Perhaps there is some dispute the Duke wishes him to settle. I did not even see him." Dienwald ignored the pain in her voice. "Good. Now I don't have to look over my shoulder. Come, little chick, we have some distance to go." "So, Graelam, you came more quickly than I had expected," the Duke of Cornwall said, as he eyed the younger man over his wine goblet. "As your loyal and dutiful vassal, is it not what you would expect?" Graelam asked dryly. The Duke chuckled. "Aye, you are in the right of it, of course. Actually, I wish to have your opinion on Edward's grandiose plans. Ah, he chafes already under the weight of his kingly robes. I take it he is ready to journey to Wales. Aye, I imagined he had spoken to you of it. He is ready to begin building. Unlike his father, his plans do not include cathedrals." "It is well," Graelam said, sipping at the sweet red wine in his golden goblet. "The Marcher barons have not the strength to keep the Welsh raiders in check." He grinned at the Duke. "Now that you have my opinion, my Lord Duke, you wish me to leave? Nay, you impudent rascal. Actually, I have planned a tourney and wish you to take part. Does that interest you?" Graelam rubbed his hands together, his dark eyes lighting up. "It interests me. I have grown bored with naught to do but see to the reparations of Wolffeton. When will the tourney take place? I had thought of April. It gives me no pleasure to think of knights floundering about in foot-deep snow and slush. Will Edward deign to come? Can you doubt it, Graelam? This building of his will cost dearly, and his nobles, of course, must dig into their coffers. I imagined as much. Still, it is wiser to have his nobles bashing each other's heads in a tourney sponsored by the king's uncle. What do you think your lady would say to your fighting, my lord? She would accompany you, would she not?" Graelam stiffened, his dark eyes narrowing. He forced himself to ease and sipped negligently at his wine again before answering. "She has been ill. We will have to see when the time grows near." "Ill? Does the child do better now?" "She lost our babe," Graelam said evenly. "She is well now, at least in body. A pity, but she is young and appears quite healthy. She will bless you with many sons." Graelam held himself silent, and the Duke continued after a moment. "I have heard from Sir Guy. It appears that his new bride, Blanche, is with child. He is most pleased. I will visit him soon. He is a good man, and a valiant warrior. I miss him sorely. But it pleases you that he is now landed, does it not?" "Aye, it pleases me. How did your lady lose her babe?" "Taken off guard," Graelam said, his voice filled with anger. She was playing at being the man. My master-at-arms, Rolf, had taught her how to shoot the bow. He arranged a competition with the most clumsy of my men, to make her look good, of course. One of the horses attacked her mount, and she was thrown. The Duke leaned forward in his chair, a questioning smile on his face. I do not understand.
What made her do such a thing? She met the Lady Chandra at Edward's coronation. She was most impressed with Chandra's prowess. She thought to impress me. And did she? The Duke pressed quietly. Graelam sighed, the truth coming easily now, for he was beset with guilt. Still, his voice was hesitant. But 'twas not necessary. I was coming to admire her without such ruses. The Duke felt as though the world had taken a faulty turn. He knew he was staring, but he could not help it. He had always believed Graelam a warrior without equal, a proud man, a man who took what he wanted, be it possessions or women. But there was always a part of Graelam he knew to be lacking. He said quietly, "My lord, to love a woman does not weaken a man or make him a mewling fool. The stronger the man, the more gentle he is with his lady. Your father was quite wrong, you know." Graelam gave a snort of disdain. "You sound like the troubadours, my Lord Duke. Can you see me kneeling before a lady and vowing her eyes are brighter than the stars and her complexion a rival to the fairest rose? Does your wife demand such nonsense?" Graelam ran his hand over his brow, smoothing out the troubled frown. "Nay, but she demands more of me than I am able to give." Even as he spoke the words, he knew they were not true. What had she demanded of him? Naught save gentleness and kindness and affection. An angry inner voice repeated the refrain he had struggled with for months. "She left you. She lied. She is not to be trusted. She lost your babe." He rose abruptly and paced about the Duke's solarium, the confusion of his thoughts clear on his face. He stilled momentarily at the sound of the Duke's voice. "And just what, Graelam, does your gentle wife demand of you?" I should have known the old man would pry, he thought. "I believe," he heard himself say, voicing his inner thoughts, "that she wants me to love her." He slammed his fist against his open palm. "Damn her! I told her I forgave her lies." The Duke raised a bushy gray brow. "Lies? What is this?" Graelam saw no hope for it. He eased himself into the high-backed chair opposite the Duke and quickly related the happenings at Wolffeton, omitting nothing. When he had finished, the Duke was silent for many moments. "Odd," he said finally. "I would have thought that Dienwald de Fortenberry would be a merciless, rutting beast, even with a gently bred lady. But no matter. Why, my Lord Graelam, do you not believe your wife?" "Do you know," he said slowly, astounded at the words that were taking form, "I have come to think that it matters not any more." But for the first time, he allowed himself to consider that Kassia had been telling him the truth. "Excellent. I might add that it is possible you saw Blanche as she wished you to see her. I myself received the impression that she was not at all what she seemed, at least in her dealings with you." The Duke actually had no idea if this were true or not, but he had overheard Queen Eleanor say something to her husband of Blanche's unkindness to Kassia. Graelam shrugged. "I did not come here to speak of my marital problems, my Lord Duke. She is my wife and will remain so, no matter what her feelings." "And what of your feelings, my lord?" "Damn it, I wish to speak no more of it. Mayhap I will fall in your damned tourney. If you believe my wife to be such a paragon, you may take her." The Duke merely smiled, pleased with what he saw. They proceeded to discuss in detail Edward's plans, then enjoyed an excellent meal. The Duke offered Graelam a girl for his bed, and to his amusement, Graelam refused. The more unyielding the warrior, the Duke thought, the more mightily he succumbs. Graelam did not leave the Duke's fortress for a week. During the days, he forced his thoughts to planning the Duke's tourney,
But at night, alone in his bed, he could not prevent Kassia's image from coming into his mind. He could practically feel the softness of her slender body, hear her passionate cries as he gave her pleasure, smell her delicate woman's fragrance. He jerked upright in his bed, his body taut with need, his hands clutching at the bed covers. He thought to rut the girl the Duke offered him. He shook his head in the darkness. Nay, there was but one woman who would satisfy him. The admission surprised him, and at the same time brought him a great measure of peace. I love her. He began to laugh, seeing himself for the first time as Kassia must have seen him. Gentle and loving one day, harsh and unforgiving the next. How could she have come to love him when he had treated her thus? He flinched, remembering his rape of her so long ago. Yet she had forgiven him that. And you bloody fool, you were so magnanimous in offering to forgive her. He jumped from the bed and strode naked to the shuttered windows. He opened them and breathed in the crisp, cold night air. The moon was a silver sliver in the black sky, as clear from Wolffeton as it was from here. Are you thinking of me now, Kassia? Is there anger at me in your mind? I will win you back when I return to Wolffeton. It was a woman's place to yield, to surrender, a man's place to demand and dominate. He had spent nearly 30 years without a thought to a woman's needs. Oh, her physical needs, to be sure, for that but added to his sense of dominance. It chilled him to admit that he had acted the ass, utterly selfishly. Telling himself it was not too late, he felt a surge of what made her do such a thing? She met the Lady Chandra at Edward's coronation. She was most impressed with Chandra's prowess. She thought to impress me. And did she? The Duke pressed quietly. Graelam sighed, the truth coming easily now, for he was beset with guilt. Still, his voice was hesitant. Aye, but 'twas not necessary. I was coming to admire her without such ruses. The Duke felt as though the world had taken a faulty turn. He knew he was staring, but he could not help it. He had always believed Graelam a warrior without equal, a proud man, a man who took what he wanted, be it possessions or women. But there was always a part of Graelam he knew to be lacking. He said quietly, "My lord, to love a woman does not weaken a man or make him a mewling fool. The stronger the man, the more gentle he is with his lady. Your father was quite wrong, you know." Graelam gave a snort of disdain. "You sound like the troubadours, my Lord Duke. Can you see me kneeling before a lady and vowing her eyes are brighter than the stars and her complexion a rival to the fairest rose? Does your wife demand such nonsense?" Graelam ran his hand over his brow, smoothing out the troubled frown. "Nay, but she demands more of me than I am able to give." Even as he spoke the words, he knew they were not true. What had she demanded of him? Naught save gentleness and kindness and affection. An angry inner voice repeated the refrain he had struggled with for months. She left you. She lied. She is not to be trusted. She lost your babe. He rose abruptly and paced about the Duke's solarium, the confusion of his thoughts clear on his face. He stilled momentarily at the sound of the Duke's voice. "And just what, Graelam, does your gentle wife demand of you?" I should have known the old man would pry, he thought. "I believe," he heard himself say, voicing his inner thoughts, "that she wants me to love her." He slammed his fist against his open palm. "Damn her! I told her I forgave her lies." The Duke raised a bushy gray brow. "Lies? What is this?" Graelam saw no hope for it. He eased himself into the high-backed chair opposite the Duke and quickly related the happenings at Wolffeton, omitting nothing. When he had finished, the Duke was silent for many moments. "Odd," he said finally. "I would have thought that Dienwald de Fortenberry would be a merciless, rutting beast, even with a gently bred lady. But no matter. Why, my Lord Graelam, do you not believe your wife?" "Do you know," he said slowly, astounded at the words that were taking form,
I have come to think that it matters not anymore. But for the first time, he allowed himself to consider that Kassia had been telling him the truth. Excellent! I might add that it is possible you saw Blanche as she wished you to see her. I myself received the impression that she was not at all what she seemed, at least in her dealings with you. The Duke actually had no idea if this were true or not, but he had overheard Queen Eleanor say something to her husband's unkindness to Kassia. Graelam shrugged. I did not come here to speak of my marital problems, my Lord Duke. She is my wife, and will remain so, no matter what her feelings. And what of your feelings, my lord? Damn it, I wish to speak no more of it. Mayhap I will fall in your damned tourney. If you believe my wife to be such a paragon, you may take her. The Duke merely smiled, pleased with what he saw. They proceeded to discuss in detail Edward's plans, then enjoyed an excellent meal. The Duke offered Graelam a girl for his bed, and to his amusement, Graelam refused. The more unyielding the warrior, the Duke thought, the more mightily he succumbs. Graelam did not leave the Duke's fortress for a week. During the days, he forced his thoughts to planning the Duke's tourney, but at night, alone in his bed, he could not prevent Kassia's image from coming into his mind. He could practically feel the softness of her slender body.
"Can we speak alone, father? 'Tis a long story, and one that should be talked of in private." "As you wish," Maurice agreed. His arm tightened about her slender shoulders as they entered the great hall. "My love," he began, then paused, clearing his throat. "There is something I must tell you." "Aye, Papa?" she prompted, as he again paused, her head cocked to one side. "I was on the point of sending you a message." "What message?" Kassia stared at her father. "I have someone I wish you to meet," he said gruffly. "She is my wife." "Wife?" Maurice nodded, not quite meeting her eyes. "Her name is Marie, and she hails from Normandy. I met her in Lyon, actually. She is a widow." He drew to a relieved halt at the sight of Marie. "My dear," he called, relieved to have assistance. Kassia's mind was reeling with her father's completely unexpected news. She had a stepmother. She watched a graceful woman of some 35 or so years walk toward them. Her hair was as black as a raven's wing, her eyes a soft brown, her complexion fair. There was a questioning smile on her face. "My love," Maurice said, releasing his daughter, "this is Kassia, come for a visit." "How very lovely you are," Maurice said, holding out a beautiful white hand. "Maurice speaks so much of you, and your husband, of course." She gazed around expectantly. "My husband did not accompany me," Kassia said, feeling tears choke in her throat. She would not make a fool of herself in front of her father's new wife. "No matter," Maurice said complacently, as if a wife traveling without her husband were the most common occurrence. "I hope we may be friends, Kassia. Come, my dear, I will take you to your chamber. You must be weary from your journey." She smiled gently at her husband. "We will join you a bit later, Maurice." "You are quite a surprise," Kassia said frankly, as she accompanied her new stepmother up the winding stairs to the upper chambers. "Your father and I just returned to Belterre 3 weeks ago. I believe he intended to send a message to you and your lord in the next day or so. Oh dear, I had hoped we would have a few moments of quiet." 3 children, 2 young boys and a girl, were racing toward them. "My children," Maurice said, lifting her dark brows in comic dismay. "I fear now we shall have little peace." "They are beautiful," Kassia exclaimed as she stared down at a doe-eyed little girl of about 7 years. The 2 boys hung back. "How very lucky you are." "Now I am," Maurice said quietly. "Gerard, Paul, come and greet your sister. And you, Jean, make your curtsy." "Oh dear," Kassia said, bursting into merry laughter. "I am overcome." "My lord, there is an encampment ahead." Dienwald drew in his destrier. "Are they French? Did you see a standard?" "Aye, my lord, 3 black wolves, upright and snarling against a background of white." Dienwald shook his head, bemused.
"The Wolf of Cornwall," he said softly. "Graelam. Well, he had told Kassia her husband would come after her. It would be easy enough, he thought, to ride unseen around Graelam's camp. It was on the tip of his tongue to give that order, but he did not. Graelam, stretched out on his narrow cot, pulled a single blanket over himself, and commanded his weary body to sleep. Tomorrow, he thought, watching the lone candle spiral its thin light to the roof of the tent, he would see Kassia. His fury at her disappearance had faded, leaving only a numbing emptiness within him. He thought again of her message, and it chilled him. "You must not worry about my safety, my lord," she had written, "for I will be well protected." By whom, he wondered, but the answer gnawed clearly in his mind. She had hired Dienwald de Fortenberry once. Likely she had done it again. "It is likely that my father will not blame you for my failure. Belterre will doubtless be yours in any case. I trust, my lord, that you will find a lady who will please you." And that was all. Nothing more. Did she really expect him to let her go? Did she really think so little of herself that she believed Belterre the only reason he had kept her as his wife? Damned little fool! He gave not 2 farthings for Belterre at the moment. He wanted his wife. He wanted to beat her, kiss her, and crush her against him. He wanted to hear her tell him that she loved him, that she forgave him. He laughed mirthlessly. How he had changed, and all of it wrought by a skinny little girl whose smile would melt the heart of the most hardened warrior. Except yours, you fool. Until now. Graelam heard a soft rustle as the tent flap raised. He sat up, instantly on guard, and reached for his sword. "Hold, my lord Graelam," he heard a man's deep voice say. He saw a flash of silver steel. "What is this?" Graelam growled, not loosing his fingers from his sword. "I mean you no harm, my lord. I am not your enemy. I have too healthy a wish to keep my body intact. Who the devil are you?" "Dienwald de Fortenberry. Your wife spared me the only other opportunity I had of meeting you." Graelam sucked in his breath, his eyes glittering in the dim light. So he had been right. The bastard had taken Kassia back to her father. "Just how did you get past my men?" he asked, his voice coldly menacing. "A moment, my lord. I beg you not to call for your men. I have no wish to run you through." Graelam released his sword, and Dienwald watched it fall to the ground. "Thank you," he said. He looked at Graelam de Moreton closely. He was naked, save for the blanket that came only to his loins. He was a powerful man, his chest mightily muscled and covered with thick black hair. "Can we speak alone, father? 'Tis a long story, and one that should be talked of in private." "As you wish," Maurice agreed. His arm tightened about her slender shoulders as they entered the great hall. "My love," he began, then paused, clearing his throat. "There is something I must tell you." "I, Papa?" she prompted as he again paused, her head cocked to one side. "I was on the point of sending you a message." "What message?" Kassia stared at her father. "I have someone I wish you to meet," he said gruffly. "She is my wife." "Wife?" Maurice nodded, not quite meeting her eyes. "Her name is Marie, and she hails from Normandy. I met her in Lyon, actually. She is a widow." He drew to a relieved halt at the sight of Marie. "My dear," he called, relieved to have assistance. Cassia's mind was reeling with her father's completely unexpected news. She had a stepmother. She watched a graceful woman of some 35 or so years walk toward them. Her hair was as black as a raven's wing, her eyes a soft brown, her complexion fair. There was a questioning smile on her face. "My love," Maurice said, releasing his daughter, "this is Kassia, come for a visit." "How very lovely you are," Marie said, holding out a beautiful white hand. "Maurice speaks so much of you, and your husband, of course." She gazed around expectantly. "My husband did not accompany me," Kassia said, feeling tears choke in her throat. She would not make a fool of herself in front of her father's new wife.
No matter, Marie said complacently, as if a wife traveling without her husband were the most common occurrence. I hope we may be friends, Kassia. Come, my dear, I will take you to your chamber. You must be weary from your journey. She smiled gently at her husband. We will join you a bit later, Maurice. You are quite a surprise, Kassia said frankly, as she accompanied her new stepmother up the winding stairs to the upper chambers. Your father and I just returned to Belterre 3 weeks ago. I believe he intended to send a message to you and your lord in the next day or so. Oh dear, I had hoped we would have a few moments of quiet. 3 children, 2 young boys and a girl, were racing toward them. My children, Marie said, lifting her dark brows in comic dismay. I fear now we shall have little peace. They are beautiful, Kassia exclaimed, as she stared down at a doe-eyed little girl of about 7 years. The 2 boys hung back. How very lucky you are. Now I am, Marie said quietly. Gerard, Paul, come and greet your sister. And Eugene, make your curtsy. Oh dear, Kassia said, bursting into merry laughter. I am overcome. My lord, there is an encampment ahead. Dienwald drew in his destrier. Are they French? Did you see a standard? Aye, my lord. 3 black wolves, upright and snarling against a background of white. Dienwald shook his head, bemused. The Wolf of Cornwall, he said softly. Graelam. Well, he had told Kassia her husband would come after her. It would be easy enough, he thought, to ride unseen around Graelam's camp. It was on the tip of his tongue to give that order, but he did not. Graelam stretched out on his narrow cot, pulled a single blanket over himself, and commanded his weary body to sleep. Tomorrow, he thought, watching the lone candle spiral its thin light to the roof of the tent, he would see Kassia. His fury at her disappearance had faded, leaving only a numbing emptiness within him. He thought again of her message, and it chilled him. You must not worry about my safety, my lord, she had written, for I will be well protected. By whom? He wondered, but the answer gnawed clearly in his mind. She had hired Dienwald de Fortenberry once. Likely she had done it again. It is likely that my father will not blame you for my failure.
She was, of course, too trusting. I had to leave her there, for I had no wish to die by your hand. He paused a moment, then said in a self-mocking voice, I asked her to come away with me, but she would not. She loves you, though I do not think you deserve it. Graelam stared at the man whose words rushed through his mind in a torrent. You could be lying for her even now, he said, his voice a menacing snarl. Perhaps you are even her lover, as I have always suspected. Dienwald smiled, encouraged at the fury in Graelam's face. I could certainly have ravished her. Perhaps 'tis what Blanche expected, even wished me to do. But I found that even I, a rough and conscienceless rogue, could not harm so gentle and trusting a lady. It is you she loves, my lord, though by all the saints in heaven you do not deserve such tender feelings from her. He fingered his sword edge for a long moment. I first believed her the most gentle, biddable of creatures, but 'tis not so. There is a thread of steel in her, my lord, and a pride that rivals any man's. She left you because she could see no more hope for herself living as your wife. Her sadness would smite the most closed of hearts. As I said before, you are a great fool. To Dienwald's utter surprise, Graelam looked straight at him and said, Aye, you are right. I realized it myself but days ago. It is more ironic than you believe, de Fortenberry. I found I no longer cared if she had lied to me or not. I want her, and if I can convince her of the truth of my feelings, I will take her back to Wolffeton with me, as my true wife. Very slowly, Dienwald sheathed his sword. I trust you have a smooth tongue, my lord, for she is adamant. She will obey me. I foresee a battle royal. Forget not, my lord, that she is in her father's keep, not yours. I imagine he would protect her from your, demands. Graelam began to pace furiously about the small space, his powerful naked body gleaming in the gentle candlelight. Suddenly, he turned to Dienweld and smiled. "Aye, you've the right of it, but she will obey me. I am her husband." Graelam paused a moment, chewing at his lower lip. How did her father greet her? "I did not enter the fortress with her, fearing some retribution from her father. I have learned never to count on a peaceful welcome from a stranger. It goes against the grain to thank a man I have always considered my enemy. Now that you are no longer a stranger to me, Dienweld de Fortenberry, I will welcome you at Wolffeton. Keep your sword sheathed." Dienweld smiled, shaking his head. "Can I really be assured that you will not wish to see my body severed in bloody pieces for your sport?" Graelam stretched out his hand to Dienweld. "I call you friend, and I thank you for protecting my wife. You are welcome at Wolffeton. I swear it." "Thank you, my lord. May I now know how you managed to get into my camp and into my tent without any of my men noticing?" Dienweld chuckled. "'Tis not so difficult for a lone man to enter where he wishes, my lord, but leaving intact is a different matter. I am mightily relieved you do not wish to see the color of my blood." "Nay," Graelam said, smiling easily now, "your blood can remain in your body, at least until the tourney. It would please me to face you on the field." "A tourney, my lord?" "Aye, the Duke of Cornwall plans one for April. Then I shall see you there. I bid you good-bye and good luck, my lord." Graelam stood motionless as Dienwald slipped quietly from his tent. He shook his head, bemused, and returned to his cot. If only, he thought, snuffing out the gutting candle, he had known the truth months ago. Now it didn't matter. He pondered on the vagaries of fate before he fell into the first sound sleep he had enjoyed in more than a week. 33. The evening meal was boisterous, Maurice having allowed his stepchildren to join them. The men-at-arms pelted Kassia with questions she did not precisely answer, and all the servants stayed close, wishing to tell her all that had occurred to them during her absence. No one mentioned her husband. Kassia felt her father's eyes on her, but she resolutely kept a happy smile pinned to her lips. Indeed, she was inordinately pleased to see him so blandly happy with himself and his new family. Marie appeared as good-natured as Kassia had first suspected. That she loved Maurice, Kassia did not question. "The stewed beef does not please you, Kassia?" Marie asked her, after some time, of watching her new stepdaughter push the food about on her trencher. "Oh, of course, Marie. 'Tis just that I am too excited to eat. Truly, I shall be ravenous on the morrow." Marie was silent for a moment, then leaned close to Kassia. "I trust, my dear, that you are not displeased with your father's marriage." Kassia blinked in surprise and said honestly, "I am happy that my father has found someone to care for. My mother died so long ago, and I fear he has been particularly lonely after I left for England. And the children bring new life to Belterre. I would not have you or your husband concerned that Belterre will pass from you to my children," Marie continued quietly. "Indeed, both my boys will have lands of their own, bequeathed to them by my late husband. As for Jeanne, she will have sufficient dowry." "My husband will be pleased that he will not lose Belterre," Kassia said evenly. "Maurice has told me much of Lord Graelam, particularly about your lord saving his life in Aquitaine. He holds him in great esteem." "As do I," Kassia said, her eyes on her trencher. She waited tensely for Marie to ask her the obvious question, but her new stepmother said nothing further, merely spoke of the servants and their efficiency and kindness to her, their new mistress. It was very late when the great hall quieted. Kassia saw Marie nod to her husband. Then she approached Kassia and hugged her gently. "I will bid you good night, Kassia. If you are not too tired, I think your father would like some private words with you." With those calmly spoken yet ominous words, she left, shooing her very tired children in front of her. "You are to be congratulated, father," Kassia said, with a tired smile. "Marie is enchanting, as are the children. You are most lucky." I know it well. I am pleased and relieved that you approve, Poppin." Maurice slicked his hand through his gray hair in seeming agitation, then turned a gentle eye to his daughter. "Kassia, do you wish to tell me why you have come to Belterre alone?" "I did not come alone, father," she said. "A dear friend brought me. My safety was never in question." "My men told me about this dear friend of yours, Poppin. Why did he not come to greet me?" "He is not my husband. He feared you would not be overly pleased to see him." "Aye, likely," Maurice said. "Come and sit down, Kassia. My old bones are weary, and you are looking none too spry yourself." Kassia did as he bid her, and eased into the chair opposite her father's. "Does Marie play chess?" she asked. "A bit. She has not your quickness with the pieces, or your strategy of the game." Marie studied her for a long moment, noting the dark shadows beneath her expressive eyes and the tenseness of her hands, now clutched together in her lap. "You have left your husband," he said. Kassia could only nod. Were she to speak, she knew she would burst into tears and shame herself. Marie sighed deeply and turned his gaze to the dying embers in the fireplace. "I hope you will forgive me, Poppin. 'Tis all my fault, wedding you to a man I knew scarce a week. But I truly believed him honorable, my love." "Papa, you believed I was dying," Kassia said sharply, hating his spate of guilt. "And Lord Graelam is honorable. It is just that—" "That what, Poppin?" Maurice pressed gently. "He does not love me," she said quietly. Maurice had always believed his daughter one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. He tried now to see her objectively, to see her as a stranger might. Her glorious hair was in loose curls to her shoulders, thick and lustrous. She had filled out again, but she was still very slender, almost fragile in appearance. But the impish, whimsical quality about her was lost. "Then I must believe," Maurice said slowly, "that Graelam is something of a fool." "Nay, Papa," she said quickly, wondering at herself for defending her husband. "He simply has no place in his heart for a female, and I miscarried our babe." Maurice sucked in his breath. "Are you well?" he asked harshly. "I am well. Indeed, I did not even know I was with child." She rose clumsily to her feet. "Please, Papa, I do not wish to speak more about it now. He will not come after me. He is likely well pleased that I left him." He heard the harsh pain in her voice and felt utterly helpless. "May I stay here, Papa? I swear to you that I will not interfere with anything Marie does." "Of course. This is your home, Kassia." "Thank you, Papa." "You are weary, my love. We will speak more about this when you are rested." He drew her to him and gently hugged her. He felt her womanly curves, her woman's softness. It amazed him that he had not noticed earlier that his little girl had matured. Had Graelam abused her, he wondered, his body tensing. He pictured the huge man naked with his daughter, taking her as a man took a woman, and gritted his teeth. He leaned his head down and gently kissed her cheek. It was wet with her tears. "Kassia," he murmured softly, "do not cry, Poppin. All will be well now, you will see." "I do not deserve you," she said, sniffing back the hated tears. "Well, we are even, for your husband does not deserve you." He patted her back and released her. "In the morning, Poppin, everything always looks brighter in the sunlight." Kassia smiled. It had always been one of her father's favorite sayings. She turned to go when his voice halted her in her tracks. "Do you love Graelam?" She turned slowly back to face him, and Maurice sucked in his breath at the tragic sadness in her expressive eyes. She said very quietly, "I am sick with love for him, Papa." She gave a harsh, derisive laugh that made him wince. "I am a fool." She turned quickly, lifted her skirts, and fled up the stairs to the upper chambers. Maurice stood still for many long moments, listening to her light footfalls on the stairs. He had met Marie and lost his heart to her. How could any man not do the same for his daughter? Was Graelam so hardened a warrior that there was no giving, no softness in him? Maurice shook his head and walked slowly to his chamber, knowing that Marie would be there in his bed, ready to comfort him with all the kindness in her heart. There were no more conversations with her father. Kassia knew she was purposefully avoiding him. She saw the questions in his eyes when she chanced to look at him, but it was too soon. The pain was too sharp within her. She spent the next day to herself, walking about Belterre, searching out all her old childhood haunts. She spoke to all her old friends, savoring their words, for they evoked happier times when her life was simple and filled with love. How odd, she thought, walking up the steep wooden steps to the eastern tower, that she had always taken everyone's love and approval for granted. Several times the servants had come to her with questions, out of long habit, she assumed, and she had sent them to Marie. She had no intention, just as she had assured her father, of wresting the management from her new stepmother. She gained the watchtower and threw back her head to savor the gentle breeze from the sea and the bright afternoon sunlight on her face. She heard the men-at-arms joking with each other on the practice field. In other days, she would have skipped happily down to watch them, never questioning that she was welcome. Her eyes widened at the sight of a group of men riding toward Belterre. Her heart began to pound, and her breath grew short. No, it could not be he. Still, her feet moved along the walkway toward the great gates of Belterre. She stood motionless, watching the clouds of dust kicked up by the horses' hooves. She recognized Graelam's standard, recognized his mighty destrier. He looked utterly resplendent in his silver mail and black velvet surcoat. He had come. But why? To assure himself that Belterre would still be his upon her father's death? She stood directly above the gates, looking down at her husband as he halted his men. She heard Pierre, the porter, shout down, "Who are you, my lord? What do you wish at Belterre?" She watched Graelam jerk off his helmet and pull back the mesh hood from his head. "I am Graelam de Moreton. I have come for my wife," he shouted upward, his voice firm and commanding. Kassia felt a wave of dizziness flood through her. It could not be true, she thought, doubting it even as it passed through her mind. Her husband was a possessive man. Had her leaving him hurt his pride? "I am here, my lord," she shouted down at him, leaning forward so he could see her. Graelam looked upward, and, to her consternation, a wide smile crossed his face. "Madam wife," he called up to her, "I trust you are well after your harrowing journey." "It was not at all harrowing," she said coldly. "Dianwald was most careful of my well-being." There, she thought, let him realize the truth. She waited to see the fury turn his face to stone. His smile, to her utter surprise, did not falter. "Have your men open the gates. My men and I are weary." She stood a moment, irresolute. He had but a dozen or so men with him. He could not force her to return with him. Her father would protect her. She called to the porter, "Allow my lord to enter, Pierre." She found herself smoothing her hair, which she had filled out again, but she was still very slender, almost fragile in appearance. But the impish, whimsical quality about her was lost. "Then I must believe," Maurice said slowly, "that Graelam is something of a fool." "Nay, Papa," she said quickly, wondering at herself for defending her husband, "he simply has no place in his heart for a female, and I miscarried our babe." Maurice sucked in his breath. "Are you well?" he asked harshly. "I am well. Indeed, I did not even know I was with child." She rose clumsily to her feet. "Please, Papa, I do not wish to speak more about it now. He will not come after me. He is likely well pleased that I left him." He heard the harsh pain in her voice and felt utterly helpless. "May I stay here, Papa? I swear to you that I will not interfere with anything Marie does." "Of course. This is your home, Kassia." "Thank you, Papa." "You are weary, my love. We will speak more about this when you are rested." He drew her to him and gently hugged her. He felt her womanly curves, her woman's softness. It amazed him that he had not noticed earlier that his little girl had matured. Had Graelam abused her, he wondered, his body tensing. He pictured the huge man naked with his daughter, taking her as a man took a woman, and gritted his teeth. He leaned his head down and gently kissed her cheek. It was wet with her tears. "Kassia," he murmured softly, "do not cry, Poppin. All will be well now, you will see." "I do not deserve you," she said, sniffing back the hated tears. "Well, we are even, for your husband does not deserve you." He patted her back and released her. "In the morning, Poppin, everything always looks brighter in the sunlight." Kassia smiled. It had always been one of her father's favorite sayings. She turned to go, when his voice halted her in her tracks. "Do you love Graelam?" She turned slowly back to face him, and Maurice sucked in his breath at the tragic sadness in her expressive eyes. She said very quietly, "I am sick with love for him, Papa." She gave a harsh, derisive laugh that made him wince. "I am a fool." She turned quickly, lifted her skirts, and fled up the stairs to the upper chambers. Maurice stood still for many long moments, listening to her light footfalls on the stairs. He had met Marie and lost his heart to her. How could any man not do the same for his daughter? Was Graelam so hardened a warrior that there was no giving, no softness in him? Maurice shook his head and walked slowly to his chamber, knowing that Marie would be there in his bed, ready to comfort him with all the kindness in her heart. There were no more conversations with her father. Kassia knew she was purposefully avoiding him. She saw the questions in his eyes when she chanced to look at him, but it was too soon. The pain was too sharp within her. She spent the next day to herself, walking about Belterre, searching out all her old childhood haunts. She spoke to all her old friends, savoring their words, for they evoked happier times, when her life was simple and filled with love. How odd, she thought, walking up the steep wooden steps to the eastern tower, that she had always taken everyone's love and approval for granted. Several times the servants had come to her with questions, out of long habit, she assumed, and she had sent them to Marie. She had no intention, just as she had assured her father, of wresting the management from her new stepmother. She gained the watchtower and threw back her head to savor the gentle breeze from the sea and the bright afternoon sunlight on her face. She heard the men-at-arms joking with each other on the practice field. In other days, she would have skipped happily down to watch them, never questioning that she was welcome. Her eyes widened at the sight of a group of men riding toward Belterre. Her heart began to pound, and her breath grew short. No, it could not be he. Still, her feet moved along the walkway toward the great gates of Belterre. She stood motionless, watching the clouds of dust kicked up by the horses' hooves. She recognized—
"Excellent," he said. "Will you not be seated, my lord?" Graelam sat himself in Maurice's chair and watched Marie give quiet orders to the serving wenches. He wondered idly what Kassia thought of her father's new wife. "My lord." Graelam rose from his chair to greet his father-in-law. Maurice was looking at him warily, uncertain, Graelam imagined, just how he should greet his son-in-law. "Maurice, it is a pleasure to see you again." He clasped the older man's shoulders and hugged him briefly. "You have come to see your wife?" "Aye, more than that. I am come to take her home to Cornwall." "Why?" It was Kassia who had spat the word at him. He shifted his gaze from Maurice and drank in the sight of his wife. She was regarding him as warily as her father. "Because," he said quietly, "you are mine, and will always be so. Your father gave you to me." He saw her eyes narrow with fury and smiled at her. "However, I understand your wish to visit with your father and your new stepmother for a while. If it pleases your father, we will remain here at Belterre for several days before we return to Wolffeton." Kassia looked helplessly toward her father. Maurice, for the first time in his life, had not a clue as to what he should do. He had to admit to great admiration for Graelam, for the man had ridden up to Belterre, seemingly without a worry in the world. He would have known, of course, that Maurice's men could have cut down him and his men had he wished it. But there was his daughter to consider. It was Marie who spoke in her gentle voice. "We are pleased to welcome you, my lord. You may, if Kassia wishes it, speak to her." Maurice added more forcefully, "Aye, Graelam, but you'll not force my daughter to do anything she does not wish to." "It is not my intention ever again to force Kassia to do what she does not want to do." "I do not believe you."
Kassia wanted to yell at him. Marie said, "Would you care to bathe, my lord? The evening meal will be ready soon." Graelam nodded. "Thank you, my lady." He sought out his wife. "Would you please show me to the proper chamber?" Maurice saw Kassia hesitate, but he knew that Graelam had no power in Belterre. "Aye, daughter," he said crisply, "accompany Graelam." Kassia bit her lip, knowing she had no choice. She tossed her head and marched toward the stairs. She heard Marie giving orders for a bath. She led him to her chamber, pausing a moment inside the room. "Come in, Kassia," Graelam said. "I need assistance with my armor. I am not your squire. True, you are my wife. Surely the sight of my body will not surprise you or offend you." She felt a wave of heat suffuse her face. It had been so long. She cursed him silently for teaching her passion. Then she dropped to her knees and untied his cross-garters. He pulled off his chaussees and stood naked in front of her. He did not move to cover himself when 2 serving girls entered, bearing buckets of hot water. "I will not look at him," Kassia swore to herself. She watched the tub filled with steaming water. When he stepped into the tub, she tossed him a bar of lavender-scented soap. Graelam did not appear to notice the gentle scent. He leaned back in the tub and closed his eyes. "Ah," he sighed, beginning to rub the soap over his broad chest, his eyes still closed. "You have led me a merry chase, Kassia." She said over her shoulder, still not looking at him, "Nay, my lord, I did nothing but leave a most unhappy situation." "With Dienwald de Fortenberry." "Why not?" she flung at him. "After all," she continued in a snide voice, "he has helped me on previous occasions. Surely you cannot doubt our devotion to each other." "I certainly do not doubt his devotion to you." "Then why are you here?" she snapped. "I have proved to you that I am not trustworthy, that I have no honor, indeed, that I have lied to you from the very beginning." "I suppose I could regard it in such a light." He was toying with her. She gritted her teeth. "I will not return with you, Graelam. I will no more suffer your foul humor and your indifference to me. I will not play broodmare to your stallion." Graelam opened one eye and regarded her flushed face. "But, my dear wife, you have not yet proved to me that you can even fulfill that role." She sucked in her breath in fury. "I have no intention of playing any role for you, my lord, and you cannot force me. My father will protect me." "I imagine that Maurice would," Graelam said lazily. He began to lather his hair, as if he had no other concern in the world. "I repeat, my lord, why are you here?" He did not reply, merely continued washing his hair, then rinsing it, cupping his hands in the hot water and splashing it liberally. He shook his head, sending droplets of water flying toward her, then asked, "Will you scrub my back, Kassia?" "No, your dirt is your own, my lord." He sighed. "You left Wolffeton in something of an uproar, my lady. Your nurse was so noisy in her tears that she could only hand me your message to her. As for yours to me," he shrugged, "well, it made me want to thrash you, but very gently." "You will not touch me, my lord." He cocked a thick, wet brow at her. Before she could frame a reply, he rose in the tub, and her unruly eyes coursed down his body. She gulped, for his manhood was swollen. She whirled about, clutching her arms over her breasts. "You are quite beautiful," she heard him say softly behind her. "I have found that more generously endowed women no longer appeal to me." She felt his fingers touch her hair. So soft. "You will give me a daughter, Kassia, endowed with your beauty." "Stop it! Please, Graelam, I do not want—" His arms closed around her, and he gently drew her back against his chest. His powerful arms prevented any escape. She stood stiffly, willing herself not to succumb. He did not love her. She was a woman, and he merely wanted her as such. "Release me, my lord." He did, much to her bemused disappointment. "Have you a bedrobe for me, Kassia?" She shook her head mutely. "No matter. I am weary, wife, and wish to rest for a while." He took her arm firmly and drew her toward the bed. "I will not let you, Graelam," she spat at him. "It will have to be by force. But then again, you are quite uncaring of how you take a woman." She heard him draw in his breath sharply. "I have not been a very loving husband to you," he said slowly, turning her to face him. "But that will change. You see, Kassia, I have never before wanted a woman as I want you. I never believed a man could truly love a woman, yield to her, without losing the essence of his strength." He gently stroked his hands over her arms, and his voice deepened. "I have not known much gentleness in my life, Kassia, yet I know now that I would never willingly hurt you again. I love you, and because I love you, I want you to come home with me." She gazed up at him, her breath caught in her throat. "But you cannot love me," she cried. "You do not trust me." "I would trust you with my life," he said simply. Has Blanche finally admitted the truth to you?" "No, I have heard nothing from Blanche." "Then why? Why are you acting this way? Why are you saying these things to me? I told you that you would not lose Belterre. Do you wish my father also to assure you of that fact?" His grip on her arms tightened slightly. "I see that if there is trust to be gained, it is you to learn that I can be believed. No, do not raise that little chin of yours at me, though it is a delightful part of you. Will you consent to believe me, Kassia?" She stared at him numbly, her eyes wide with confusion. "Will you consider forgiving me for all I have done to you? Can you still love me?" She lowered her head from his intense gaze. "I have no choice but to love you. But I am not Chandra. I have not the talent to be as she." She drew her close, gently pressing her cheek against his chest. She could feel the deep rumbling of laughter as he stroked his hands down her back.
"I once told Guy that Chandra is a prince among women. I wish to be with a princess, my lady. I wish to love you, watch you smile and laugh, watch your small belly grow with our children. I want to hear you cry out your passion for me when I love you. Kiss me, Kassia." She felt her heart expand with such happiness that she could scarcely think straight. Mutely she raised her head. She felt his hands cup her buttocks and raise her from the floor, fitting her belly against him. He kissed her very gently, lightly nipping at her lower lip. She gasped with the pleasure of it and parted her lips to his tongue. She felt his powerful body tremble with need for her. Her breasts felt swollen, as if he had caressed them. "Graelam," she whispered softly into his mouth. He laid her on her back onto the bed. "Will you let me love you now, Kassia?" He made no move to touch her, but waited patiently for her to answer him. She said, "I want you to love me. It has been so long, and you taught me too well." She saw his dark eyes leap at her words. Slowly, as if she were a precious treasure, he undressed her, pausing as he removed each article of clothing to caress and kiss her. When her breasts were bare to his gaze, he smiled down at her. "You are more beautiful than I remembered, so delicate." Slowly, he began to kiss her breasts, circling her taut nipples, teasing her. When he heard her moan softly, he eased the rest of her clothes from her body. "By all the saints," he said, in a husky, deep voice, his hands following his eyes to stroke her ribs and belly, "you are the most lovely of God's creations." "Not so beautiful and perfect as you are," she said, her eyes sweeping down his body. "And just how many men have you seen naked?" he gently mocked her. "If ever I see another man naked, I should likely laugh, for no man could look as you do." His fingers found her, and she gasped, her hips arching up of their own volition. "You are so warm, so ready for me," he said, fitting himself beside her. He continued to caress her rhythmically as he looked directly into her eyes. He watched them grow smoky with burgeoning desire and felt his entire being expand with pleasure when she cried out softly for him. But he held himself back. Slowly, with infinite care, he eased himself between her legs. He lifted her hips in his hands and lowered his mouth to her. She jerked upward, crying out. He reveled in her pleasure. She was shuddering in the rippling aftermath when he slowly rose over her and eased into her.
She raised her hips to receive him and gasped as he filled her. She whimpered softly, her hands clutching his back as he thrust into her. She repeated his name again and again, and when he tensed over her, she felt herself opening even more to him, welcoming the seed that burst from his body deep within her. She welcomed his weight, holding him tightly against her. "Nay, love," he said softly, "I am too heavy for you." Gently he eased out of her and turned her on her side to face him. "Thank you," Kassia said, turning her face into his shoulder. "For what?" "For loving me. You will never doubt it again. Now I will let you sleep, before I hear you moan with pleasure again. The shadows under your eyes are interesting, but I would prefer you lost them. I too," she murmured. She fell asleep in a cocoon of warmth. She woke slowly, disoriented, until she felt a surge of pure pleasure warm her belly. Graelam was deep inside her, still facing her, his fingers stroking her. "I love you," she whispered, and pressed herself tightly against him. He gently drew her hand down between them and let her feel his fingers caressing her. Her embarrassment was a brief illusion. "Feel how you want me," he murmured softly against her lips. She moaned in his mouth and felt him smile. She moved her fingers away from his grasp and touched him. At his sharp, indrawn breath, she smiled. "I feel how you want me, my lord." 34. They walked together in the gentle sunlight, Graelam's arm about his wife's waist, his head lowered to hear her speak. "Graelam, my father knew. He looked at me so oddly this morning." Graelam chuckled. "At least he did not believe that I was holding you in your bedchamber, thrashing you." "The glowing smile on your face testified to my innocence. Speaking of smiles, did you see how Rolf looked at us? And the rest of the men? Aye, they are most pleased, and relieved that I am no longer a braying ass." Her eyes twinkled at him, and her dimples deepened. "Aye, my lord, as am I." Graelam was silent for a moment, his gaze resting thoughtfully on the bare-branched trees in Beltaire's orchard. "I wish to tell you something, Kassia." She tensed at his tone, and he felt it. "Nay, love, 'tis not a bad thing, but a confession of sorts. I wish there only to be truth between us." He paused a moment, then lifted her in his arms and kissed her soundly on the mouth. "That is to assure you that my feelings have not changed and never will." She wrapped her arms about his neck and pressed herself against him. "I need no confession, my lord." He set her down. "Nay, little wench, listen to me. When I left Wolffeton to visit the Duke of Cornwall, many things became clear to me. I will admit to you that the Duke, the interfering old goat, did call me a fool whilst we spoke of you. But he did speak the truth. To love a woman well, to yield to her, does not weaken a man. It has been a difficult truth for me to accept, but accept it I did. When I returned to Wolffeton, I intended to tell you of what I felt for you, but you were gone. 2 nights ago I was lying in my tent, as miserable as a man can be, when Dienwald de Fortenberry entered. When he told me who he was, I was ready to break his neck. He told me, Kassia, that he owed you a debt, and to pay it meant he must speak the truth to me. We parted friends, my love. No, do not draw away from me. Had he told me that you had hired him a dozen times to remove you from my hold, it would have changed naught. You see, it no longer mattered. It was up to you to forgive me my distrust, my blind conceit, not the other way around. So you see, Dienwald or no Dienwald, it made no difference in my feelings for you." Graelam chuckled softly. "I think he would have liked to return that damned necklace to me." "He has been kind to me, Graelam," Kassia said, "and I hoped that when Sir Walter brought him to Wolffeton, he would tell you the truth then. I released him only to spare him pain. But he had to escape. He felt very guilty about it, I think. He did indeed. Do you believe me, Kassia? Believe that I did not change my feelings for you because of his words?" "I believe you, my lord." Her eyes narrowed. "Now, if I could see Blanche, how I should love to sever her tongue. Why not ask her and Guy to visit Wolffeton? You can then challenge her to an archery match." She giggled, and because she was so happy, threw her arms about his waist, squeezing her with all her strength. "Attacked by a fly," Graelam said, leaning down to nibble at her ear. "Ah, my love, I see your father eyeing us. Shall we assure him that I am not coercing you?" Joffrey could scarce credit his man's words. Graelam de Moreton, his enemy, the only man who stood between him and Belterre, was in Brittany. Over the past months, he had ground his teeth in frustration, especially when it had become clear to him that to assassinate Graelam in Cornwall was a plan doomed to failure. The man was always too well protected, his men too loyal. But now he was here, and with but a dozen men guarding him. Joffrey knew every hillock in Brittany, every likely spot for an ambush. He wondered idly if Kassia would care if he butchered her husband. If she did, it would take him a bit more time to bring her around. If she threatened to denounce him, he would simply lock her away and beat her, for he would force her to wed him immediately. He smiled at the thought. His proud little cousin would not long berate him. He was, after all, a man who knew women well.
They were simple and easily led. He rode purposefully away from his keep, wanting to avoid his mother. He had not seen her for many weeks now, having just returned from the court in Paris, for her acerbic tongue was enough to drive any man to distraction. She would change her stance once Kassia was his wife, and Belterre would be his after his uncle had died. Graelam and Kassia left Belterre 3 days later. Early spring weather blessed their journey, a sign, Graelam assured Kassia, straight from the Duke of Cornwall. That wily old man believed he had the direct ear of the Lord Almighty. "Mayhap Papa also talks into that same ear," Kassia said. "I have never seen him so pleased. Do not forget your winsome stepmother. I vow it was her influence that kept your father from beating down your bedchamber door that first evening I arrived. Aye, a wise woman. She doubtless recognized me as your proper master, and knew you would succumb quickly enough to me." "Conceited brute," Kassia said in high good humor. "I was forced to tell her that you would not allow me out of your bed," Graelam continued in great seriousness. "Likely she was concerned that your woman's appetites would exhaust me." Kassia flushed a rosy pink. She saw that he would continue to tease her, and decided it was her turn. "You know, my lord, I must admit that suffering your great body is a mighty chore." He was not to be drawn. "And a nightly one, Kassia. I also have wondered how your skinny little parts accommodate me so nicely. I think you forget my mighty size once you are mewling with pleasure." She reached out and struck his shoulder, laughing as she did so. Rolf nodded, a wide, amazed smile parting his lips as he watched his master and mistress. Never had he believed Lord Graelam could be so much at his ease with a woman. Life was much improved, he thought. Aye, much improved indeed. In the next moment, all thoughts of improved life fled his mind at the sound of one of the men screaming in pain. "Brigands!" Rolf shouted at the top of his lungs, twisting around in his saddle, his hand already upon his sword hilt. "An ambush!" He looked wildly about at the narrow passage, at the boulders rising high into the air, surrounding them. Long years of training kept panic at bay. Graelam coolly analyzed their situation, a fraction of a second passing before he shouted orders. "All of you, dismount and press under the overhangs in the cliffs. The Horsens will have to come in to get at us." Graelam grabbed Kassia off Bluebell's back, protecting her with his body. An arrow tore through the chainmail at his side, but did him no harm. He pulled her to an indentation between 2 mighty boulders and shoved her inside. "Crouch down and cover yourself with your cloak." Kassia obeyed him, her mind whirling with sudden fear. "Brigands!" She winced at the scream of a horse. Graelam moved swiftly away from her, his back pressed against the stones, until he was crouched next to Rolf and 3 of his men. "We must discover the leader," he said tersely. "James, there is a small cleavage between those boulders yon. Think you that you can ease through it? See the number of men who are there?"
"Aye, my lord," James said, fear and excitement flowing through him. He was fairly new to Lord Graelam's service, and now he would prove himself. He inched away, licking his tongue over his suddenly dry lips, and squeezed his slender body upward through the narrow passage. Kassia felt a frisson of terror at the sudden, utter silence. The horses had calms, for there were no more arrows raining down. She began to pray, calling upon every litany she had learned since childhood. The wait seemed an eternity. Graelam held himself perfectly still, listening to any sound that would give him information. He heard a slithering noise and twisted about to see James slip down beside him. "'Tis some sort of lord," James said. "I saw him seated on his destrier, dressed in gleaming armor, a man beside him holding his standard. An eagle, my lord, its beak blood red." Graelam frowned. Something Kassia had said many months ago stirred in his memory. "Do not move, any of you." He moved like a stalking panther, slipping in and out of the protective crevices until he reached Kassia. "It is all right, love," he quickly assured her, seeing her utterly white face. "A standard, Kassia, one with an eagle on it." "Geoffrey," she whispered, scarcely believing her own words. "I do not understand, Graelam. 'Tis madness." "I know," he said quietly. "Stay here, Kassia. All will be well, I promise you." He kissed her swiftly and was gone. He moved in the shadow of the boulders until he was nearly at the end of the narrow passage. He shouted out, "Geoffrey! Geoffrey de Lacy! Show yourself, you scum coward!" Geoffrey jumped at the sound of his name on his enemy's lips. One of his men had suggested he not fly his standard, even that he not garb himself in armor. He had scuffed and done as he...
They were simple and easily led. He rode purposefully away from his keep, wanting to avoid his mother. He had not seen her for many weeks now, having just returned from the court in Paris, for her acerbic tongue was enough to drive any man to distraction. She would change her stance once Kassia was his wife, and Belterre would be his after his uncle had died. Graelam and Kassia left Belterre 3 days later. Early spring weather blessed their journey, a sign, Graelam assured Kassia, straight from the Duke of Cornwall. That wily old man believed he had the direct ear of the Lord Almighty. "Mayhap Papa also talks into that same ear," Kassia said. "I have never seen him so pleased. Do not forget your winsome stepmother. I vow it was her influence that kept your father from beating down your bedchamber door that first evening I arrived. I, a wise woman. She doubtless recognized me as your proper master, and knew you would succumb quickly enough to me." "Conceited brute," Kassia said in high good humor. "I was forced to tell her that you would not allow me out of your bed," Graelam continued in great seriousness. "Likely she was concerned that your woman's appetites would exhaust me." Kassia flushed a rosy pink. She saw that he would continue to tease her, and decided it was her turn. "You know, my lord, I must admit that suffering your great body is a mighty chore." He was not to be drawn. "And a nightly one, Kassia. I also have wondered how your skinny little parts accommodate me so nicely. I think you forget my mighty size once you are mewling with pleasure." She reached out and struck his shoulder, laughing as she did so. Rolf nodded, a wide, amazed smile parting his lips as he watched his master and mistress. Never had he believed Lord Graelam could be so much at his ease with a woman. Life was much improved, he thought. Aye, much improved indeed. In the next moment, all thoughts of improved life fled his mind, at the sound of one of the men screaming in pain. "Brigands!" Rolf shouted at the top of his lungs, twisting around in his saddle, his hand already upon his sword hilt. "An ambush!" He looked wildly about at the narrow passage, at the boulders rising high into the air surrounding them. Long years of training kept panic at bay. Graelam coolly analyzed their situation, a fraction of a second passing before he shouted orders. "All of you, dismount and press under the overhangs in the cliffs. The Horsens will have to come in to get at us."
Graelam grabbed Kassia off Bluebell's back, protecting her with his body. An arrow tore through the chainmail at his side, but did him no harm. He pulled her to an indentation between two mighty boulders and shoved her inside. Crouch down and cover yourself with your cloak. Kassia obeyed him, her mind whirling with sudden fear. Brigands! She winced at the scream of a horse. Graelam moved swiftly away from her, his back pressed against the stones, until he was crouched next to Rolf and 3 of his men. "We must discover the leader," he said tersely. "James, there is a small cleavage between those boulders yon. Think you that you can ease through it? See the number of men who are there?" "Aye, my lord," James said, fear and excitement flowing through him. He was fairly new to Lord Graelam's service, and now he would prove himself. He inched away, licking his tongue over his suddenly dry lips, and squeezed his slender body upward through the narrow passage. Kassia felt a frisson of terror at the sudden, utter silence. The horses had calmed, for there were no more arrows raining down. She began to pray, calling upon every litany she had learned since childhood. The wait seemed an eternity. Graelam held himself perfectly still, listening to any sound that would give him information. He heard a slithering noise and twisted about to see James slip down